we're back in the room.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and to the second test between the West Indies and England at the Kensington Oval. Barbados has a population of 300,000. That is just 5% of the West Indies, yet given birth to 30% of the cricketers that play for them. What a legendary roll of honour it is. Worrell, Walcott, Weeks, Sobers, Hall and Griffith, Marshall and Garner, Haynes and Greenidge. That list just goes on. England haven't won here for 18 years. And will be trying hard to forget their 77 all-out the last time in 2019. Kemar Roach's 5 for 17, and Roston Chase's 8 for without once turning a ball. Honours even so far in this series, though. After that sluggish pitch in Antigua served up a draw, batting honours went to Bairstow, Bonner, Root and Crawley. Bowling was tougher, but honourable mentions to Seals, Roach and Holder for the Windies, who looked pretty sharp, and Jack Leach found himself 5 wickets. Barbados usually serves up some bounce, but England are without Mark Wood, Ollie Robinson and Craig Overton. Honestly, the England treatment room is really beginning to start to look like emergency ward 10. I'm Tony Bishop, and opening our attack today with me are the gently paced yet deceptively dangerous Messi Jez.
Gently paced, thank you. Welcome, Danny, and thank you.
Well, we all welcome, and of course a man who always likes to give his balls plenty of air. It's the Bear.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tony. Did you say Greenidge in your opening?
I said Greenwich, yes.
It sounded like Greenidge to me.
No, I said Greenwich.
Okay.
Greenwich. Well, toss and team news. Shall we start there? Then
Yes.
we'll get into some chat about various things. Joe Root has won the toss again. He's on fire, toss-wise. And he has decided to bat. Teams are going to line up. We'll start with the host, West Indies. I think pretty much as per last time. Brathwaite, Campbell, Brooks, Bonner, Blackwood, Holder, Joshua De Silva, Zari Joseph, Kemal Roach, Veerasamy Permaul, who does keep his place, even though we thought he might not, and Jaden Seals, England. Well, few changes then, out of necessity in the reset red ball specialists. Alex Lees, Zach Crawley, Joe Root, captain of course, Dan Lawrence, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Folkes, Chris Wokes, Matthew Fisher gets the cap, given the late withdrawal of Overton due apparently to illness. Saqib Mahmood, another test debut for him, and Jack Leach. Well, chaps, where shall we start? Bear, I'm going to start with you. A flat old track in Antigua. We're definitely hoping for a bit more bounce here, aren't we?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look as dry and bare as it did in Antigua. Hopefully we'll get first use out of it. Craig Brathwaite, he's so cool, man. Although his jacket looks oversized. Plays here often. Says it's might be a little juice early. Generally plays okay, but I have got a spinner. Maybe they do think it will break up. God, I hope there's something more out of this wicket than there was in Antigua. I mean, in some ways it was okay Antigua because he nearly got a result, but it just looked like the draw was always the favourite. And there was a little bit of excitement on the last day. Now the question is, can Alex Lees get out of the away swinger straight on at LBW?
4 and 6 in the last test.
Well, exactly, and
it
was only 6 and 7 or 8 whatever days ago. Someone pointed out the county championship can be one end of the season to the next till you get the same guy. But here, if someone's got your number, it can all fall apart quite quickly. Overton,
yes.
I'm glad Overton's gone. Don't see him in a test side anyway, so that's no big loss to me. Obviously, Woody is. Saqib Mahmood's probably next off the rank, so he replaces Woods, and I don't know anything about Fisher.
Closest one to that bit of extra pace, really, Mahmood, isn't he?
Yes. I thought Fisher was supposed to be reasonably quick, or is his injured?
No, he's pretty quick. He has had his injury problems in his career. Of course, it's a prerequisite of being an England bowler, to be honest.
Yeah, of course.
I think he's over those. He's over those now. Messers, the crew of Bonner, terrific in the Antigua test. Does he have a second gear though?
Well, I don't know if he needs one, to be honest. I think plenty of other West Indians have that other gear. I think for any team to have a batsman who's going to be able to just hold his ground is invaluable. I've just spent 5 days watching Australia play Pakistan, and Pakistan was superb.
Weren't they just? What a game that was.
Babar Azam making 196.
Rizwan today?
Rizwan making 100. And, as I was watching, I think, it's not a particularly tough wicket for batting on, but it requires a lot of concentration. England would never have made it here. To have those batsmen who've got that discipline is a fucking gift, and I think every team needs a Bonner of some sort within their rank. Yeah,
well, I think if you look at England, Bear, I mean, you have to look at Root, who did well, Crawley, of course, Bairstow, 2 centurions there. You've got to be encouraged, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, you have to be encouraged, but exactly, it's a flat track, and that's, I think, where Messi's point is really salient. It is the ability to be able to lead the ball at Test cricket that allows you to compile big scores. Thing is, I mean, my question to Mash in our podcast we did the other night is he able to change gears if the situation, I mean, in both innings in the last test, that situation required exactly what he did. Does he have a change of gear if things are different? That's what I'd be interested to know. We're about to start, boys.
We are. We should probably jingle up the
protagonists.
Competence protagonists, whichever you want to call it. It's going to be Kemal Roach bowling first.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemal Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemal Roach.
Alex Lee's learned magic. It's tragic. I'd like to believe it's not so.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
But he did learn magic. You're absolutely right. Learnt it from his uncle, apparently.
Oh, I was just about to ask that. Every time I hear that jingle, I want to know: is he an amateur magician?
Funny enough, well, when I get our jingles commissioned, which apparently is also now my job, I do include a little bit of biographical detail. And I think that's Jeff.
Knackle always used to do that. That's fair.
So that was it. Not too much magic. No rabbits coming out of hats in the first test. 4 slips. Around the wicket comes Roach. Away swinger.
Ooh.
I think you mentioned that, Bear.
Yes.
And left by Alibaba, or whoever we should call the magician, Alex Lees. And through it goes to Ben Folkes. No run. Ooh. Certainly some movement there. He faced 18 balls and got 6 runs, 2 dismissals. That's his this series. Not a hugely great start, but then a lot of players don't. Over the wicket comes Roach. That one's full and straight. Nicely played by Lees. Back to Roach. 5 for 17, of course. Kemar Roach. The 2 ends here. Malcolm Marshall end and the Garner end in Antigua. We had the similar. We got the Marshall and Garner end here. Huge inspiration, I would think, for any bowler. But remember, you've got the Hall and Griffith stand. You've got the 3W stand. You've got the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. Oh, there it is. Over the wicket again. Away swinger. Left. Through it goes to Folkes. There is no run. I mean, it really is a ground that just is redolent with the history of West Indian Test cricket. The Greenwich and Haynes stand. Well, there it is. We're looking around, and I would imagine.
Speaking of memories, Tony.
Yes.
It's worth remembering that 3 years ago, the last test between these two was here. England in the test innings were all up to 77.
77. Yes, indeed. We mentioned that in our intro, and you are absolutely right.
But only 4 of that team are still playing today.
Roach is in. He took 5 for 17 in that occasion, and that is left again outside of his off stump by the left-handed Lees. And there is no run. Yes, was it 8 for 60 from memory? Roston Chase, as England imploded in spectacular fashion, and I don't recall any of them turning at all. They seem to be, by and large. That's probably doing him a disservice in terms of the amount of flight he's able to repair. I'm sure the Bear would defend Roston on that front. Again, we're seeing plenty of that Caribbean breeze is blowing. That one again swings, not quite as much. Lees plays that in front of his off stump, away into the offside. Again, there is no run. 5 dot balls to start. Umpires today, just so you know.
Impeccable. It was indeed 8 for 60.
Well, there you go. Umpires today, Joel Wilson. So anything can happen there. And Nigel Dogood. I think he was the 3rd umpire last time. Nigel Dogood from Georgetown in Grenada.
Did he do good?
Dogood. Will he do good? We don't know. We will find out. Last ball of this over, it should be. Around the wicket, Roach. Again, a little bit less swing, a bit lower too. That kept. Through it goes to Ben Folkes. The Folkes-Stokes axis survives, of course. It's the end of that over. It's a maiden. Good start for Kemar Roach. An okay start for England. Messers, who have we got?
Leah is with us. Hello, Leah. She says, "Thank God there is an England match. You can't imagine how much I need this right now." Welcome, Leah.
Oh,
Brown
well,
Barish is with us. G'day, good morning. G'day and good morning, cricket friends. It appears as though we are getting rid of normal time here in the States because we can't be asked to change our clocks twice a year. I feel like there's a joke about day-night tests in here somewhere, but I can't be asked to write one. Maybe they're onto something. Go England.
Well,
It
it's going to
sounds
be
like you're in a sonar with a submarine.
something's peeping. Yes,
Yeah.
I heard that. I'm wondering if that was
my
my washing
grandfather's
machine.
clock.
Oh, was it? I thought it might have been my washing machine in the background, or the dishwasher, or something. It's
My
going to be. Well, here it is.
grandfather's
It's going to be
striking
the.
10.
It's going to be the Conservative MP for Netherwallet, Nigel Tristan Seals, is going to be opening it.
Wherever you are, Seals Jason's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jason wants you for dead.
He's going to be bowling to a Centurion of Antigua, the right-handed Zach Cawley. 3 slips and a gully, and a good sharp start from Seals. Ball on a perfect length, just a shade outside of off stump, moved a little bit further away, taken by Folkes. No run. Indeed, we're going to have a look at that 121 that he made in Antigua, which, again, even on a flat track, you've still got to make the runs.
You do, and it's good to get your confidence up, isn't it?
And he did quite beautifully.
But these two aren't. Yeah, no. Am I being bad here?
Mumble.
Well, I'm just wondering how much, runs and
Seals then over the wicket again, full on the drive, driven straight to extra cover by Crawley. Perhaps a little bit uppish. It's a good ball that from Seals. Probably quite happy to tempt Crawley into the drive.
Are runs in the West Indies cheaper than runs in Australia?
I don't know. Well, we're certainly seeing. I'll tell you what we are seeing is the what do you call them? Sort of advertising sales, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Are more than fluttering. They're bending backwards with the fairly strong breeze. Barbados, of course, the most easterly, I think, of the Caribbean islands. That's left.
Good
taken by. I keep saying taken by folks. What am I saying? I'm gone completely mad. I've had another wicketkeeper attack. Of course, it's not folks. It's
Josh De Silva.
Our friend Joshua De Silva, old Wimbledonian bearer of the fabulous cricket bat.
The Kensington Oval's actually right near the coast, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Inland.
It is indeed. Used to be the Pickwick Cricket Club before they moved, I think, whenever they did. It's the sedimentary rock that evidently gives Barbados the pace and lift that the wicket usually has. This is nicely forward, away to point. They don't take a run. Good sharp start it was from Kemar Roach. It's been a good, sharp and accurate start by Jaden Seals too, making England work and play every ball, which, to be fair, or at least leave carefully every ball. They haven't played every ball, but they've carefully left when they needed to. So no runs on the board as yet. We can see as we look, we can see that Garfield Sobers Pavilion away to our left. Kemar Roach, of course, has overtaking Sir Garfield in his sights today. That one's left again, outside of off stump. Through it goes to De Silva, and there is no run. 5 balls of this over. Nothing on the scoreboard from an England perspective yet. I will never say it doesn't trouble the scorers, because I know scorers everywhere get really upset, says it takes as much work to put those dots up as it does anything else.
Yeah, but now it's all done on an iPad, Tone. You just go bing and it all fills it in.
Well, there we go. So it's the same effort regardless of being a dot or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is fine while it's all going okay, but if you want to change something, it's chaos.
Yeah, full left outside of off stump. West Indies noticeably are springing about their work, sprinting from end to end. So Messers, you better get your messages in quick, mate.
Okay, Jay Grover's with us. Ruston Chase, referring to his 8 for 60, the bowling spell that broke Hendo. Brian Barish says, our umpires today are do good and do shit. Actually, I'd prefer do good and do better. Ravi is with us. Ravi Nair says, this is the life, lounging in bed watching this on my phone while listening to you on my new Bluetooth speaker. Hi guys, why is Messi so soft? He isn't usually. I've just turned up my mic. I don't know if that's better.
Roach to continue. Away swinger, swung quite late as well. That won't trouble Lees. Through it goes to Joshua De Silva. And there is, again, no run. We're watching a first innings dismissal.
Okay, I thought that was live.
No, and that one equally wasn't live, Bear. Those were his 2 dismissals from
now
the first.
I've got it.
I'm too wily and wise to fall for that. Not a problem. Lees, 7 balls he's faced so far. They've all been from Kemar Roach, because England haven't shifted ends at all yet. Full from Roach, played down into the ground right in front of his off stump by Lees. Way into the offside it goes. There is no run. Warm round of applause and encouragement for Kemar Roach. Just that 1 wicket overhauls Sir Garfield. Takes him up, is it 4th or 5th on the all-time West Indian wicket takers list? Either way, he's in some phenomenal company when he overtakes Sir Garfield.
Yes.
About to see the 3rd ball of the 3rd over of the morning. 2nd for Kemar. Still has those 4 slips in. Again, it's an away swinger. Again, Lees can watch it by. And again, there is no run. But, I mean, to a certain extent, Bear, this is a little bit reminiscent of Antigua from a Lees perspective. In that he looked solid enough until he was out.
Well,
But he got out too early, didn't he?
Well, I also think, I mean, the one in the second innings was much better done, I think. I mean, the one in the first innings, I thought he was a little bit unlucky. I think it was, he got given out on the field, but there was definitely bat involved. It was a question of whether the bat hit bat before, pad, etc.,
In
etc.
comes Roach. Forward comes Lees. Roach himself decides that if he's not doing enough work by thundering in, he skip away and do the fielding as well on that occasion. And there was that movement in the air, but just not really. It's not neither late enough nor sharp enough. Really, it's all been a tad on the predictable side, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's what we were saying last time, and then he missed a straight one. I mean, in the second innings, it was much more pronounced. He was actually trying to clip it to leg side, and
Roach is in, and that's nicely turned off his hip. That's going to go down to long leg. It should be 4 off the bat. Yes, it is. Our friend, I think that was Blind Joel. He signals 4. It's the first runs of the morning for England. It's 4 for Alex Lees.
we should have a jingle for Blind Joe.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
So he got that a little bit wrong, didn't he? It's a bit too short and too far down leg. I mean, that's what he's aiming for. I mean, in the second innings, I think he got the outswinger going, and I think the line that Lees was playing, he was looking to clip the one that was just swinging away because he thought it was full and swinging, and so he was playing the line that was swinging. It went straight on.
That one did swing a little bit later and was well judged and left by Lees, who's got an interesting facial expression, one of studied concentration with sort of his mouth open and his teeth bared. Mouth open and teeth bared, ready to give you your tweets, his messages.
Sorry. O'Neill Harris is with us. Hello, O'Neill. He says the runs are cheaper in the West Indies. England can't buy runs in Australia. I just sort of looked at a benchmark. Joe Root, for example, has an average of 38 in Australia and 55 in the West Indies. I reckon that's not a bad transaction rate. Leah says one would assume that runs in the Caribbean are cheaper than in Australia, given the vast difference in GDP and the low prices are sort of tied to that. And Jay says, I'm listening to
James Seals, 3 runs. Oh, edged, taken, Crawley's gone, brilliant catch, diving to his right by Joshua De Silva. He snaffles that as comfortably as you like. A bit scarecrow wooden was Crawley there, just thrust the bat, got the edge. De Silva did the rest. Seals has the breakthrough.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
See,
there you go.
in reality, that is a really poor shot.
Well, it was actually, when you look at it again, it was a kind of a non-shot, wasn't it?
Well, exactly. But he went across that. Thought about playing, then went to leave, but he didn't need to be that far across. I mean, he's out on a 6th stump there, defending a 6th stump.
Yeah,
unnecessary.
He was. It was just a sort of a funny sort of
he left
forward. He didn't really move the bat. It was an attempted leave.
Yeah,
that didn't
too
leave.
late. He just exactly. He just hung the bat out there, didn't he? Maybe it's a little bit of extra bounce. Maybe in Antigua that wouldn't have bounced so high and would have gone under the bat, and the bat height was fine. He's a tall man, but it just looked slack. It's got to be honest.
Well, Joe Root has put himself up the order to reinforce England's top order.
Still coming in early.
He was needed in Antigua, and he's going to be needed here. 4 for 1. Crawley's gone for 0. He's edged one to Joshua De Silva. It was the bottom of the bat, actually. It was all sort of wasn't even so much of an edge. It was more of a bottom dab, if you know what I mean.
Well, exactly.
That's a shot or non-shot.
He was thinking about leaving it, but left his bat dangling out there. Anyway, Joe Root's going to face.
We should say a word for Woodstock's own Joshua De Silva. Took that very smartly indeed. 3 slips and 2 gullies, as this one is left by the new man, Joe Root, and through it goes to Joshua De Silva, and there is no run. Great start from Seals. He's 1 for none at the moment, which is you couldn't really ask for much more, could you, as an opening bowler?
I noticed that for Crawley it's sort of feast or famine. When he made his 267, he followed that with 3 single-digit scores.
Yeah, he is very much like that, isn't he?
and he made 70 odd. He followed it with a duck, as he has today.
20 years old from
21.
Trinidad and Tobago, swings away from route. Studied watchful leave by him. De Silva again skips a couple of paces to his right and takes it tidily enough.
I like
4 for 1 England.
I just have to say this because it's just popped up on YouTube. Toby Gallington has a great idea. Just to find England openers looks like it needs a Simon Cowell-esque reality TV show. I like the idea of that.
Oh God, it's a no from me, you could say, or it's a
Yeah,
yes from
exactly.
me, or whatever they say on
Well,
that.
anything with Simon Cowell is a no from me.
Well, indeed, me too, as this one swings late and left once more by Joe Root. Well, it's interesting, really, isn't it? Because they've been consistent, have the West Indies, right on the money. England have left, but they've left balls they've had to be watchful in the leaving. And I beg your pardon, Zach Crawley attempted to leave one and just got a bottom edge. And it was indeed a smart catch because, in some ways, I think, Bear, they're harder to predict you're going to get them as a wicketkeeper, aren't they, than the ones that are legitimately take an edge.
Yeah, but it's not diverted a great deal though, has it?
Dealson again, no runs off his bowling yet. That one was an absolute cracker of a ball, just outside of off stump, nipped away. He sliced his fingers across it. Root did have a little dabble, and was lucky on this occasion that he didn't get anything on it. And again, there was no run. Brilliant, excellent, sharp, tight. Well, this couldn't be tighter, really. There's literally no runs off him yet from the 20-year-old. How do you say the name? If someone's from Trinidad and Tobago, they're Trinidad and Tobagan. Over the wicket he comes again. That swings. That's right on off stump. Pushed to cover by Joe Root. He stands up and has a little look, a little bit critically, a little bit carefully. That wonderful church that is behind the Kensington Oval has got its flag, its Barbadian flag, flying, its Bayesian flag, billowing away in that breeze. And Messers.
Joe Grover says, I'm listening to Guerrilla Cricket while sipping masala chai. Something feels horribly wrong. Nesta says, afternoon lads, is there anything more frustrating in life than installing and adjusting a front derailleur on a bike? Jesus, I'm covered in oil. Well, yeah, self-inflicted. And he also says we're doomed and that it had to be done. I need my gears to change smoothly. Yeah, well,
Roach in again. That one is left.
Take it to a shop, man.
That one is left. It's been independence since 1966, hasn't it, Barbados? Although it kept the Queen until what? Last year?
A couple of months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, tail ender last year.
Good on them, is what I say.
Who were other famous occupants? Rihanna, of course. She's got her own street. She was born in St Michael Parish.
does that mean she has to
that
do
one
a
swings away?
Rod Stewart and maintain it?
Well, yeah. Oh, he was out digging. No, that was left alone outside of the off stump, by the way. If you haven't seen that particular piece of news, somewhere in Essex, Rod Stewart has been out with his shovel in his high-vis jacket and some of his mates filling in holes. He'd make a great groundsman, actually. Can you imagine if, as they're bringing out the covers, there's sort of Rod Stewart sort of wheeling them out with his shovel,
So he can get
or his mound pounder and his big bucket of soil. Roach is in. That's left by Lees. Through it goes to De Silva. There is no run. I'll tell you something else with my little bits of research about Barbados. Nelson's, they've got a statue of Nelson there that was built in 1813. That is a full 30 years before the one in Trafalgar Square was built.
So what did he do that was significant to Barbados?
Well, he was more. He lived and spent an awful lot of time in Antigua. I think he once got lost in Barbados, but he visited there once. That was enough to get him a statue. This one is steered away into the covers. They're going to take one. They might come back for two. So Lees is motoring along quite nicely. He's got the only boundary of the morning with that tickle off his hip. He's got two more for his trouble there. Or did they just take a single? No, they did take two. So he's equalled his higher of his two scores from Antigua.
Oh, hold on. I was just about to say, Jason Hiscox is arriving.
Okay, we better go and let him in, which I think you are going to do. Something will happen now, and we'll need about 10 jingles in a row as Bear goes to let chasing into the studio. Round the wicket comes Roach. That's tickled off his hip. There is a man down at deep backward square, and it should just be a single for Lees. 7 for England, 7 for Lees. He's got all of them so far. Obviously nothing from Crawley. Root to yet get off the mark. And there will be 1 ball left of this Kemar Roach over the 1 wicket to fall. Crawley edged to Joshua De Silva off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Probably one he was leaving or thought he was leaving, but just didn't get the bat lifted in time. Took the bottom edge, and England again, early doors, 1 down. Remember, England won the toss this morning.
Sad news for you, Tony. The
Yes.
statue of Nelson was removed from Barbados in November 2020.
Was it now?
Shortly after they made the decision to replace Queen Elizabeth as head of state.
Probably he was involved in suppressing the local population back when. Suddenly.
Well, I think that's a funny thing. I don't think he got involved in Barbados too much. This one is guided by Root. That should get him off the mark, as it is steered really to extra cover. No real effort, just a little bit of placement. Joe Root not only gets himself off the mark, he'll keep the strike as well. At the end of the over, it's 8 for 1. Messers.
Well, I'll just tell you, it was seen as a vestige of colonial rule, made even more controversial because of Nelson's defence of the slave trade upon which Barbados' plantation economy was based.
I'll tell you something else as well. He had one eye more than Joel Wilson. Well, I'll let you pick up social media from there.
Duncan Stone says, managed to sync my TV with the Guerrilla Cricket feed. Marvellous. Just for those of you who don't have access to the TV feed, I can tell you it's on YouTube, certainly in Australia, and I'm pretty sure in England. The match is actually being shown live on YouTube through the West Indies channel.
I doubt it's available in England.
Well, I thought it wouldn't be
Seals.
here because
Seals is into Root, steered to cover. No Root. We should also mention very quickly the GPL, Bear. GPL, GPL.com/competition. You can have as many guesses as you like. All you have to do is you register. It's £1 a go.
It's open.
Or equivalent currency. It's
look.
open.
The pot.
GorillaCricket.com/competition. What's the pot, Bear?
The pot is 70 quid. It's getting up there, Pete. It's
70
getting worth winning.
Pounds. That's about $100,
I think it's more than
and
that.
probably about 6 million rubles.
Yeah.
Seals.
we're not.
Onto the back foot. I'm not sure we'd be fulfilling to that particular currency at the moment. And forward again, pushes forward Root
We certainly
away
won't.
to the offside. There is no run. 70 quid. Fantastic. Well, all you have to do is to guess the route of runs that will be scored in the day. You can have as many guesses as you like once you have registered, and once you've if you win and get it on the nose, you would win the pot. If you share it with someone else, you would share the pot. That's how simple. There's nothing more to it than that. If no one gets it, it just rolls over and gets bigger and bigger, as this one is pulled by Root away towards mid-wicket. There's no one out there. That's a gorgeous shot, slightly short from Seals. He's conceded his first runs of the morning, and it's 4 runs to Joe Root.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now there is a sign of a confident man. And a class above, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's interesting for Seals really, because he'd been so on the money, and almost impossible to get away. He's got himself the wicket. As soon as he dropped short, didn't look like there was quite enough pace to drop it that short, basically, which I think England might be encouraged by. Still those 3 slips and 2 gullies. Pitches it up much more this time, does Seals, looking for a bit of swim, and this just goes away into the offside by Joe Root. 12 for 1 England. We're going to have a look. Ben Stokes giving Saqib Mahmood his bat, his cap, not his bat. Not known for his batting so much, but he's getting his cap off Ben Stokes. And Matt Fisher, Yorkshire's Matt Fisher, he also is getting his cap. Surprise, perhaps, courtesy of sickness, and we don't quite know what. Do we know what's wrong with Craig Overton?
Sickness.
Well, yeah, this one's driven straight to short extra by Joe Root. Thank you, Dr. Messers.
That wasn't me. That was Bear.
Norovirus. Who knows? Who knows?
It's like the old doctor joke, isn't it? Shivers, you know, hot flushes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm getting. Yeah, I wonder what it is. You know. 12 for 1. 12 for 1.
O'Neill-
One ball left of this seal's over.
O'Neill Harris tells us that the population refer to themselves as Trini.
In Trinidad and Tobago. Perfect, of course they do. Yeah, Trinis. There's this one. Ooh, bit inside edgy by Root. I don't think that's quite where he meant it. And in fact, the way he has a little suspicious look down at the track suggests that's not where he meant it. But it's the end of the over. And Messers, what have you got?
Swing It Both Ways is with us. Says hello from a sunny Cincinnati. I click onto your dulcets to hear the happy sound of the Joe Root jingle. Although a little earlier than you might have liked.
Well, yes.
Leah says WinViz has England at 54%, West Indies at 25%, and the draw at 21%.
What
As
the
England are 4-1. Where do they get these?
Well, I was about to say, what are they smoking for that? Because I mean, it's a little early doors
ridiculous.
to be
Well, they have
making
to-
those predictions.
Well, the thing is, they have to set odds, don't they? I mean, England have won the toss, so
Nigel Douglas,
Yeah,
by the
but
way,
did
it's
you
his first
say-
ever Test match, just so you know.
Oh, well, there you
So
go.
congratulations
I hope
to
he
him.
does better.
yeah. Then Joel,
Well,
poor old Joel, gets
it's a
all
lowish
sick.
bar.
Ravi has a title for the new show, Bottled or Opener.
Oh, well, around the wicket comes Roach, left by Lees.
That's
One thing I noticed about Roach, Bear,
not a bad
is he
time.
runs from quite wide, doesn't he? He's got a very.
Yeah, an arc.
He starts from well away to the left of the facing batsman, if you will.
I think that's more because
What an
it's
arc.
coming around. This is around the wicket line, isn't it? So you set yourself up as to what you're going to feel comfortable at the crease, and it'll be different on either side.
Well, that is true. Not quite John Price, who some people will remember. Probably not you, Bear, before your time. That one. Ooh, that one really does swing and nip away, but all a little bit late and sort of behind the what is I think was already been left by Lees. Definite movement in the air, went further away. De Silva, gloves high, took it above his left shoulder. Good probing ball though by Kemar Roach. And Alex Lees, who genuinely does facially remind me of Alistair Cook in his, let's say, his resting face as he's sort of preparing to face. Left again. Taken by De Silva.
He's got
3 dot balls, 12 for 1 England.
He's got very squinty eyes, though, Alex Lees, isn't he? He looks like an Australian who's been in the sun too long, you know, where they just virtually close their eyes. Like Ricky Ponting.
That's probably the most absurd racial stereotyping I think I've ever heard. You're suggesting that all Australians are basically squinty.
Yeah,
It's a bit harsh.
Well, it's because the sun's so bright, isn't it? You know, if they're not wearing sunglasses, they're all squinting because it's too bright.
Oh, well.
That's what
I'm sorry
I
if
always
you're-
assumed it was because of. But he kind of
Okay.
looks like that.
I know what you mean. And his mouth shape and the fact he does sort of slightly bare his teeth while concentrating, that's the Alistair Cook look to me. Over the wicket. This time comes Roach to Lees, who just pushes this towards the finest mid-off. There is no run. We've had 4 balls of this over, 12 for 1. We're in the 7th over of the morning. That breeze, I think, is getting stronger. The trees, those palms are waving. The Barbados flag above that church tower is leaning, being sort of arching under the pressure of that breeze. And breezes often bring a bit of liquid, don't they, somewhere along the line. Let's hope that doesn't happen here, though. Forward comes Lees, push to extra cover, no run. So again, Jermaine Blackwood is encouraging his troops. 26 minutes past 10 on that clock tower.
Brown Barish tells us that the longer form of Trini is Trinibagonian.
Trinibagonian. Is it now?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, do you know, I never knew that.
Oh, sorry, no.
Right.
Trimbagonian. I misread that. Sorry.
Left-handed Lees. Left. Again. Now, it's worth mentioning the field there, Bear, because they've got quite a cordon, haven't they?
They have. They've got 4 slips. Well,
4 slips and 2 gullies. 4
Yeah.
slips and 2 gullies, I think. It's the end of the over. It's 12 for 1 England, 7 for Lees, 5 for Root. Messages on messages.
Nestler says, take it to a shop, man. Now I like to learn how things work and fiddle around fixing them. And he says, since Rod Stewart put that video up on social media, Essex County Council have agreed to fill the potholes in. I'm not guaranteeing that'll work for anybody else. Leah says, I don't like Rihanna. She doesn't seem to understand how diamonds work.
Rihanna.
Well, Seals over the wicket, and that one is played down by Root. It was a good ball. It swung. It was on a perfect length. Kept Joe Root very honest. Because at this end of this over, we should be probably having a change, but I don't know we're changing an awful lot there. I think you're moving into ball by ball. Jason should be sliding seamlessly into the social seat, and I think I'm metaphorically manoeuvring to summarise a bit.
Okay, I'm going to go and
The
grab
long
a
and short of
quick
which is
beer
only
from the
Messi has to
fridge
do
then.
anything. And that's to disappear. We'll get Alex Lees to make you disappear. He's the magician. Hey presto, he's gone. 12-4-1. Seals. Those 3 slips go down nicely forward by Root to point. There is no run. 134 kilometres an hour by Jaden Nigel Tristan Seals, MP, the Nether Wallop. 12-1 England. Should be a good crowd. We were hopeful, certainly. Phil Simmons was hopeful there'd be more locals. There seem to be, or at least the camera's picking out more local folk, which I think is a good thing. Ooh. That one is a big shout. Now that is worth it. No, says umpire. I think do good.
Bit high, wasn't it?
Yeah, high and a possibly down leg, although there is some debate. Yes, they are going to review, so we're going to have another look at this for you.
I didn't think it was going down leg. I thought it was going over the top and middle and off. But then this is it. First looks, eh? Completely different.
First looks, we didn't see quite the same thing.
No.
The replay is going to be interesting, and if it's Joe Root, England hearts will be in collective mouths here. 12-2, and England's captain gone, and West Indies would be feeling very chipper indeed about life. Let us have a look. Third umpire is Gregory Brathwaite. Look to me to pitch in line. I think that was bang in front. It's all about height.
Yeah, I think it's hit above the pad on the back foot though.
He has hit. He's got his back leg bent. I don't think there's any inside edge involved.
Outside edge. That's high.
No outside edge.
I think it is high.
Hits
Yeah.
the top of the pad, but right on the back foot.
Yeah, but the back foot is actually
Still on the crease.
Umpire's call. I think it
In
might
front
be
of the
hitting.
crease.
Umpire's call would save England, but is it bouncing enough? It's missing. It's missing between middle and off. England survived. Joe Root survived.
Substantially too.
Not a bad review though. I think on that occasion.
No.
Yeah, the line was right. The line was definitely right. But
yeah, I think given that it's the England captain and he can be so dangerous, I don't blame the West Indies for having a crack at that one myself.
Agreed.
Well, that's good.
I'm glad it wasn't out though. Funnily enough.
That too, if you're an England fan, of course. 12-1. Just 4 runs conceded by Seals. He has that 1 wicket to fall. That of Crawley. Root plays forward, straight to point though.
Nice drive.
There is no run. Campbell does the fielding.
Got right on top of it.
37 kilometres an hour.
Got right on top of that. Nice drive.
Yeah, he did. He's put the last one behind him, which of course is what you have to do. We're watching a few replays of that from different angles and positions. You can watch it as often as you like. It's not going to be out. It was a terrific delivery. 2 balls left at the 8th over of the morning. 3 slips, and again 2 gullies go down. Josh Silva takes this. Doesn't really have to move on this occasion. Just leans down to his right. I went the wrong way. Leans down to his right and takes that in his gloves. Still 12-4-1. Kind of on us even. Jason, I can see.
Oh, it's a real Jason.
No, it is a real Jason.
Jason.
It's the fully dimensional corporal.
Not on the end of a
corporeal, as opposed to corporal. He hasn't suddenly joined the army. The corporeal form of Jason. Seals should be the last ball of this over. Left by Joe Root. Taken in front of first slip by Joshua De Silva. England are 12-1. Messers, do you want to just drop any final messages in, and then I will move into my
I'll leave it to
chair.
Jason. With swing it both ways is the next tweet, Jason.
Right. Okie dokie. England 12 for 1, yeah. Lee's on 7. Root on 5. Reasonable enough start, I suppose, if you forgive Crawley. 8 overs down. You want to try and get to 20, 25 overs before even thinking about losing another wicket with a bit of luck. All good stuff, eh, Tone?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't quite say it's on as even. I think England would feel on as even if be happy with the 12. I don't think they'd be happy with the 1.
That has defended it into the onside by Alex Lees, and there is no run out to mid wicket. I've got Jason with me. He's trying to figure out the computer. You all right there, Jace?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just without access to the Zoom chat, I'm trying to work out where the next one is.
Zoom chat is over here. The next tweet is swing it both ways. There you go. Production notes.
Thank you very much.
That is in by Roach, and it's across Alex Lees, and it's a nice drive. Straight up inside mid-off, all the way down to the long off boundary for 4 runs. What am I going to play?
Perfect shot. Lovely little shot.
Yeah, a bit too
Taking
full.
into double figures too.
Yeah, bit too full, bit too wide. Right on top of the ball. Hit it right next to his pad. I mean, I do like his setup. I like the fact that he plays quite late. It's a bit away from his pad, I suppose. He's batting outside his crease. But he's got a way that'll make him feel really good, I imagine. Next ball is probing around about the same area, but a bit fuller and a tiny bit straighter from Roach. And Lees leaves it well through to Josh De Silva, and there's no run. Mentioned. And you can, sorry, people, if you do 2 fingers on a map, you can scroll up and down like that, you see. Huh?
Poor old Jason.
No, it's fine.
All a bit artificial. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Getting back in the studio when you've been
It's very strange when the setup's
remote
slightly
for so
different
long.
to what you have at home.
Well, of
yeah,
course.
I know. Precisely.
Well, you can get that iPad. It's got TweetDeck on it as well, and then you can just have YouTube open on this. That's round the wicket from Roach to Lees, and it's left alone outside. He's off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. Roach has gone for 12, so he's gone for 3/4 of the run so far from this England batting lineup. Reasonable start. Maybe they haven't made England play enough. Do you think?
There've been plenty of leaves, but they've been careful leaves.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's too bad at all.
That's a good lead from Lees. Around the wicket again, Roach straighter, but outside the line of off stump, and Lees just leaves it through to the keeper, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the over.
Yeah, I take your point about playing it late. I think that's a good sign. He sets himself well. He's uncomplicated. After you've been watching Rory Burns, for example,
Yeah,
uncomplicated
totally.
is not necessarily a bad thing.
No, exactly. He looks pretty organised. Oh, having said that, he edges that, but with soft hands into the ground, and Holder takes it off the bounce. Second slip, and that ends that over. Over to Jason.
Swinging Worth Waits asks, which is it? I've heard some people wanting to get rid of DT and some ST. My clock is a cell phone, so I don't give a whatever. I also like long sunny evenings and not having to sun come up at 4:30 in the morning in the summer.
What's DT? Standard time and something else?
Daylight savings. I
Oh,
imagine.
right, okay.
Jeff Perkins says, was Barbados where Nelson came up with the punishment making people stand on one leg for a period of time? I think it might have been Antigua.
Oh, okay. But it was in the West Indies.
Yeah.
Nelson's Dockyard, of course, is Antigua, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he did, yes. His
Paco also-
association with Barbados is not what it was with Antigua by any manner of means.
And Paco also said, I think I set my Patreon sub in rubles. Sorry.
Oh, please don't do that. We have a change in the bowling. It is this man, whose first ball gets clipped nicely into the leg side by Root, and he's going to go back for 2.
Oh.
Alzari Joseph.
And Root moves on to 7 off 19. Lees 11 off 29. We're in the 10th over, 18 for 1 for England. Early loss of Zach Crawley. But a really soft shot. Looked like he was trying to leave it and got the toe end of the bat Joseph in, left by Root with a raised bat, so it really can't hit the bat. Zach Crawley, take note. And it's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Had a fairly decent time, didn't he, in Antigua, Alzari Joseph? 3 wickets in the first innings. Got rid of Dan Lawrence. And who else did he get rid of?
I can't
Ben
remember.
Folkes. Bold Ben Folkes, didn't he, of course?
Yeah. Joseph in.
And Joe Root, of course.
Oh yes, and that's left lane outside the off stump, and there's no run. Isn't Alzari the one who said he's knows how to get them all out? He's figured
Oh,
it
that
all
was
out.
Seals, I
That
think.
was
He was
it,
the one who
Seals.
said he's been doing his homework on particularly Stokes and Root.
Yeah. And of course, Dan Lawrence will be in next. Hopefully not too soon. Hopefully not for lunch. That'd be nice. As Joseph comes in, third ball the over, bowls it wide of the crease, full, swinging away wide, and Root gets the drive in, but straight to the skipper, Craig Braithwaite. That's cover, and there is no run.
10 overs, and I've already seen more movement from the ball in here than I've seen in 5 days at
Yeah, that
Antigua.
pitch. That pitch was bloody awful in Antigua, unfortunately. I mean, the two sides were bad enough that they nearly contrived a result, which is good. Driven nicely by Root. Point has disappeared, and that's gone straight through him. Beautiful drive, stretched right out there, full flow of the bat, all the way down to the point boundary for 4 runs. And this will be good. I mean, it'll be good for Alex Lees to bat with a skipper. You think, wouldn't you, in a Test match?
Surely he must have batted with him before when he in his
Well, Yorkshire.
stint at
They've got
Yorkshire,
the-
yeah.
Well, yeah, but in a Test match, different environment, isn't it? It's a step up. You're probably still quite nervous. You've got a couple of poor ones in the first Test. Left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Actually, don't forget, Joseph got Root, I think, in both innings, didn't he, in Antigua?
I think he bowled him round the legs, didn't he, in the second
He
innings?
bowled him in the first innings, and in the second innings.
No, it was Keemar Roach got him in the first innings with an absolute scream of an in-swinger that just knocked the bail off. Don't you remember? He left it. I thought that was Keemar Roach bowled that ball.
I agree with everything. It was. I take it all back. Yes, it was Keemar Roach.
And
absolutely
Joseph bowled him around his legs when he was trying to accelerate
Yep.
in the second innings. He's caught up with Leeds. He's 11 not out. England 22 for 1.
Joe Gover's having a go at you again, Bear. There's no surprise there.
Well, that's
Nigel, Prince Philip Walker. Stay too long here and you'll get slitty eyes.
no. You're not getting the picture. That's left lane through to the keeper, and there's no run. Ricky Ponting. Yeah, he's got that Ricky Ponting look. Squint into the sun.
Jeff Puckett says, Tony, we'll just have to let bear gons be bear gons.
Very good.
Hombre Nuevo says, afternoon, fantastic gorillas from the Sahara sand-swept plains that is currently New Malden.
I was wondering that. My car has got a thin layer of what I thought was dust from the British gas men drilling around about 10 metres from my car. That one is wide and full outside Leeds' off stump. It's through the keeper and there's no run. And then when I've been driving around the light in London has got a sort of tinge of orange to it today. Have you noticed? Have you got it down in Claygate?
The tinge of orange. Yeah, a wee bit.
Yeah.
Who's in New Malden? Who was that in New Malden?
Hombre Nuevo.
Oh, well, Hombre Nuevo, you're not far up the road from me. I never knew that.
I think, there's one of these, sand events in the Sahara where there's a whole cloud of sand has been trapped in the atmosphere and is basically working its way up through Europe. So you kind of get this dystopian sky.
Sand event. That's not a sort of a South London concert, is it?
No.
Going to a sand event.
Oi, cheeky bastard. That's left alone outside the off stump through the keeper and there's no run. Keemar Roach into his 6th over. I imagine they might give him one more. He's not the fiery upstart he was when he was younger.
No, not the bloke who put Ricky Ponting on the floor, didn't he?
Yeah, he was properly quick when he started out.
And even worse because he bowls predominantly in swingers.
Yeah.
It was coming at you and you couldn't get out of the way of it.
Exactly. Oh, that's not a great shot from Alex Lees, but he keeps it out. He's kind of prodding at it away from his body. shape wasn't right, but he got enough bat on it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Ball still looks shiny, the seam still looks pretty damn proud. Be interesting, is this pitch, you know, has anyone said anything about the pitch that it's hopefully going to at least break up? I don't mind if it's flat for 3 days as long as it breaks up.
Both sides are playing their spinner, so they're going to hope for
well,
something.
yes, and that's defended square on your side, and there's no run. Warwican, whatever his name is, can't remember his name, but I remember
Jamel Warwican.
Jamel Warwican, yeah. He averages 25 at this ground apparently. So
Mash did say that before we saw how dead that pitch at Antigua was, that this pitch would have more pace.
Yeah.
In fact, it would have the most pace of the pitches in the West Indies that we were going to play on.
Is that sedimentary rock base?
you've been doing your geology homework, have you?
Yeah, I have, yes.
Roach comes in. Final ball, the over prodded at by Lees, pulls his bat away. Probably a player miss. Through to the keeper, harmlessly anyway. And there's no run. And the over 22 for 1. Over to Jace. Picked it up quickly.
Swinging it both ways says the Richards ground at Antigua is rubbish. Pitch is generally a road. Unless you can get it to reverse big time, there's nothing for the bowlers. Also, it has none of the atmosphere of the old Rec because it's out of town, and the Rec was right in the centre of town. Cricket West Indies schedule games there just for the dollars. Our Nestler says my sister's place in Spain is covered in orange dust from North Africa. We have the tail end of it here now. Weird coloured skies here.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? It's kind of that, tinge of orange. It's very sort of sci-fi, end of the world.
And Leah says Alex Lees is currently an English opener with 2 digits before the comma in his average.
Wow. That's defended on the back foot by Root out to the offside, and there is no run.
I'm presuming that that's 2 digits, not including a decimal point.
Yeah, well.
Just out of interest, what I don't know, if anyone could help me, which end is the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand? Is that the Garner end or the Marshall end? Anyone help me out and tell me?
No. Nice drive by Root, but straight at the skip at the cover, and there's no run.
I should just call them Legends ends.
Yeah, exactly.
Legends End 1 and Legends End North and South, presumably.
I go with what they tell me on a TV tone, and they often don't tell me what end it is.
Yeah, I don't know, I have to say.
I'm sure someone will tell us on Twitter very quickly.
I mean, as you kind of go around the ground, I hold that for a minute. I know the Worrell Weeks is the 3-tier stamp.
Well, Joseph is in again, and this time it's defended by Root, back down the track, and there's no run. Is it going to be similar here where the wind's windy in the morning and then sort of dies down as the game goes on? I swear that helps the swing. I think the swing gets less as the day goes on, but hopefully, as we said, the pitch will be a little bit pacier, have a little bit more in it, and hopefully break up somewhere in day 3.
There's certainly a gale across the wicket at Antigua, which I seem to remember from some of the West Indies home series that they played prior to this. You hit with the wind.
Yeah. It's strong, man. Defended on the back foot by Root out to the covers once more. There is no more run. And there's a pool in the ground. I always like it when there's a pool in the ground. So I imagine by day 5 it's pretty scummy and you won't really want to get in it, but maybe they filter it and replace the water every day. Do you have to pay extra money to go to the pool?
I would imagine so. I would imagine that
you get a free run punch when you're there. Oh, now driven at by Root, tempted. Got away with it. Big edge. Played at it. You know, if you're going to play hard. Got a big edge, fat edge over the top of about 3rd slip. Hands on hips in the slip cord. And could have gone anywhere, to be fair, but he got away with it and just ran off down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. Not a very good shot, really.
Yeah, not even Holder can use his gargantuan.
I mean, it went high over the slips. It didn't even, at a height that offered a catch. But they'll feel that that's a moral victory for the West Indies. Joseph in again. This time it comes into Root and he guides it down. This time into the ground, 2/3 slip. No run. Ends the over. 26 for 1. Jace.
Jeff Perkins says Tony's really rocking it today. Warren comes in and says, "What's Warren Davis? Morning all from Tucson. One pondering if Bear Time could have got changes twice a year." And Messi Jez, our own Messi Jez, has answered Tony Bishop's question with the 3W stand is north end.
Yes, that doesn't help.
Opposite the
south end, probably.
Yeah,
Hewitt and something stand.
I think it's
that's
the big
equally
stand.
fine. It doesn't tell me which end it is. I.e., is it the Marshall end or is it the Ghana end? That was my question. So he's answered
It's well, the
a totally different question, which I didn't ask.
The 3W's end is next to the luxury VIP and the food and drink stands. So if you see
That
food
still
and
doesn't
drink,
help me.
Well, it might do because you see food and drink stands, you'll think, that's the 3W's end.
I know. Yes, I know. The
we've
3
got to change.
I
Never
think
mind.
that's
I
not
give
the
up.
3W's end.
Yes, but is it the Ghana end or is it the Marshall end? This is my question.
Who knows?
Yes, that's the media centre. You've got the media centre and you've got the 3Ws, but they are named after Marshall and Ghana. Which end is which from a Marshall and Ghana perspective? This was my question.
You're asking too much. You've got to do this research yourself. That's defended in the offside out to point, and there's no run. So Vernon will be able to tell us later. Right, we have a change of bowler, and he goes like this.
Does anybody here remember Vera Sammy?
He's over the wicket to Lees, who goes deep in his crease and plays that down into short leg, and there's no run. There's a little bit of movement off the pitch, and there's a better bounce here for Pamal. First couple of balls. Again, over the wicket. That one doesn't though. Goes on with the arm, and Lees is able to go back into his crease and play it up the track, and there's no run. And Pummel, fourth ball of his first over. Again, played out on the back foot. Don't want that really as a spinner. You want him trying to draw him forward at least. But it's played once again off the back foot to short leg, and there's no run. Nothing more infuriating as a spinner than being played off the back foot. And that one is tossed up, therefore very full and driven by Alex Lees, but straight at cover. And there is no run. Given a bit of air that last delivery.
You surprised to see the spinner in
very
this
much
early,
so.
Bear?
Unless
it's about changing ends in some way, maybe that's just a one-over manoeuvre.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Back foot defended back down the track, no run. Why hasn't Jason Holder come on? Anyway, we're going to go to Jason.
Gone to YouTube, and Luke Howhan has joined us. Says, "Hey folks, been a while. How are you all?" And the Bear still smoking away, Messi Jez grinning away, and the Bishop's dulcet tones. Love it.
Yes, I'm still smoking away.
And there was
Smoking, grinning, and dulceting.
I've also had my jelly for the day.
And Stephen Kelch says, the live free YouTube feed is definitely available in the Netherlands. Talking about CWI's feed, I believe. The joy of not being in a large TV market for cricket. Yeah.
Well, that's the way it's going to go, man. It wouldn't surprise me if YouTube starts banding for rights soon. They must realise that there's a massive market there. It's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. I mean, it's no different than Amazon buying it or anyone else buying it.
Well, the pictures is the easy bit. It's the commentary is the hard bit, I think.
Yeah, but you put money into it and you figure you can get enough people viewing it to get ad revenue.
I watched the last round of Caribbean games before the first test, and they had set up so basically equated exactly the same to the county game now, with static cameras at each end, and occasionally
as Roots fences that one, defends it nicely enough though off the outside edge with soft hands. It goes down into the ground till it slips and there's no run.
And occasionally a third camera to give flavour.
I think you need just I mean, obviously if they were doing it properly for a test match and it was YouTube, they'd pretty much do what the TV do. As long as they can pump it out, they'd be good, wouldn't they? But it's the amount of cameras. And cameras aren't that expensive anymore. I mean, it's not going to be that much more in terms of what you're getting back if you do it correctly. Down a leg side from from Joseph. Root tries to flip it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. 1 day wide, dot ball in Test cricket, thankfully, and it's taken by Josta Silva, and there's no run.
Negative leg side bowling.
Just slipped it down, didn't it?
I'll just wait to see all the comments flood in for that.
Fourth ball of Joseph's third over, bowling at Root, and it's short pulled, not massively convincingly, but fair enough, down to long leg. I think he wanted to hit that more towards mid wicket, bit of an under edge in there, but goes down to long leg nonetheless, and he'll get himself off the strike with a single. He's on to 16, Lee's on 11, 41.
I like Tony's comment on this. I think Joseph is getting his mojo back. He seems to be bowling with a much better rhythm than he has been doing for the last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen much of him, to be fair. I think he bowled all right in the first test.
I'm including the first test in his improvement.
I thought he was probably actually, funny enough, apart from Pamal, I thought Pamal was the weakest of the West Indies bowlers, and I'd say Azari was probably the second weakest. I thought Seals bowled well, particularly in the first innings. Kemar Roach is always on it. And Jason Holder's, quality bowler, which is why I'm surprised they put them all on ball before they've gone to Holder. Left alone outside, Lees is off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. How about you, Tone? Would you have gone to Pamal, or would you have gone to Jason Holder?
Let's see how many overs Pamal gets, because I'm just wondering if Jason Holder had a particular end with which he wanted to bowl, particularly take advantage of the breeze, and therefore Pamal might have just been a holding tactic.
Well,
so I'll reserve judgment till he gets a second and third over.
Well, that's left alone. No, sorry, no, it's not. It's defended by Lees out to cover, and there's no run. What am I on about? Yeah, possibly, but then that's just bad management, isn't it, on day one of a test match? Because you don't really want to bowl Pamal now. You've got a brand new cherry on day one of a test match.
Yep.
In, how many overs? 14 overs in, you're going to a spinner. You shouldn't be doing that. If your spinner's in there mainly to sort of block up in the first innings and take wickets in the second.
Leah comes to us and says, whatever Apex produces, who it's a series sponsors, it's a shame it's not Predator drones, or the only Predator drones that get produced, I think, are from the USA.
Yes, indeed.
Chris TV says, my cricket batter's a GM Apex, and Josie Oak says, been in a virtual meeting, and look, a wicket already.
Yeah. What we doing, Jersey?
And Ravi says, I thought UDRS was one of the most expensive parts of broadcasting today. Can YouTube afford that?
Yes, YouTube can pretty much afford to do whatever they like. They make an absolute fortune.
But what is quite interesting as well is that Joe Root has already eased past Alex Lees in terms of runs, and we are going to get another Pamal over, so it wasn't about changing ends.
No, it still might be, but have Roach bowl 5 overs and Seals bowl 4, and then so they don't want to bowl him again. And obviously Alzari's only bowled 3, so it's defended into the offside and there's no run. And maybe they only want to bowl them 4 over spells at the beginning, but I'm sure Jason would be quite happy to bowl at either end. He might want another end, but for a quick burst at the start, shouldn't be that much difference, you would have thought. Defended into the onside out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
You'd think he has a particular end that suits a way swing that he wants to bowl from, but no, he does bowl the inducker as well, but very rarely.
And it doesn't look like it's on a hill, so it's not like maybe, and you don't want to bowl into the wind. That's true. It's defended onto the leg side by Root, and there's no run. I guess it depends where the wind.
He's been tidy without being dangerous, really, so far, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, that's what he's there for. In first innings, particularly, especially this early in the first innings, you'd have thought. Driven back up to the bowler by Root, no run. Pamal gives that one some flight. It's nice delivery on Root's off stump, who covers up nicely. Doesn't look threatening, that's the thing, does it? Really? And
Until it is.
You didn't, yeah, well, until it is, but you really would expect it to be to a top class batsman this early in a match. Tossed up, swept at by Root, hard, doesn't get all of it, but it goes out to deep square leg. Kemar Roach fields, and it'll be a single to end the over. He'll retain the strike. We'll have one more, and then we'll have a switcheroo.
You might need to do 2 more, Bear. Jack is imminent, but just might need that little bit of extra time.
Okay,
so
that's
if
fine.
at the end of this over I disappear and Messers comes back, you might just have to fill 1 over until Jack has landed wherever he's landing from.
Okay,
Or 2.
I can manage that.
Speaking of spinners, Aidan says Brathwaite is a local player. Maybe he knows something about spin early on in Barbados.
Well, that's true. Maybe he does. Maybe I've got it all wrong. I doubt it, though.
Although Brathwaite himself is one of the slowest spinners I think I've ever seen.
Yes, he was extraordinarily slow, wasn't he? Alzari Joseph is in and clipped off Root's pad down to long leg. And he'll get himself a single.
You're right. I mean, he actually does look like slow motion. So if you were to see a slow motion of what is already slow motion, it would almost be standing still, wouldn't it?
He doesn't seem to go through with his action. He kind of just lets it lob out of his hand rather than actually put any momentum from his body through it. That's what it looks like to me.
It is funny, the effects of TV, because I went to the squash in London, the squash tournament at the moment at Canary Wharf, and went on Sunday and then watched the same highlights back because I only watched 3/4 of the games, and the difference from what I perceived in the live.
That's left alone outside the off stump by Lees through to the keeper, no run.
And what I saw on
Yes.
YouTube highlights is it, for exactly the same event, is completely amazing.
It is. Well, I remember going to see when my brother-in-law was over once, and a mate of mine's a season ticket at Arsenal, and I went to watch a live game of football, and I was horrified. I actually prefer it on TV because when I was watching it live, it looked like they were less skillful, and it looked, that's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. Somehow it just looked a lot less skillful than it seemed on the TV. I don't know, and I was a bit like, strange.
I think there's
this squash you're talking about.
No, this was football. I went to see an Arsenal football game, and I was just like, wow, it looks a lot.
An Arsenal football game being less skillful than you expected is not entirely a surprise.
This was a while ago when they had some better players. Yeah,
Okay.
Probably about 5 or 6 years ago. But it's the first time I've been to a live footy game for ages, apart from my sons on a Sunday morning. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run, which are on mud pits. It's not.
Oh yes, like the baseball ground of old.
Yeah, it's hideous. Well, this pitch may have a little bit of moisture in it. Certainly, the footmarks are already showing up quite a lot. It's certainly got a darker hue, isn't it? The mud looks like it's more moist.
It's a bit like the Mumbai red clay, isn't it? It's sort of showing through after being rolled flat.
Yeah.
Once they start to scuff the surface up slightly.
Joseph into Lees, who just defends that out into the covers once more, and it is no run.
O'Neill Harris says the point. West Indies got into trouble for overrating in the last game. Maybe trying to keep themselves on track with overrate. I think that's the last consideration they've probably got out of the many considerations they've got about trying to win this game in the best possible way.
Yeah. Last ball of Alzari's fourth over is across Lees, and he leaves it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, I shall take my leave. There's a drinks break anyway, and then by the time all that happens, you might find you've got Jack attempting to get in there.
Okay.
So keep an eye on that one.
I'm keeping an eye on it, don't you worry.
Let me just do a couple of tweets to get messages up to date. And Leah says, yes, in Germany we use a comma talking about decimal point notation, so they use comma for the decimal point, and I think it's just a space for 1,000 delimiters. And Farong says, you've got to feel for Joe. 20th ball of the innings, and this is the result, showing us a picture of him walking to the crease yet again very early.
Yeah, cool. Turn your camera off, Tone. Oh, he's left his fucking camera on, hasn't he? I'm going to have to boot him out.
And that's it on
Thanks, Joe.
Twitter. So, hello, messages.
Hello, messages.
Hello.
You haven't plugged in your headphone.
You're
Yeah.
quite. It's how I can listen to you while I'm not actually.
That's okay.
broadcasting.
I just have to remind you,
Sorry.
you plug it in, everything's cool, you know.
So what do we
Oh,
think
you
about
got rid
that
of-
start then?
So what do you think about the start? I think the start's all right.
I think it's 50-50. I think there's
Yeah.
not a lot in it at the moment. No.
I mean, you know, we've watched enough Test cricket that there's always a chance you lose an early wicket. The ball's nearest, the bowlers are freshest, the batsmen are newest
least
at the crease.
prepared,
At least
not to-
prepared, exactly. However, you don't really want to lose 2 quick wickets early, do you? And that's, you know, England have been in a habit of losing 3 quick wickets early because no one can fucking stick it at the top. But, you know, I'd settle for 1 down after an hour. I'd like the score to be maybe mid-30s rather than late 20s, but I think it's, yeah, you're right, I think it's pretty on as even.
I suppose the question everyone wants to know, Bear, is did you get your under?
No, I didn't. I forgot to. I forget to when I get in the studio, and then I remember, and of course that's really annoying.
There's a certain consistency, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got it today as well, of course. And being England, they should always go under the full first wicket. But I always seem to forget it. First morning, there's things to do, you know. Got to get back in the groove.
Let's set up the studio.
Yeah, set up the studio. Although when you're in the groove, that takes about 5 minutes. But you know, I'd left everything as it was at the end of the last test. I didn't set up for this test, so there are things to actually remember. Anyway, doesn't matter. That's boring production talk. Anything else on Twitter?
Yeah, Liz says, did you all notice the Australians getting excited about Leggy conceding 150 plus runs on debut?
Yeah.
I did. I actually felt incredibly sorry for Swepson. I mean, I was one who thought maybe Agar should be given a go, but he bowled pretty well. He had at least 3 catches dropped. He had an LBW that wasn't given, and on review, it was because it was more than 3 metres down pitch that he got umpire's call on it. But overall, I thought he bowled pretty bloody well and got very little reward for it. If Australia caught their catches, I think there's a very good chance they would have won that match.
Yeah, I was quite
But-
shocked actually when I just saw that result before we came on air today. I was kind of like, oh, they actually got out of a draw because they really screwed up their first innings, Pakistan. But it's good,
Did they what? Yeah.
good to get out of that with a draw. I think we're back to live cricket, and Jack's still not here, so I'm going to carry on. We'll carry on like this. And, as that's up, floated, and Root plays it from the crease, defends it out to covers, and there's no run.
This is an extended session for Pamal.
It is, considering it's so early in the game, isn't it? It's a bit weird. That one's floated up on the off stump, and again, Root just gets right forward, defends it square on the offside out to point, and there ain't no run.
Just a hint, just a tiny little hint turn there.
Yeah, there is a little one. I mean, over the wicket to the left-handers, one turned in appreciably, but I mean, you'd imagine it'd be quite consistent height, bounce, turn, etc. early. On the back foot, Root this time pushes it square on the offside, can't beat the fielder once more. It's a dot ball. And gets through his overs reasonably quickly. Maybe it is a thingy. That one's too short and guided by Root backwards a point, but he can't get it fine enough.
No, Joe. What are you thinking? There's no run there.
Well, no, but I think he thought he was going to beat the player, wasn't he? He thought he got the gap, got it fine enough, but he hadn't. He was
Good
back.
piece of work by the keeper to get it out of his by the fielder to get it out of his hands quick.
Yeah. Around the wicket, Pamal. 5th ball of the over, into the pads. That's the one you're always afraid if he misses it, he's plumb. But it's Joe Root. And he just clips that sweetly out to deep backward square. Gets himself a single. Moves on to 19. England to 30 for 1. Run rate paltry 1.78, but they won't worry about that yet. Partnership 26 off 82 deliveries. Jason Holder is finally warming up. Unless Jason Holder came into the game with an injury, which would be daft.
Well, he's got his bowling arm covered in a
Tubey grip.
bit of
They all do these days. Over the wicket is Pamal. This is a left-hander to the left-handed leads. Fends it out the track. There's no run. Still no jack. Get on with some tweets. and stuff.
Swing it both ways says, do these batsmen face some deliveries before walking out? You'd think facing maybe 3 to 5 overs immediately before walking out would help. Well, I mean, they don't know how long they're going to have, and generally speaking, they're going to have to be sitting in the pavilion waiting to come.
They will have nets out there early in the morning.
Yeah.
And they'll get it as close to it as they can. But yeah, it's probably about half an hour before they go out.
Yeah, I think there's a regulation where you can't have nets or practice on the playing field more than half an hour before the game.
Yeah, that'll be about right.
Right. Jay Grover says Bears nemesis, things to remember.
Yeah, absolutely, Jay.
And Brian Barry says, I'm wondering how this pitch is doing vis-a-vis during the T20 matches. I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, defended out to a gully where Jason Holder is fielding, and there is no run. They were quite flat, those pitches, but that's T20, you know. And it was very windy then, wasn't it, as well? You'd hit with the wind or hit against the wind. And had a really short boundary on one side because they used the pitches on the edge of the square. Yeah, that's T20. Completely different ball game, isn't it? Joseph is coming in. Second ball of the over. Left alone by Ruti through to De Silva. And there is no run. 144 Ks that one. Decent
good pace, yeah.
Yeah, good pace.
90 miles an hour.
Reasonable carry. It is day one though. It's all gonna depend on how this pitch does. It can't be as bad as that last pitch. There can't be that many bad pitches, surely. Well, there are, but you know, not for a test match.
Leo makes the point the last time an Australian leggy on debut conceded 150 plus runs, it didn't work out too bad, apart from dying at 52, of course.
Yes, decent ball, straight at the stumps. Root defends it.
Although
out to cover, no run.
It wasn't a leggy, but didn't Bo Casson go for 200 in his first test and get 12 wickets as well?
And then got dropped, didn't he?
And then he got dropped and never seen again.
Well, didn't Steve O'Keefe get 8 in his first innings, didn't he, against India? Well, I think we covered that test. It was ridiculous.
I thought it was 2 6s.
Yeah.
6 and 6. We got 12.
Oh, okay, it might have been that.
That's right.
Yeah, and
we were all exactly the same in both innings, I think. Yeah.
And we thought he was going to be really crap. Well, he was in the end, but we were shocked that he did it in his first test. Pulled by Root nicely out to back the square where Seals fields it and get himself a single.
It's just the right height for that. It was nice and easy to get on it and control it down, and well in control all the way through that.
Less confident batsman probably wouldn't play the shot though. They'd just defend it. You know, that's what I mean. He looks confident.
Yeah.
This early in the game, maybe a less confident batsman. I mean, I doubt Lee will play that shot. Lee's he'd probably just get on the back foot and defend it. Now look at the bowlers at the top of that list: Walsh, Ambrose, Marshall, Garner, Holding. Quality bowlers, the West Indies. It's like all-time greatest fast bowlers. That's just to make my point. It's short of a length, and Lees goes on the back foot and defends it back down the track, and there's no run.
And then you've got the man immediately after that who probably should have had a lot more tests than he did get in the end. Is Fidel Edwards.
Yeah.
Who was genuinely rapid.
He was genuinely rapid, but he had one of those actions you knew he was going to break. It was, you know, it was all
quite slingy, quite low armed. He wasn't a particularly tall man to start with.
No, I mean he got himself into all sorts of contortions to bowl. It's not surprising he got back problems. It's defended back down the track. There's no run. I remember when he came here for his first series when he was about 19, 20, and he was bowling at about 94 miles an hour. He murdered us.
Well, I love the story about him being called up to do net practice for the West Indies prior to a test series. Brian Lars had one look at him and said, "We'll have you."
Yeah.
Having had a roasting in the next session.
He was a good bowler. Just couldn't keep another one. Fast bowlers get injuries. Having a long career as a fast bowler is a blessed thing, one would say.
Swing it both.
Yeah, go on.
Swing it both ways makes the point that the openers on day one know exactly when they're going out, which is true, of course, but there are a number of formalities that have to take place at the start of play anyhow. So
they don't do that. I mean, only half an hour before though, because it depends on who wins the toss. You know, you could be going out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. that's true. Yeah, and then you've got all the fucking anthems and all the rubbish
exactly.
beforehand. Yeah.
Swept by Rooty. Is that safe enough outside his off stump? And it's all on the ground, out to deep back to square leg, and there's no run. Bear let Jack in. Yes, Jack has finally arrived. Having kept an eye on it for 2 overs, I completely forgot.
And Che Grover, I think you're right. It probably was Jason Frazier and not Bo Casson who got 8 for.
Right, I'm going to duck out straight away, Jack. You can jump straight in, and
to this now.
Yes, this now. Pamal's bowling, second ball of the over. He's had 4 already and looked completely unthreatening. He's bowled to Lees. Off you go.
And he's bowled another unthreatening ball outside off stump, which Lees has left alone. Who am I on with? Missy Jess?
You're on with me and with, I think Jason's on colour.
Yep, that's
On
correct.
colour.
And the bear is off to the woods, I think.
Lees defends on the back foot. Into the offside, no run. How do we think England are getting on here so far? Slow and steady.
Yeah, that's about right. You'd expect England to lose an opener before reaching 30 in any circumstances, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, why not? That's the game plan. That's Lees props forward. Blocks that one into the pitch. There will be no run.
Now I've just decamped one chair into the master control centre.
As Lees defends again into the offside. I was quite impressed with West Indies' opening spell. I thought they got the ball to move around a little bit. As Permal comes through for the final delivery of the over, which is a little short, turned into the leg side by Lees. There's a big gap out there at deep square, so they're going to make it back through for 2 before the fine leg can get round and throw it back in. 3 from the over, 34 for 1 at the end of the 19th, and we'll go to social media.
Oh, Josie Oates says to Leah that, well, now that Britain's out of the EU, they'll have none of the use of commas instead of decimal points. Thank you very much. Jack, I was just going to comment that I think the cricket podcast come up with an excellent idea in terms of keeping a tally of the English ducks, but I think you should go a step further in terms of setting up a World Test Duck Championship over the course of 2 years, so each team's number of ducks is held, and an average per game.
Yeah, I mean it's in theory doable, isn't it?
Yeah.
England will surely win that just through volume of cricket, right?
Well, if you do an average per game, then maybe they won't, but they'll probably win it through general incompetence.
Yeah, I think so. It was 16 matches, 54 last year.
And we have
Something
a change
like
of bowler.
Yeah. Jason Holder's into the attack. His first delivery is pushed down the ground by Root, who thinks about setting off for a single, but it's fielded well by Craig Brathwaite at short extra, diving to his right. There will be no run.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or 2.
Okay. Did they just try and Holder with bowler? Or was that my imagination? Here he is, the big Bajan. Turn into the leg side by Root, straight to the extra, not the extra cover, the mid-wicket fielder though, no run.
I'm sure they
Yeah,
did.
I think they did. They're poetic license, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah. What have you made of this morning so far, Jason?
Fairly even Stevens. England predictably lost an early wicket. The bonus was that they haven't lost one more so far.
Yes, as Holder is in down the leg side that time, missed by Root, and De Silva tidies up behind the stumps.
It seems a fairly flat wicket, although it's got a bit of bounce. I mean, that one, the LBW review for Root was bouncing well over the stumps. Which
Yeah,
was lucky
it
for him.
seems to have decent carry, at least initially. We'll wait to see what it does with the slightly softer and older ball, see whether or not it maintains all that attributes.
As Holder is in and Root defence, no run. accurate start from Jason Holder.
But
As usual.
it's a good opportunity for Lees now to play just a holding role. He's got all the time in the world to show the world what his capabilities are in a test match, having had 2 fairly nondescript innings in the first test.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I think you just condemned him.
Oh no.
That could be. That could be.
Holder is in. It's full to Root, who's turned this round the corner off the front foot. Will scamper through for a couple of runs there before it is fielded.
Well, if I have condemned him, then Dutchbird Kate will be absolutely livid because she's a good friend of the Lees family.
Oh, is she? Oh well, she'll have someone to blame. At least that's the case, Jason. And he's got his highest test score. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, that is something. 13 from 56 so far. Root props forward.
Oof.
Check drive. He's been hit on the pad. The umpire says no. Quite a lot going on there. I think he was a fair way outside the line here. And
Doesn't look like Brathwaite's that interested. He's just walking down, having a chat. You sure? Really?
Yeah,
really?
they're still thinking about this. The timer must be up now. I mean,
It struck him well outside the line.
Yeah.
Is that the review sign, or is he shining
He's
the ball?
declined, I think.
Yeah, I think he's declined, but he's done it. He's turned away from the camera to do the decline with the ball in his hand and giving the ball a little rub on his forearm at the same time. So it's a little bit confusing. Hits Root very high, and they're definitely outside the line there. Did pass quite close to the inside edge of the bat, and I wonder if the ball carried through to the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. Guess not. Messi Jez, we didn't manage any tweets at the end of the last over. What's going on?
Well, Twitter seems to have gone quiet. On YouTube, some time ago, Shahid Qureshi said, "Come on, England!" and brilliant performance from Pakistan, especially Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. Indeed, it was. It was great to watch. What I love is that they've got a third Test match coming up. Everything's to play for, and they've actually called in a pitch doctor. He's actually an Australian to work on the pitch, so they're looking to get a result, I think.
Oh, great. Permal continues quite full to Leaks, who doesn't really make the most of that. Just pushes it to mid-off, no run. We take a look at the LBW shot, and I think Root does get some inside edge on that.
Yeah.
Least defence. I didn't see I think the ball died before it reached De Silva behind the stumps, though, didn't it, Jason?
I can't recall, but if I could say, you can now understand why they were so vehement about possibly reviewing it.
Permal in, and a little inside edge from Lees, carried onto his pad, but the ball dies into the wicket, nowhere near short leg.
Ooh, that's close to carrying.
Could be a little life there for Root. I'm not sure De Silva does quite get there. He didn't seem that excited. Permal in again, and off the outside half of Lees's bat, it squirts away to point, no run. Very watchful from Lees so far against the left-handed spinner, Permal. He's in once more, and Lees breaks out the sweep. He'll pick up a run here to backward square on the rope.
Okay, it's a fairly safe shot with it getting his front foot outside the line of off stump, so the only thing you can really get him out is a top edge there. Yeah,
and we get lots of replays of this Root delivery from the over before, and I think you're right, Jez. There, it looks like it's bounced up into his gloves.
Yeah.
So although there was some bat involved, the carry not in the favour of West Indies, as Root defends. Another very full ball from Permal to end the over. Just the one from it, not particularly threatening, but a little bit tighter than the first test of the series.
Well, yeah, I've got to say that everybody's gone remarkably quiet on Twitter. There's nothing new come through on Twitter or YouTube for the last 9 minutes. So get tweeting. Or if you're not there, don't send anything. But if you are, send us something.
Well, failing that...
I'm a bit worried about this pitch, you know. it seems to me that it shows every sign of dying fairly quickly and being a bit of a bloody hard yakka test match.
Possibly, but there's one thing that anyone who's associated with this game can do, and get onto Guerrilla Cricket to the GPL.
Oh,
we'll be
good point.
shouting in 45 minutes.
Yes,
Yep, definitely do that.
I shall do that.
Holder continues. One carries across Lease, who leaves it alone. Is it £1 an entry? Guess how many runs that we scored in the day?
Yep. I don't know what the pot is, but just go to
Decided at
guerrillacricket.com/competitions.
And it is at £72 so far. We've got 4 entries thus far. Starting quite modestly at 246. The highest is at 287.
Well, I think it could be on the lower end, I reckon. Holder through once more, full and left alone by Lease. I think West Indies are really trying to get him to play, but Lease watchful so far.
I think this is the push the ball across him and get him to extend his arms unduly, to which I think he's countered a little bit by opening his stance up.
Yeah, I saw them talking about that on the TV comms. A little adjustment, test to test. He's not out, which is good compared to the last innings. Full from Holder and coming back in a little bit. Hit down the ground by Lease, but straight to mid-off, who does the tidying up.
I think he's taking a leaf out of Nkrumah Bonner's playbook of just bed yourself in the first 150 balls and then you can start playing some shots.
Goodness. Well, if he's not careful, the anti-Sibley brigade will be out soon, accusing him of not scoring quickly enough. As Holder is through and defended once again by Lease.
Well, I mean, it's worth considering that Babar Azam's innings that concluded today on 196 included how many balls? I shall just tell you, 425 deliveries, which is
pretty good knock, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it went for 603 minutes.
Yeah. What's that in 10 hours?
10 hours.
Yes.
Here is Holder past the umpire across Lease, who goes for a drive quite away from his body, times it okay-ish. It beats cover. Brathwaite, who manages to chase it down inside the rope and throw it back into the wicketkeeper De Silva. England come through for a couple of runs. That was fairly wide and quite hittable, I thought. Probably good judgment from Lease.
Yeah, he just made sure to get bat on ball and get it in the gap. There's no intention to hit that for a boundary, I don't think, because it's too far away from the body to get any power into the shot.
Another couple of runs to him now. So it moves up to 16. England on 39 for 1. And the last delivery of the over is defended into the leg side by Lease, keeping the score on 39.
Oh dear. So, and Neil Harris is lovely. He says, thanks for the coverage, Gorillas. Your commentary is like therapy. Thank you, O'Neill. That's so sweet of you. Jay Grover says, sorry, I'm on the chai, thus release I have not. Interesting to say. Yeah, whatever. Josie Oak says, evening, I fell asleep watching Lee's. And Leah says, I think curators should consider the judicious use of hand grenades and landmines in pitch preparation. Yeah, it's getting a bit sort of... swing it both ways. Says, is Pamol looking as unthreatening as in the previous match? My answer would be yes. And
Yeah.
Alec Patton says, good afternoon from a rainy Oxford. Glad to see England's policy of not being 40 for something for 4, making it to a second consecutive innings.
Permal does continue with a real loopy one outside off stump. It gets Root to drive, but Root doesn't time it, goes to cover. There is no run. It's returned to Permal quickly, who's Fuller. This time to Root, propping forward on the front foot and defending. I'm not... Permal, they say, takes hundreds of wickets, or tens of wickets in domestic cricket. full, and Root sweeps hard in front of square. That will run away for 4. That's a really, really top shot from the England captain.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
It's on that very early, swept it well in front of square.
Yeah, he's timed that superbly as well. I just don't see how he gets any wickets ever. The way he bowls. It's been tighter in this test as Root defends the ball after the boundary into the offside. There is no run. But he sort of achieved that by bowling quite quick and quite full. So there's no chance of taking a wicket if you bowl there, albeit you don't go for 5 and over.
Maybe he's going to bowl like Axar Patel, the flatten and Jadeja, and just dart it in.
Maybe. I'm not sure he's got that in his locker either, if I'm honest, as Root defends another full delivery from Permal.
Well, in first-class cricket, he's got an average of 20.91 and an economy rate of 2.43, which is extraordinary.
That is quite extraordinary. End of the over as Root defends the ultimate delivery. 43 for 1, England.
And Mark Zipper's with us. He says, rather slow pitch over on the Guardian OBO. Daniel Harris agrees with you, but he says, I fear this may be another match for the purists. A classic cricket euphemism for a boring match, like baseball's age-old pitchers duel. I score. You get to the bottom of the ninth and nobody scored anything. I sort of had my fill of that lately. 2 in Pakistan, the first test here. I feel like I want to go back to a nice green top and have a bit of action again.
Right, India beat Sri Lanka. They played that on a dumpster fire of a wicket. So.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. Fuck.
Holder continues. That's well wide of off stump and left alone by Lees.
Yeah,
not interested in that delivery.
This is definitely a plan to bowl across him and then bring the occasional one back just to keep him honest.
Chris Gale's in the house. If you're on Celebrity Watch.
And his dreads.
Yep. As a rather gormless looking Alex Lees squints into the distance waiting for Jason Holder to begin his long run in. And it's beautiful weather in the West Indies. 28 degrees, slight breeze, a couple of slips in a gully waiting as Lees leaves alone. And ball passes through to the wicketkeeper.
Gormless is such an excellent word to use in commentary, Jack. It expresses so much with so few syllables. I think it's beautiful.
Well, he does look like a man without gorm, doesn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. No gorm anywhere within reach. Yeah.
As we take a look at some other dignitaries in the crowd, Holder through once more, left again by Lees. Jason, you're absolutely right. They're trying to get him to fish at one here, or set him up with the booming in swinger.
Yeah, just encourages him to play away from his front pad and expose a gate if there is one in his technique.
It's Gary Sobers in the crowd. 93 tests, quite a lot of runs.
Sir Gary,
a few wickets in there as well.
Sir Garfield to both of you.
Another leave by Lees. That ball pulled back in length a little bit from Holder, carries through nicely behind the wicket.
Looking fairly sprightly for 80 something.
Yep. He's looking in decent shape. Got his mask on. Staying away from the vid, which is wise. As Alex Lees sets up for the 5th delivery of Jason Holder's over. It's been a reasonably breezy start to proceedings. As Holder through, left alone again by Lees. Into the 24th over now. What is it? It's scheduled 30 scheduled before lunch, so they might get near to that, I think, with half an hour still to go.
4 overs of spin from Pamal and presumably a bit more potentially. Certainly help.
Yeah, it will do.
And it was mentioned earlier in the tweets, they did get censured from the last test for their over rate.
Holder's going to try round the wicket for the final delivery of his third over to Alex Lees. No shot offered to any of the first 5 deliveries so far, so we'll see if this makes a difference. It looks like Lees is remarking his guard for the new angle. He stands, bat propped high up, ready to play, drops it into the offside, sets off for a single, is sent back by Root. A little bit of drama to wake us up, but there will be no run. 43 for 1 at the end of the 24th, and we're probably due a change. Can't hear messages if you're
I was going to say you've ruined me, Jack. I can't look at Leeds without thinking Gormless now. Just read one more tweet. Anne Lawson says, "Greetings from southwest France. Do enjoy your laugh messages. Always makes me join in, even when I'm not sure what I'm laughing at. What's happened to the steel band in the party stand? Background sound is restrained." Well, we don't play the on-ground sound, but it is on the TV sound. But yeah, it's very quiet, isn't it? Okay, I shall leave you to it, and swing it both ways is the next tweet.
Okay, dokie. Well, Jack, you have one more.
Right then. Were you the one covering my spell earlier on?
Yeah, so you take one of mine, 'cause I'm
engaged.
coming on now anyway, so...
Okay, cool. We've got Jaden Seals entering the attack.
Am I going to play a jingle? I should play a jingle, shouldn't I, really?
That was what I was waiting for, yeah. Seamless.
Yeah.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Seals is in, and it's driven. Oh no, sorry.
That's right. Seals is in and it's driven to mid-off. There will be no run.
Sorry, sometimes when there's screens in front of me everywhere, I'm trying to think of something else, and it completely goes out my head. What I just
do you walk around everyday life? If you pop into a room and the TV is on, do you just sort of break into commentary? It's Matt Baker on the One show.
No. You'll be pleased to know. You'll be pleased to know.
I don't think Mrs. Bear and the Cubs would particularly appreciate that.
Exactly.
Seals in again, back of the length, Root up onto his tiptoes, drops it into the offside. There will be no run. I was impressed with Seals' opening salvo in this test.
Yeah. He's been all right, hasn't he? I mean, they haven't bowled too badly. I mean, we're only going at 1.77 and over.
But that's always the way in the first session.
Yeah, it's the first session, isn't it? I mean, England have done well not to lose another wicket, equally.
We're looking at England's most recent permanent white ball player.
As Seals sends one well wide of off stump and Root leaves it alone.
That's Jofra Archer for the uninitiated or the people who haven't got the feed.
Well, I hope he comes back. He expresses a desire to play long form cricket.
Yeah.
And you know, some players don't. You know, and they're quite happy doing that. But I think genuinely, if we could get him back playing red ball cricket. I mean, all the signs are from people around who know him better than I do. Maybe he'll never do that again, but that would be sad.
I think it would be, yeah. Seals in a Yorker to Root, who digs it out well and finds some grass on the leg side as well, the mid-wicket area, to come through for a single.
Nice little dink into the leg side. Very full ball. He looks a class above Root, doesn't he, though? I mean, when he came in, the first pull shot he played, you thought, you know, he's only faced 6 balls. A lot of other players would have just, you know.
Yeah, he is pretty good.
Yeah.
Joe Root. Seems to have retained some of his form from last year as well. Not a shaky Ashes, and he scored a couple of 80s.
Yeah,
50.
I think he got 4 50s and above in the entire series.
Yeah, bouncer from Seals. Passes over Alex Leese's head. Little duck from him. Wasn't interested in playing a shot at that.
But if the rest of your team can't score jack, it wears down even the greatest of players, doesn't it? And I think by the end of the series, everyone looked pretty shocked.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good place to come for a rehab, I reckon. West Indies.
Yes, well, that's what I was saying earlier. Runs in the West Indies cheaper than they are in Australia. Clearly, it's not despite.
Finish things off. Seals bowls one. It's full wide of off stump, and Lease again lets that go through. So I will rotate now into the summariser's chair.
Oops, that's a big move there, Jack. Yeah.
Brian Barris says it's only going to be 21 degrees C in Philly today, but I'm not complaining either.
21 degrees in March. That's quite nice, isn't it?
Leah says another good phrase to use is soup-like homogenate. Example: at this point, Gale's brain can only be described as soup-like homogenate, a bit like later stage Reagan's. Ziz. O'Neill asks Harris asks how many months has Archie been out? He's been out since June last year.
Something like that. Yeah.
He certainly didn't play part of the Test match summer, did he? He didn't play the IPL at the beginning, or did he start the IPL?
Nope.
No. Hold it.
Seals in.
Oh,
defend
okay.
it.
You do this last over then.
Oh no! Yeah, I've done what you do. Well, there you go. Look, I've completed the over by doing that, haven't I? In a weird way. So I'll pass to you. My mistake.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's cool. We're all pleasant on this show. I'll take over from here then. We've only got 20 minutes till lunch.
Yeah.
What have we got for lunch, Bear?
I think we've got Vernon for lunch and Ayana. I think it's all a bit discombobulating because unfortunately, as I explain after this ball as holder leaves that, goes through to the keeper and there's no run. David was going to be doing lunch and tea, and unfortunately a relative has died, and as is the way of the Jewish faith, everything has to be done immediately. So he's actually disappeared for the day on the first day when everything's supposed to be happening. So I think me and Tony are going to talk to Ayana and Vernon at lunch. If not, we've got a preview that they all did in the can that we can play you, and we'll definitely be speaking at tea. Holder is coming in to Joe Root, who just defends that back with a square on the offside out to Gully, and there is no run. So yeah, Jofra. So where did we go before that? He played in South Africa. Was that before that?
He played in India, didn't he? He played at least a test in India because he was part of the world's stupidest attack on that pitch in Ahmedabad.
Was he?
Yes. It was him, Anderson, and Broad, and Leach.
Wow. See, and maybe that's where he broke down then. Holder is in through to the keeper and there's no run. It feels like it was longer ago than that, but maybe you're right. So did he play in Sri Lanka? Was he in the Sri Lanka test before then?
I don't think he'd have been on that tour because they sent sort of the reserves, didn't they? Maybe Ollie Stone was there instead.
Yes, he was. I do recall.
Oh God,
I think Ollie Stone replaced him in the India series before he got cropped.
There was so much rotation going on then, I just can't remember what was going on. My brain fades that far out. I was 51 yesterday. I'm getting slower and slower. Holder is in. Good leave by Root as it's angling in and coming in on the line.
Yep, that's a lesser seen slight inducker.
Yeah. It's carried on with the arm rather than going away behind the seam or the swing. Cross seamer. Didn't catch the seam.
Yeah. I was 30 last week, Bear.
Oh, you reached 30. Well done.
Yeah.
I think 30 is a good age, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, it probably all looks good from your position, doesn't it?
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, it does. Holder is in, and that's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. Nicely out the middle of the bat, though. Ends the over. 44 for 1 after 26. 4 overs to go to get to 30 before lunch. They should get that in, shouldn't they?
Yeah. Brian Barrett says, I, however, do break into commentary whenever I walk into a room and there's sport on the TV. I would have hoped they would help launch a commentary career, but instead I occasionally wibble about cricket with some weird people from London.
Hey.
Oh, hey guys.
Calm down, Brian, calm down.
Dizzy Yates says, did you ever see the President's Brain is Missing from the original Spitting Image shows?
Probably, but can't remember it.
I certainly remember them showing him as a bumbling buffoon.
What, Reagan?
Yes.
Yes.
Much like Biden, can't be trusted with the red button.
Yeah, Biden is kind of weird. Seals is in. Oh dear, that's a poor shot from Alex Lee. He's lucky. Plays a shot that he didn't really need to. That was going across him. It was bouncing quite high. Kind of wafted his bat at it. He's lucky not to get an edge. That goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
Where does Lee score his runs in county cricket?
You're asking the wrong
What
man.
were his shots?
He's a left-hander, so I imagine he gets a fair bit across him, and he's got the Gareth drive through the covers. Because most left-handers have that, and the clip off the toes. They always look very aesthetically pleasing.
I don't know if he's got a Gower-esque drive. I think
he's more a
projection.
A back foot player who cuts it off the back foot.
Damn. Well, got to be positive, Jack. Leaves that one through to the keeper, and there's no run.
If he had a Gower-esque drive, I think he'd have played it at least once to the 40 or 50 half volleys outside off stump.
Yeah,
possibly. The keeper.
Possibly. He did have a horrible hack at one, didn't he? That was well wide. He's probably not confident enough to play it though yet. This is only his third Test innings. I imagine he's being pretty conservative with his shot selection. He'll want to get to. He'll want to get to his 50s. Now I'm going to sound really ignorant here. Who is the old dude that they're picking out?
Sobers.
I thought it was, but I wasn't entirely sure. That's clipped into the leg side, and well, it's not. Came off the pad, I think. Actually, out to move wicket, and there's no run. Because he was 80 last year, wasn't he? I seem to remember.
I'm fairly sure Annie would have told us in glowing terms.
Yeah, it's quite sprightly for 80, I have to say. Looks like he's enjoying himself.
Why not? Free seat at the cricket. He's got a throne.
Well, he does seem to have a wicker throne. That's short by Seals through the keeper. There's no run. Guest of honour, of course. And hell, life on an island in the Caribbean must be pretty sweet, I'd have thought.
85 apparently.
85. Okay.
That's 34 years older than you.
Yeah.
That's longer than I've been alive.
Yeah. Crikey.
What's so good about 30? Let's go back and over.
Well, no, you just got energy and stuff goes on when you're 30, When you get older, you have children and things don't happen anymore, and just like that's left laying down the leg side and through the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, you've learned from experience of the 20s not to make the same mistakes again.
Yeah, exactly. Life's got to get better. You still got the energy. You go out, you have fun. Got a group of mates. Then everyone gets married and has kids, and you try and keep it going for a little bit longer. This is just life in general. And then kids take over your life basically, and you still have fun, and it's different. It's different, But there's a certain carefreeness about where you are in life. That is.
People look at you a bit weird if you take your kid to the pub, don't they?
It depends. Seals is in, and it's defended up to mid off, and there's no one.
On a Tuesday night for the Champions League.
Well, yeah, that would not be frowned. But I mean, when they're really little and they're in prams and stuff, up until sort of 18 months sort of stuff, you can really get away with it. Daytime drinking, that's that's good.
Okay.
Especially in the summer, you take there, you've all got house husbands with your kids in a pram, a couple of beers. Just don't make any mistakes when you get home.
I was in a pub once at closing time, and we were the last group to leave. And the bar lady came running out and asked us, "Is this? Have you left a baby behind?"
Oh
and somebody has left
their child,
their baby, in the Faltering Fallback. In fact, in where is it? Finsbury Park.
Oh my!
No idea what happened to that baby. We said it wasn't ours, and we went.
Crikey! Yeah, I bet whoever left that there got in trouble. Right, we have a change in the bowling. Our players jingle after this ball. It's Keenwell Roach. He's back in, clipped nicely off the hip by Root, out towards deep backward square leg. There will be a single, and it's this man.
ain't no we that Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
Bowled all right this morning without getting a wicket. Number 13 of 6.1. His partnership has gone up to 41 of 144 balls. It's been slow going. But I'm sure England will be happy if they can get to lunch in 12 minutes without losing another wicket. A field job done, I think, this morning. Roach in. Ooh, inside edge. This is the competition that was started in the last test. As that one does go on with the arm, not the away swing. Which, you know, is, where he's got Lees in the last test. So this one just about catches the inside edge of the bat, squirts off to square leg, and there ain't no run.
Richie Dar says, I'm enjoying the commentary from my office in the beautiful city of Toronto. Nice job, gents.
Why, thank you very much.
Brian Barrett says, my 30s were the most successful decade. Got into commentary, had professional successes, had a baby. I've been 40 for 7 months and hadn't since then had a good friend and my dog have died. I've been anxiety ridden.
Oh dear, that's no good. Lees drives that. Not Gower-esquely, it has to be said. It was away from his body. A bit of a chop at it, but it was all on the ground and it went out to cover and there's no run.
It finishes with, yeah. Anyway, happy birthday, Jack.
you.
Sent us a list of Jofra's tests, which does conclude with Chennai and Ahmedabad, as you expected.
So when exactly was your birthday? Just literally last week. You're a Pisces.
March. Yeah,
Sorry?
International Women's Day.
Left alone outside the off stump, there's no runs. A lot of Pisces I've noticed recently.
Fishmen.
You see, fishmen are pretty cool. We're all chilled, you see. That's what I like about it. Sensitive and chilled, supposedly. Well, depending on which, nonsense you believe. I like to believe that.
Do you read your horoscope?
No, of course not. That's all I remember from when I was about 12, and I probably did,
Do you think...
as Lees defends that back down the track from Roach, on a decent line outside the off stump, short of a length.
Do you think if you'd been born in April, you'd be uptight and anxiety-ridden?
I don't know. Probably not, being me. But then, who knows? Can never say that one, Jack, can we? Because I'll never know.
Joe Grover says, apparently all the best people are fish, apart from that bloke from Marillion.
Yeah, well.
Mind you, if you were called Derek Dick, I think you'd change your name to something better.
Well, I will tell you this, though. Roach is in, driven out to cover, and there's no run. My wife is a Gemini, and she has all the Gemini traits.
Plot thickens.
Yeah.
A lot of Barmy Army, or England fans in general here, aren't there? It's,
yes, there's a lot of chat about that, wasn't there, in the last test? There was more English fans in the crowd than West Indians, and West Indians want their home support.
Isn't it like Sri Lanka, where you got locals prices and tourists prices?
I would hope so.
They have that in Antigua. I'm not sure about Barbados. I did have a look into that this morning. I couldn't see any two-tier pricing system. It just looked like it was $40 to $100.
Caribbean dollars, that would be, wouldn't it?
No, US.
US. Oh right.
Yeah,
okay.
which would be quite expensive.
It's quite expensive for locals, I'd have thought. Yeah. That's not good. Root. He's going to face up. Seals is going to come into his 7th over. He's the 29th, so he'll definitely get 30 overs in by lunch. Theoretically, this would end at 9 o'clock today. There'd be no overspill. My word, I haven't had a day of cricket like that for years, except for rain-interrupted ones. Clipped out to deep mid-wicket by Root. First ball of the over. And there was a single. Moves him on to 30. Cruising, very Root-like.
Just ticking along.
Yeah, run rate's dropped near 1.63, but I don't think they're particularly bothered about that right now.
Got a good question here for Jack from Swinging Buffet. Says, birthday on International Women's Day. Does that mean he's God's gift to women?
Oh, there's a question.
Your words, not mine, Jason.
They're swinging both ways words, actually.
Swinging both ways words, yeah. Quietly confident there, Jack. As he's left alone outside the off stump by Lees through to the keeper. And there is no run.
And Leah says, at least Biden will probably not push the button if Taco Bell changes the menu. or Coke decides to use aspartame in Coke Light or some other rubbish.
Yeah, well, the Third World War. Looks like Putin's trying to find a little way to back out some dignity. A way that the what you hear about the negotiations between the two sides. Seals is around the wicket, nicely forced by Lees on a back foot, stood up tall, punched it, couldn't quite beat cover though. And there'll be no run.
You do wonder if he's just going to pivot and shift focus to some other satellite.
I don't think he
Soviet
will.
state.
I think honestly, I do think he thought it was going to be a hell of a lot easier than it was. I don't know why he thought that. They've got the third biggest land army in Europe. They might have the most up-to-date kit.
Well, a lot of
it
it's ex-Soviet kit.
Well, exactly, that they know, and then the West is going to pump weapons in there, isn't it? And it was never going to be that easy. Seals is around the wicket, and nicely punched again by Lees, standing up. He's bowling short of a leg, Seals, and giving him enough whip. Can't beat the field though. That one he's hit straight to point, and there is no run. That's quite nice. Yeah, just stood on the crease, stood up tall, punched it.
Yeah, it's nicely timed, but it's off the bottom half of the sweet spot, so it's not particularly quick up, and it's into the ground. Mainly.
Yeah. 2 balls left in the 29th over. Seals is up to the crease and delivers where this time he's looking a little more confident as we go towards lunch. Defends down up to mid-off. There's no run. 1 ball left in the over. I think he thinks it's over. He's wandering off down the track.
It's his 15th over he's faced, 16 runs.
I think he'll be happy to get through to lunch.
Yeah.
Not been got out by Roach with a straight one. And seeing what the pitch is like, seeing off 30 overs with a new ball, which is, always a good thing. And it means you get the opportunity to score if you can get yourself back in after lunch. Seals drops this last ball short from around the wicket, and Lees just ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Jason will give us some
YouTube very quickly. Big Brain 61 has joined us. Suter Who has joined us. He says morning to all people. You just joining. Jackie's literally poking the bear, says Suter Who.
Yeah, well, I don't mind.
Well, there's banter and then there's abuse, and this is more on the banter side of things.
People can abuse. Well, no, people do abuse me.
I could do abuse if you want me to abuse him.
I'm sure you could, Jack. I'm sure you could.
One final reminder I'll say is get your GPL
oh yeah, GPL. You only got 4 minutes left for the GPL. It was 70 quid at the start of the day, and have we had any entries? You've got 4 minutes. We've had 13 entries, so you've got 4 minutes left to join them. 225 is the lowest. D Wells 287. Hombre Nuevo Mark 2 is the highest. 46 for 1 in the first innings. England will speed up. They don't seem like bad choices. But you've got probably this over is it, as that's defended. First ball by Roach, back down the track, and there's no run. So you know what to do. Go to the website, go to competition, and read the instructions. If you've got an account, you can enter easily enough. If you're not, it's very easy to register, set up one, buy your tickets, and enter the draw.
And Jay Grover says someone should have told Russia never to start a land war in Russia, like the French have tried several times and failed.
225, I think, is in the game here, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean,
that's 3 and over from here.
Yeah, and things can go quite. If England don't lose wickets, for example, as that one's played up to mid-off and there's no run, some will be in and on 100 by getting towards the end of play, and I'm sure the score will be moving along quicker. Bowlers will be tired. You get a second new ball, which always goes to the boundary quicker, and takes wickets. True, but we are up to sort of high 280s. Is still possible, I thought 300 even.
Did we find out what was wrong with Overton, who's the mystery illness?
No, it's sickness. It's defended out into the offside and there's no run. I suspect it's tummy bug, isn't it? I mean, I would have been told if it was COVID, so I don't think it's that.
He seems like the sort of person that would drink the tap water when he's been explicitly told not to drink the tap water.
Very much so. I mean, for me, he's not a big miss. To be fair, I would have swapped him out anyway. I don't really.
It's a good opportunity for Mahmood. The better opportunity, I think, is for Fisher.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's got a game he's not expected to play on tour, basically.
Yeah, you know, Overton's workmanlike. He's up and down. That's clipped into the leg side and down to Seals at long leg and a single. You know, at county cricket, he's tight enough and nibbles it enough on English wickets that he'll get a handful of wickets because he's reasonably tight, right? But at international level, I don't think that's really where it's at. And he struggles to get wickets at international level. He looked innocuous in the last test, to be fair. You know, just too slow, too easy. Not really much going for him for me.
He's another home-only player, I think. Like
well,
Rhodes.
you know, I wouldn't even have him at home, to be honest. I'm sure they can find someone better. But then I guess stats in county cricket count if you've got to do anything. Roach is coming around a wicket to Lees, who once again follows him a little bit. He leaves it through to Josh Da Silva, and there's no run.
Speaking of county cricket, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Roach come back for 5 games for Surrey at the start of the season after his performance last year. Who's playing the game with a big smile on his face in South London.
Do you ever get to, I mean, I know you go, do you go and watch county cricket, Jack?
I try to get to a couple of games a year, yeah, in among other commitments. It's pretty good value, to be honest, 20 quid for a day's cricket.
Well, yeah.
Bring your own wine in.
Well, yeah, leg side, Lees gets that one into the thigh pad. There's no run, and that is lunch. 30 overs bowled in the session. Well done, everybody. Windy's got their early wicket as Crawley. Who got Crawley? Who nicked him off?
Seals.
It was Seals, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, it was an odd one, really. He kind of looked like he was trying to leave it, but hung his bat out there. It was a pretty poor way to get out, really. Good catch by Josh Da Silva, and that was the only wicket of the morning. Some tight bowling. But England have batted it out well. I'm sure Root didn't really want to come in the 5th over, but he has, and once again he survived. 31 off 80. Looks very much in form, pretty fluent. Don't like an Alice ban. And England have got to lunch at 47 for 1. So I'd say honours evening. What do you reckon? Or maybe England slightly ahead because they haven't lost a second wicket.
I think England will be very pleased with what they've done. I think it probably is honours even from the perspective of who
England
is
have
winning.
outperformed expectations, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's I think England will be positive that they've only lost 1 wicket going to lunch. It's a good position to be in.
They'd like 20 more runs. I
Yeah.
think, if you were going to be
Exactly.
if you were going to be honest. The under 2 and over is quite attritional.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I think, you know, in the new order, that's kind of where you got to be, isn't it? You know, playing too many shots leads to too many nicks, leads to too many wickets, and is what's got us into trouble for the last 2 or 3 years. So, you know, and you mentioned Sibley earlier. That's what he was brought in to do, but you know, he gets shoveling it into people's hands on the leg side. He may get another go at some point too.
Possibly. I'll wait and see. I should go through some tweets whilst you are working out what's going to happen at lunchtime. Swinging both ways, agrees says pretty turgid for England. O'Neill Harris confirms that to messages that Archer's been out for a year. Leah's also seen Brandy Johnson's perfect game on multiple occasions. I enjoyed it every time. Talking about
that sounds like
low scoring thrillers, basically.
Baseball, isn't it?
It is baseball.
Perfect game is
it's a no hitter.
No hitter.
In fact, no one on base, I think, is a perfect game.
Oh right, okay, that's pretty impressive, really. Right, so we are going to have lunch. Tone's here, and Vernon is in the background as well. Hopefully he'll join us.
He did join us earlier.
But Tone, you know more what's going on.
It should be Jason and Ayana, and you should be letting them in.
Well, Ayana is not here.
Well, if she joins, she joins. If not, we'll just chat with Vernon, the voice of the Leeward Islands. So looking forward to having a chat with him. We'll explain why sadly David's not with us today. We can just chew the fat on the morning. We can chew the fat on the morning session, I think. And there's plenty of things to natter through.
I have
Good day, Tony.
Hey, Vernon, how are you doing?
I'm giving God thanks. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda in the wetter part of the Caribbean.
Did you say the wetter part, or did you say wetter part or wealthier part?
Wider part of the Caribbean.
Wider
Yes.
part. Okay. Well, fantastic. We're delighted you're with us. What do you make of the morning so far? England possibly the happier of the two teams, do you reckon?
Well, I think from a West Indies standpoint, if you're looking in, you will be more or less very disappointed in terms of the surface. And I can remember last evening speaking to David Brook on the preview before this test match, and I was only following up in terms of what Craig Brathwaite said, and he said that the track had looked similar to the Antigua Recreation Ground pitch in the first test. I am very much bemused because I really thought that Barbados would have produced something with a little bit more life, especially with the energy that is required. And the head coach, Phil Simmons, for the West Indies team, has been calling for better cricket pitches to be able to assist the bowlers. But if you listen to Craig Brathwaite at the post-press conference yesterday, you know that something was wrong. And even though they maybe wanted to maybe make a change by maybe playing somebody like a Kyle Mayers, it just looked flat as it is. And yes, we can look at the score and we can say 47 for 1, but I think England is more or less thinking about batting once on this track. That's the objective really of Joe Root. You could see the inclination here that he wants to bat once.
It's been a while since England have thought about doing that, I've got to tell you.
Good luck to England for that one.
That would surprise us, Vernon, if that was to happen, but you just never know.
Well, the reason for England maybe thinking that way based on what they would have received this morning. So if you come at Kensington Oval and you get a track where there's not much grass on it, of course you're going to be thinking like, wow, this is a glorious opportunity for me to cash in.
That is true. But we've been watching England for quite a while, and it was, the last test was the first time we got above 300, and that was a flat deck in a year pretty much.
Since 2000 since we played India
first test in
Headingley,
India.
I think.
England don't often get lots of runs. I mean, the question to you is there any chance this pitch is going to break up? Unlike Antigua didn't break up. Is this pitch likely to break up?
Well, if it breaks up, it's trouble for us because Jack Leach will have a field there.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's kind of but I mean, going back to your point, I think we all want a bit of competitive cricket that might have a result in it. I mean, you don't know. I mean, if England ideally, when I say will the pitch break up, you'd like to think that it'll be pretty together for 3 days and then it gets tricky for 2 days. Now, if England can only bat a day and a half, that means you do get a day and a half to, much like the last test, get to parity just beyond. And then if the pitch breaks up, you might be in the ascendancy because you might have to bat last, and England, the pitch breaks up and you manage to roll in them for say 150 in the second innings and leave yourself 190, maybe 130 to win the test match. I mean, that's surely, having lost the toss, where West Indies have got to be thinking, isn't it?
Well, that's far-reaching.
Yeah, it is. But,
I love how you put that. But I wanted to touch a little bit on the final selection of the West Indies team, and it sort of bemuses me. Now, yes, you would have had a team which fought for a draw against England in the first test in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, North Sound. But let's realistically look at the bowling options. You have someone like Vasami Pomal who would have played some 8 test matches. He has 8 wickets against Sri Lanka in 2021, 8 wickets against Bangladesh in 2012, 4 against England in 2012, 2 versus New Zealand in 2013, 2 versus India in 2013, and 2 versus Australia in 2015. Really nothing much to shout about.
And very spaced out as well.
Yeah, and I know I was listening to you guys talk about his outstanding first-class record in the Caribbean. Well, if you understand how Caribbean batsmen operate, even if one of you guys came and played for the Leeward Island Hurricane franchise and you just rolled your hand over, the first concept for the batsman in the Caribbean is to come forward. So it's an automatic choice. My point is, if we're picking somebody, we have to pick a match winner. Is Versamy Pomal a match winner for us to win a test match in the Caribbean? And I'm saying at this moment, based on what I saw at St. John's in Antigua, I don't think he's a match winner that is going to win the match for the West Indies if things get tough.
So are you thinking I mean, you go back to, was it 2019, the 77, and then the 300 plus run win for the West Indies. That 8 for 60 for Roston Chase. I mean, Roston Chase is not a great turner of the ball, but are you thinking of someone like him being missing is a missed trick for the West Indies?
Well, I think a Roston Chase and a Raheem Cornwall is certainly a big miss, because if you had a Raheem Cornwall in Antigua Barbuda, at least he was going to bowl at least about 40 overs. So if you had a Raheem Cornwall or a Roston Chase in your team, they're going to bowl at least 30-40 overs, which would have given Craig Brathwaite more options in terms of the seamers. It was the other way around in Antigua, where the seamers did more work and the spinner did less work. So that's I think the challenge they're having with not having a Cornwall or Chase in this team.
Yeah, well, I have to agree with you on Pamal. I mean, David was saying that, David was one who gave us these stats, but and he said he was going to be better than Leach, but I thought Leach bowled exceptionally well. His economy was really good, and he did get through 70 overs in the game or something stupid.
Took 5 wickets as well.
Yeah, and took 5 wickets on a pretty unresponsive pitch, let's be honest, and could have had a few more if some of those had gone on. The umpire's call started the other way, he'd have had a couple more LBWs as well. I'm not sure. I think you're right, Vernon. I don't think he is the answer to being. He doesn't seem to be a Test match spinner. I think part of the problem is that jump out he does on his delivery stride. I think it gets him it makes the ball coming into the batsman, makes it easier to clip. He's having to pivot too far, and therefore he drops it short. And England were able to get on top of him, which pushes him out of the attack. A spinner's got to be able to contain in the first innings and hopefully take wickets when things break up in the second.
Well, the trick about also a left-arm spinner is that you're supposed to be able to bowl an arm ball, and I don't see an arm ball coming from Pamal. I mean, that is critical. Now you can look at Leach, and you can see that Leach every now and again that arm ball comes in, even though it comes from round arm. You can bet your life that he's going to bowl that arm ball, and he's searching at those pads. Yes. I don't see that coming from a Pamal.
No, I agree with you there.
Now, you mentioned Cornwall. You, funny enough, used to, when he was playing some club cricket in the UK, played just round the corner for me. He was at Thames Ditton a few times. A more traditional off-break bowler there. I mean, over his, sort of about 9 tests, he gets his wickets don't come that cheaply, 37 odd, 34, so he doesn't take a huge number every time. Is it just concerns over his fitness?
Yeah, but how can one bowl 40 overs? Sometimes, a whole Test match you're in a bowl 60, 70, and we're questioning about fitness. You have to be fit to bowl 70 overs. And I don't think that we're supposed to be judged by the size of a character of somebody. I'm looking at Tony Bishop, and once Tony Bishop can execute the job, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned as to how the guy looks, because you see, we tend to get very fooled very quickly and saying, oh, this person is not fit and this person is not fit. So do we think that Shannon Gabriel is fit? Because every now and again he gets into the West Indies team and he breaks down. So somebody's clearing him and passing him fit, but when he gets in there, he's breaking down. I don't think anybody can question Cornwall's ability, because Cornwall, based on the Test matches that he has played, has delivered on his merit. You might say, well, he's maybe not got wickets in the last couple of Test matches, but he is a holding bowler where you can be able to know that you're not going to take a chance against a Raheem Cornwall, because he's going to bowl 30 to 40 overs, 90 overs a day. It gives your other 4 seamers a chance so that you can be able to rotate, and he's a holding bowler. Craig Brathwaite did not have that in the Antigua Test match from a Pamal.
No. Well, I'm very flattered that you consider me in sort of, in a comparison to Raheem Cornwall. I mean, I might need to shed a pound or two, but I'm not. I think he may have a bit on me there.
Lose a few.
And I suspect, to be honest, Vernon, his bowling, certainly for me these days, it will be a tad more penetrative than mine. Let's put it that way. But I do take your point. Let's move on to something else. I mean, you talked about the pitch. You talked about the hope that it would bounce more. And historically, Barbados has had that extra bounce. Hence, look at the fantastic Barbados fast bowlers have performed well here. Is it a big surprise to you that it is a bit lacking in life? And if so, why do you think that is?
Because I think in the Caribbean, for some strange reason, I don't know where the groundsmen are getting the myth from. Now, let me take you back to the first Apex test in Antigua and Barbados. A couple of days before, in fact, no, I'll go back to the practice game at Coolidge Cricket Ground. So in the build-up for the practice game with the CWI President's 11 against England in the warm-up game, I visited, because I don't live too far from Coolidge, and I visited the ground, and I know that there was some grass on the pitch. And on game morning, I was surprised. I'm asking where the grass has gone. And I remember one of my colleagues, Mally Richard, said to me, maybe they took the grass off and they put it on the practice area. But I was smiling. And I'm saying that when you come in the Caribbean and you see grass on the pitches, all of a sudden, it's just like an outside of St. Lucia, the Darwin Salmon Cricket Stadium. They seem to just take all of the grass off of the pitches. So yesterday, when I was listening to Craig Brathwaite at the post-match press conference, and he said that the track is similar to Antigua, I smiled in my heart and I said, there we go again. We've taken the grass off of the track stay, and you could just look at even at the bounce. I mean, Jaden Seals is hammering in some short balls, and they're really not going anywhere. So it shows you that the pitch is just generally flat, and there's no pace at all.
Do you? I mean, maybe this is too political, but I mean, do you think it's a political decision? Do you think they do it so that the game goes longer, so that they get the 5 days out and the tourist dollar and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, but I don't think it's a matter of tourist dollar. We're playing in an ICC Test Championship where home advantage is supposed to matter.
Yes.
As it sounds right now, it sounds as if the West Indies are playing away. And we'll be formidable to look at that. Now, in the glory days of West Indies cricket, we knew for sure that when you went to Queen's Park Oval, it was going to be a spinning track. You knew that when you got up to Kensington Oval, you know what you were going to be getting. You know it was going to be pace and bounce. Sabina Park, the same thing. You know that once you got to the Antigua Recreation Ground, that is going to be a batting paradise, and the game can go either way. You know, once you got to the Old Time Border, you know that was going to be a spinner's track and also a batting paradise. So you knew that. So you would set yourself up based on how you're going to be able to win test matches. So you would know that, listen, we might have eked out a draw in Trinidad, but we know that once we get to Barbados, Kensington Oval, and we get to Sabina Park, that we could be able to either bounce out those teams and be able to kind of come from behind. Now, you don't know how you're going to win a test match in the Caribbean, and you're supposed to be the home team.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the issue that I'm having.
Well, so the pitch is slightly. Can I just a quick word there? I don't know if you have, but kill the crowd noises. A few messages we've had.
Hold on.
Yeah, because otherwise, poor Vernon and you and me are being sort of rather drowned out by our background crowd. So, I mean, are you feeling that the pitches are being negatively prepared to a certain extent to accommodate for the lack of penetration in the West Indies attack?
Well, it's
kind of a defensive thing.
It goes further than that. If you check the quality of pitches that we produce at the first class level, maybe that's why some of our players are having torrid times, because we're preparing flat tracks rather than bouncy tracks where our fast bowlers can be able to exhibit them skills and our batsmen can be able to learn how to hook and cut. Now, West Indian batters were always batters who always enjoy the contest and wanted to. If you look back at the days of old, when you would have had Patrick Patterson, Michael Holding, Joel Garner, Wayne Daniel, the Andy Roberts and company, all of those players who came during that period of time, you either had to learn how to cut, you either had to learn how to hook. I mean, if you're talking about cut, then you go back to the days of Luther Kelly and Gordon Greenidge and all of those. In fact, I'll give you a story very quickly. I saw Phil Wallace. First time we saw Phil Wallace was in a one-day, it was a list day game at the Antigua Recreation Ground. And nobody really knew anything much about Phil Wallace. Big, tall guy walking over for Barbados. And the Leewards would have had the Benjamins, the Ambrose and company. I think Hungry Watch might have been in that lineup. But anyhow, Phil Wallace got 100, a big 100, because here was a big, tall guy, about 6'4", 6'5", coming out to bat, fearless, big young man, not afraid about anything, but accustomed to fast bowling. In Barbados, where people charging in at him and then facing another quartet of Leeward Islands. By the time you look around, he's gone a quick 100. Now, when you look at the modern day Caribbean batsmen, I'm not just only lamenting to the Caribbean batsmen alone, because if you look around world cricket, you see a number of top players are also struggling when it comes to the short ball. But the world-class players, like the Kohlis and company, they've gone into the nets and they've worked on the game, knowing generally that, boy, if somebody, if Tony came and peppered me with some sharp balls, that I have to go and learn how to play sharp bowling.
I think you're overestimating some of my capabilities here. That's the second time you've done that. I'm a fairly modest club cricketer, mate, but I'll take it. But you're probably slightly overestimating my skills.
But to be fair,
well, in England, you will be a hero bowler. I played in England a couple of times, and I remember the first time I came to England, it was a rude awakening for me because in the West Indies, we like the ball on the pads, and so once it's pitched up anywhere there, it's going to be whipped away. Oh my! I got bowled so many times in my first couple of matches.
Well, that's interesting.
The little nippers that took you off stump as they were coming into your pads. Yeah, I can imagine. But I mean,
it's interesting because looking at what was successful this morning from a bowling perspective, within reason, because just the one wicket. But when Roach and Seals were pitching it up, they were at least getting a bit of movement in the air. There was one ball when Jaden Seals did drop it short, and he'd bowled really tightly up to that point. And he tried to drop it short, and Root was onto it like a shot, pulled away mid-wicket, 4 runs, and that kind of bears out, I think, what you're saying, because the balls that were pitched up, they was getting a bit of movement, they were keeping the batsman honest. There was a lot of leaving early on, but it was they had to be well judged leaves. There's leaves because they're harmless, and there's leaves because you have to be really careful when you're doing it. And there was a lot of these well judged leaves, but the second that Seals thought, I'm going to drop one a bit short here, he got punished. So do you think are the pitches just meaning that someone like him, who has got the raw pace, just doesn't have the confidence anymore to really drop those short balls in? I mean, I remember Joel Garner, of course, of the Barbados parish. Malcolm Marshall, the other end, Curtly Ambrose. They'd all be prepared to stick the ball in, get the ball to rise, and give English batsmen a torrid time. But it seems to be quite a fair bit of fear in doing that because they're just not going to get the life out of the pitch to enable them to do that.
Well, let's look at this morning's session in terms of the West Indian bowlers. And as you rightly said, in Test cricket you sometimes have to be patient. And so we picked up our first wicket, but I don't think that we attacked the stumps enough. And Lees is a very difficult proposition to bowl to. You could see that because he's not a shot maker. He's just more or less just a blocker. And so you have to be able to be patient, and he can.
The left-handed Sibley.
Yeah. In fact, he's 16 off 93 balls.
Yeah.
What my analysis is that I just found that they just bowled him too many wide balls rather than attacking his stumps. Early age, I think you have to keep coming at Lees all the time, because one thing you can know for sure, the partnership is now, what we say, it's about
43
so far. But the thing about Lees is that Lees knows where his stumps is, and so that's almost very important. He's got good judgment. So my thing is that I saw Roach going around the wicket to him. I've come over the wicket to him, because I find that once a right-hand bowler is going to bowl a left-hand over the wicket, it's almost coming on his blind side, and he'll seriously have to be thinking about, how am I going to be looking out to the weakest part of my eye to be able to deal with that concept. So unlike in the first innings, again, the West Indians trying to get early wickets, in fact, they got 4 wickets in the first innings in Antigua, and then they went on a down low, more or less. Here they've been only able to get 1 wicket. At lunch you would realize 47 for 1 with a run rate of 1.57. You know that Joe Root is almost like an engine. He's average over 57 against England. He scored a century in the last Test match. So he's in for the long haul. If you look at the bowling figures, we see for Sammy Pomar, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, no wicket. Again, the seamers having to put in a whole lot of work there. Craig Brathwaite is hoping now that maybe after lunch he's going to give his seamers a good run enough there. But somebody has to put their hand up and to be able to be patient and at the same time attack the stumps more. I don't think the West Indian attack the stumps. Even Holder has been consistent, yes. But I'd like to see Holder bowling a more fuller length, especially between wicket and wicket. After lunch, that's what I certainly think that I would want to see happening.
Well, we were quite surprised. I think Bear and I were on together. We were quite surprised at how early Pomor was brought into the attack. At first, we thought, well, are they looking at potentially a change of ends? Are they trying to just be a little bit clever, a bit tactical? But were you expecting to see him quite so early in the day?
No, and that's why in my post-match interview I was saying that we needed to gamble and play a Kyle Mayers. Now, Kyle Mayers is the only West Indian bowler who can be able to get the ball to in-swing and in-swing late. He can bowl an outswinger, he can bowl an in-swinger, and he really would have been attacking the Lees and the Joe Root's pads because he would have been able to cut his pace. He's not in the same caliber of a Malcolm Marshall, but he gets the ball to skid on, and he always, if you look at Kyle Mayers' test record so far from 10 test matches, he's been able to pick up 13 wickets outside of scoring over 600 runs in that period of time. Pretty unlucky not to be playing when you compare Jermaine Blackwood's performance to a Kyle Mayers. But I say, Kyle Mayers in this test match, I would have taken a gamble, but I know the West Indian selectors and how they think. They don't want to ruffle anybody, but Kyle Mayers would have been a better option in Barbados, especially on this track, because he would have been a holding bowler.
So you'd have gone in without a frontline spinner?
Yes, and back your seamers, back your medium pacers to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. Well, I mean, talking about the medium pacers, I mean, Kemar Roach, last time out, of course, that 5 for 17 against England in 2019. I mean, he ripped through us. Different pitch. I grant you.
In fact, it had more grass than what we're seeing today.
Yeah.
So, but if you get one more wicket is what he needs, and he's past Cigarfield, isn't he? He's level pegging, I think, at the moment. Next one gets him past it. I've noticed Cigarfield's there today. Do you think there's anything special planned? Will it just be a gentle nod from the great man, or
well, of course, he's an inspiration to world cricket and especially to Barbados cricket. Also, Mia Motley, the Prime Minister of Antigua and of Barbados, she was also there. And you know, Barbados is a republic now, so you would have to take into consideration.
You finally said goodbye to the Queen at the end of last year, didn't you? From my recollection there.
And I think you will have a lot of other countries joining suit.
Well, yeah, and rightly so. Well done.
Well,
that's all I can say.
So I think that would be a major discussion going forward as to who will be next. That will be the talking point going forward. But I think after lunch, you know, the main idea would be, I think they need to come back out and bowl a lot more fuller length, especially. You got to pull the leave alone. Yes, in Test cricket, England are good at that. What I want to do, you got a new ball in your hand, you got to be able to be attacking the stumps, attacking the pads, especially with the review system that is taking place that you have ahead of you. You know, take the short. The short ball really should be an element of surprise, because I just think that this track is just only going to get better.
Okay, that's because they bowled much fuller lengths actually on that slow pitch in Antigua, because it didn't look like anything else was really going to work. So you're basically saying go back to that attack, that line, and certainly you force the batsman to play when you're doing that. So it seems sensible to me, I would say.
Were you guys surprised of the track this morning? You expected to see more grass?
I expected
was
to see
hoping
more
so.
bounce. Whether that was through a little bit more grass on the surface, which clearly I think probably would have made a difference. So possibly yes, but I was definitely expecting to see a little bit more bounce than we saw in Antigua, and possibly we have. But it's definitely been comparatively placid early on. In fact, arguably, Crawley got out to one that didn't get up as much as he thought it would. Hence, he dangled the bat and got that sort of weird bottom edge, didn't he? Which is a strange way to be out. Or very, very well taken by Josh De Silva. But if you think about the position he'd taken, he just sort of rocked forward, lifted the bat, and the bat was pretty low to the ground. And it just sort of, it wasn't even an edge. It was sort of a bottom.
Yeah, kind of
bottom edge.
Yeah, that De Silva.
You feel very hard undone by that, especially when he looked around and now he sees what is happening out there.
Well, yeah, and if it had got up more, it would have been played down into the ground. I guess that's my point. I think he was expecting more lift from the ball than the ball got.
Well, I thought
you see why we love cricket, right? You see why we all follow cricket.
Exactly.
Now, Crawley was a hero in Antigua and Barbuda, and now he's a villain in Barbados.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd quite put him into the villain category. I think you're right. I wouldn't say zero. I wouldn't say hero to zero just because of one moment of misfortune.
We all know cricket. When you're a batsman, it can be. It's exactly like this, isn't it? You know, you have a great innings followed by you play a bad shot, get out. That's being a batsman. Thankfully, I was a bowler. You get a chance to do it all again.
But since we're talking about batsmen, you know, I think that Joe Root is also under, and you guys will have to tell me, under a bit of a pressure to be able to survive the Ashes and still continue as England Test captain. Some of my counterparts are telling me that it's because there's no one else available to captain England.
Well, there's that.
Are you guys on the same wavelength?
Yes, I think that is partially it. I mean, I think if you look at the logical successor from within the camp, you'd look at Stokes, but you're already trying to manage a workload with him, not to mention some, you know, issues of too many bubbles and you know, some bad things have happened in his personal life. He lost his dad, of course, and you know, you put those things together, I think they're trying to be careful with him. I don't think they were as careful with him as they wanted to be in Antigua, by the way, because he ended up bowling rather more than we thought.
Tony, that was because Stokes said, "Give me the ball."
Well, because he will, and that's what he will do.
I feel good. I feel good, and I want to put in the work. He said he's going to back himself.
Yeah, but
and that's the kind of player he is.
Yeah, but you see, Vernon, that was the kind of excuse we were given. That some of the reasoning behind not taking Broad and Anderson was that their voice was too big in the dressing room, and Root didn't know when he could say no to them, and that's a situation where with Stokes they possibly should have said no, because you don't want to bowl him into the ground. He's your all-rounder. The pitch is as placid as hell. It looked like he was having trouble with blisters or something in his boots. Well, you know, why are you letting him bowl himself into the ground? And I think some of the commentators picked up on that, and I thought it was right. As captain, you've got to be firm. And then going back to your captaincy point.
So both of you, would you have brought Stokes? Would you have brought a Broad and Anderson to the Caribbean, or one?
I possibly would have bought both. I certainly would have bought one. I mean, I was going to say, going back to your captaincy thing. Now, there isn't much choice in England. We've had problems with top order for years. We haven't got a settled top order. I personally prefer a batsman to be my captain. I think Stokes is the obvious choice. He flatly refused, said he didn't want the job. The only other person I thought in the England camp who could possibly get captain, who might have actually deserved it, would be Broad, because he is, and I've said this many times, I've said it on lots of podcasts and stuff, but because I think he cares so much about the team. And I think he's been quite poorly treated over the last couple of years. He's still got some stats. He's got 500 Test wickets. He's not that old. He's 34. Kemar Roach is 33.
35 now, I think, Brody.
Well, only just turned 35.
So are there no qualities in a Ben Foakes going forward, or maybe Johnny Bairstow?
Well, Johnny Bairstow's been in and out of the side. It's only recently he started scoring runs again. I mean, we've been having a pop at him for a couple of years before that, because he kept getting bowled through the gate on sort of 18 or whatever, you know. So he's just started scoring runs again. I don't know if England will. I don't know if he's captain-like type material. Foakes is not a bad call. I always like a keeper being captain, but he's not captain at Surrey.
I think Gilchrist and Donny would both stand up and be good arguments to in defence of that argument. I mean, let's be clear. The issue with Root is all around captaincy and some of his occasionally negative field placings. It's not about his batting. I would imagine, Vernon, that that fairly close call. I mean, it was going over, wasn't it, in the end? But West Indies reviewed one, and I think we all say that looks like it's going over. Other batsmen they may not have reviewed.
In fact, I thought that even that review, I was kind of surprised that they took that review.
Well, I did think that. This is my point. I think they did it because it was Joe Root, because they thought, all right, if we get, we've just got Crawley. If we get Root now, we are so in this game. And I think that coloured their thinking a wee bit, that they may have not done to another batsman. And that is because it's Joe Root. So the issue is absolutely not, in Joe Root's case, about his batting. Goodness knows he's held England up on his own for a fair bit of time. But yes, some of his captaincy. Now, I know one of the things you talked about when you with David and Ayana was the declaration, and then how long England kept the game going in Antigua. Phil Simmons came out and said he had no problem with that. There was talk about disrespecting the West Indies. Phil Simmons batted that straight back and said, "Well, we're here to play tough cricket. We want a tough test and a tough team to play against." Where did you stand on that? Did you feel there was a hint of that? Should they have shaken hands earlier, or do you think it was pretty reasonable?
The vendors sold more banks there, and the supporters who came to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, they were thrilled that the game went entirely 5 days. They had fun, and in the end, it tested the mettle of the West Indies team. Because what I'm saying, if you give somebody something on a platter, then what do you think is going to happen? They have to work for it. There was a wobble from the West Indies team, and it had to take some real mettle. And I have to give some real major credit to Nkrumah Bonner, because he showed what we call grit and commitment. Now, there were a lot of people who were beating up on Bonner after the first day and said, "Oh, we should have got 20 more runs, XYZ."
No,
I thought the West Indies missed a trick when they came back out, and they should have declared their innings, really, and allow England, because it was raining, it was overcast. Just declare innings mindset, because they got bowled out in the first over. My thing would have been just declare and just allow England to go on bat. I mean, sometimes you have to play mind games, and you have to instill some confidence into people. The issue about the game going right down and disrespect and all that sort of stuff, they were within the rules. And Joe Root was just working out. Listen, let's suppose that for some strange reason that Bonner had a lapse in concentration, or even a Jason Holder. It might have been curtains for the West Indies. You never know. We're seeing stranger things happen with West Indies batting. And it's more or less a mind game. And I agree with Phil Simmons on this one, because he was saying that he thought that we were at Trent Bridge when he walked out. Well, as long as we're playing against England, whether it is in England or in the West Indies, we're always going to feel like we're at Trent Bridge, because the Barney Army is going to come out and support. And there's not much that we can do to be able to stop that. What we have to do is that the responsibility of Phil Simmons and his team is to win. If you win test matches, then folks will come out and support you. That comes down to the other point, gentlemen, where I think Phil Simmons is also under the microscope and is still lucky to be coaching the West Indies senior team. Because if we look at our white ball record for the year already, we lost 6-0 in India. We beat England 3-2. So if you look at the 11 games so far, we're talking about 8-3. They went to the World Cup with a star-studded team, and the selectors got fired in Roger Harper and Miles Bascom. While the selectors got fired, the coaching staff is supposed to get fired also, because the selectors were almost just like executing what Kyron Pollard and Phil Simmons wanted to go to that World Cup. They took 5 legends. And
well, we had that. It was a little bit Dad's Army, and if you're talking about the T20 World Cup, Hernan, then I think we all felt commentating on that with the Windies, because it was England and West Indies were first up, weren't they? It was our first game, a comfortable win for England. I think our feeling there was it was a victory parade for a few players who knew their time had come, and it kind of looked like that. Now, the one thing you could argue about whether we're Broad and Addison, whether you like it or not, England have at least bitten the bullet. They've made the decision. They've said maybe they might come back, but they've avoided the victory parade, and they have brought in some younger blood. There really was a sense we had that wonderful players, all of them, but it was one hurrah too many.
Yeah, I mean,
as we looked at the West Indies from our perspective, if you will.
I mean, the TV coverage, I think it was the last game they played was against South Africa, wasn't it, or something, and they ended up losing it. But the end of that game, kind of the World Cup, dragged out by an extra 20 minutes, as every time it was, Chris Gale was on the screen, they gave him, extra 5 minutes of screen time or whatever, as it was his last game in international cricket, and everyone in the commentary team was, giving, waxing lyrical about these players and stuff. And it did feel, I have to agree with Tone. I thought the West Indies at the World T20 looked a bit like some of those players probably shouldn't have been there, didn't really have the fire in their belly to do it. Once things had already gone, I think. Probably did up until then.
And hear me, I am not faulting anyone. All I'm just saying that if the West Indies captain felt that this was the squad, we had 17 warm-up games before the World Cup. I mean, if you look back, Darren Sammy, who won so many trophies for us, didn't even get that sort of luxury to have those sort of preparations. So we had proper preparation going into the World Cup. So I'm saying if you fire the coaching, the selectors, the coaching staff has to go. And maybe the time has come where West Indies maybe have to examine to figure out if you want Phil Simmons, who has a contract along West Indies cricket, whether he's going to be the test team coach or the white ball team coach. Because as it stands right now, I don't think he's been allowed enough time to be able to plan properly the way he wants. And we could see the results what we're getting right now, especially at the white ball area.
I think that's true, and I think worldwide as well, people are starting to think that more. I mean, the two games are so different now, isn't it? I mean, having a test team and a white ball team, tactics, the way you play, the way you bat, I think the separation is becoming more and more that you specialise in one or the other. And I think coaching side, you're right. I mean, if you can concentrate on that side of the cricket, you're bound to be more successful on that side. I mean, we had Trevor Bayliss, who was a white ball specialist. Our test side played kind of white ball cricket, and it was very hit or miss whether we did any good.
And we have to start examining, because if you look on the world scene, have any batsmen come through under Phil Simmons outside of Jason Holder as being the number 2 all-rounder in the world? How many players have come through under Phil Simmons as coach? That's how you judge the backroom staff in terms of what they want to execute. But I know the players are back out in the field.
Well, I think we should. You're staying with us, which is fantastic. Yes. We should be joined, I think, by messages there if you want to let Messers in. Unless I've got my schedules wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's Messers who come in.
He's there. I've been listening to your every word.
Well, that's unusual, but thank you for that. Can you have a word with my other half? See if she might one day do the same thing. 47 for 1.
Don't delude yourself, Tony.
47 for 1. Jason Holder looks like he's going to continue. Root, of course, on 31 of 80. As ever, Joe Root has just sort of slid, moved his way, to ahead of where Alex Lees was. Lees has wanted to dig in. He's done that. Did get the first scoring stroke of the morning, a little nudge off his hip. Jason Holder, 4 overs for 4, been incredibly frugal, Vernon, but not yet looked like he might do a damage wicket-wise, has he?
He maybe might have just had a call from Sir Garfield Sobers, so he's come out pumped after lunch. Let's see what's going to be happening.
Well, let's see. He's in now. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place. It's very full, and it's worked beautifully off his legs, back on a square by Joe Root. They will take 1. I don't much doubt they will come back for 2. They won't, so we're off and running. After lunch, England went to lunch on 48 for 1. Lees will take strike on 16. The GPL, of course, will have closed at lunchtime. Bear, if you get a chance, let us know what the GPL closed on.
I shall tell you that in a second.
You can tell us that as well, Messers.
I can indeed.
Lees, the left-hander, that kind of toothy look he has as he's concentrating. As Holder will be in from the Ghana end. He's 3 slips and a gully and a point to the left-hander, who comes nicely forward as Lees just pushes it back down the track, everything in position, and there was no run. 48 for 1. 76 of our English pounds. 76, what's that? 76 English pounds, what's that roughly in Caribbean dollars, Vernon?
If we do, I like to round it up to 5, so that's about easily maybe about 5,735, so over 350, 360 Eastern Caribbean dollars.
360 Eastern Caribbean dollars forward.
That sounds much better.
Lees. It does, doesn't it? Pushed into the onside. Well, it's not quite how world economics works, Messers, but
Yeah, I know.
Just think of the highest number.
About 150 Australian dollars, and that's so much more than 76 quid.
Well, there you go. Well, that's decent progress. We shall see. You can tell us what some of the guesses are as well, if you've got that in front of you.
Several of them end in a 3 because they're mine.
Okay. Well, we'll hold that thought for a second. 3 slips go down. The left-handed Lees pushes forward, and it's past mid-off. They'll take 1. They might be able to come back for 2. Yes, they will. Nothing more really, Vernon, than just a gentle little push. But tidy 2 runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, tidy 2 runs, but I just think that Brathwaite needed to come a little more straighter, because Lees doesn't really drive more or less to cover area. So give him that gap, and with hold a ball in that straight, you want to be able to keep him. He just got a comfortable 2 runs there. Had Brathwaite been to his left, there would have been no runs there, and then Lees would have had to go back and face another one from Holder. 50 up for England.
Yeah, very much so. Forward comes Lees again. Pushes away towards mid-wicket. There is no run, just 3 from this over. 1 ball of it left. Jason Holder tidy again. He said possibly one pretty decent ball ahead of lunch, but has yet to really look too threatening. Does he have the words of Sir Garfield in his ear? Is he inspired to create something here for the West Indies? Up shorter, that did rise a little bit, and Lees though ducks under it tidily enough. It's the end of that first over. England have moved to 50, and Messrs, who's joined us post lunch?
O'Neill Harris is with us. He says the pitch problems have been in place in the West Indies for decades. The issue is not new. I'm not surprised at the wicket. Aidan says he liked the point about Cornwall versus Pumel in the lunch chat. If he can bowl 70 overs and bat for 3 hours, he's fit enough. Plenty of gym-built fit players are injured.
Well, as we said, the England dressing room already on this tour is like emergency ward 10 casualty. That's a bit of an aged reference. Maybe casualties.
I was going to say I'm not too sure how many people under the age of 50 would know what the hell emergency.
Well, let's go with casualty then. But I mean, but it's nonetheless. It's going to be Kemar Roach. Just that one wicket he needs. And if anyone's going to be inspired by Sobers, it's Kemar Roach at the moment. That one does keep low again, pitched fairly full, swings a little bit wide, and taken very tidily by our old Wimbledonian friend of Woodstock cricket behind the stumps. And there is no run. 50 for 1 England, 32 for Joe Root, 18 for Lees. Do you see any sort of Lees stroke Bonner similarities? I mean, clearly in terms of just mentality at least. So we'll just wait for Roach.
Lees is just
left alone again. No run.
Lees is just a blocker. Yeah, with Bonner you're gonna see shots. You know, I was listening to you guys asking, you know, where will Lees get his runs from? I don't even want to say he's a poker. You know, if you go back to days of old, right? One of the persons who used to frustrate me when he came into bat for England was England's former wicketkeeper Jack Russell.
Oh yes,
he was always busy, but at least Jack had some shots. But Lees, I'm still trying to find where Lees will get his shots from.
Well, yeah, possibly with us as Kemar Roach is going to be right arm over the wicket nicely. Forward comes Root, push towards mid wicket. There is no run. Well, Vernon, you're with us at tea time, so we'll have an interesting conversation if Lees has moved to about 92, not out, but I think you're 92. Probably on. You're on safe ground if he has, because I think it's unlikely. You just never know.
He'd be lucky to get his 50 by tea time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was kind of moving towards. Yes, I think 92 would be.
Question though, Vernon, we were discussing earlier the question of does Bonner have a second gear?
In comes Roach.
He does. He's an exciting player once he gets going.
Cut to back
I think
point.
His role in the test team is mainly to be, you know, his focus on batting, and you could tell that that is his approach.
Cut to backward point there, and there was no run. 32 still for Joe Root. Kemar Roach with that gold chain ever present. I wonder if he takes that off in the shower, or I mean, if it just literally goes with him everywhere.
It doesn't come off. He only comes off to get cleaned.
Well, I'm not going to ask how you know that. As this comes forward, and just a little nudge towards mid-on, and there is again no run. You see, well, we're looking forward to seeing him. I mean, he had a good season at Surrey. I think Jason will tell me if I'm wrong, but I think he had a decent season at Surrey last season. He'll be back this season. I'll tell you what we do have this season in coming to England. We've got some interesting international talent, Vernon. I mean, you've got Kemar Roach joining Surrey. I have to believe who's joining Middlesex, Messrs. Why should all know?
There's an Australian going to the Middlesex, wasn't there?
Well, no, there's the Pakistan. I've just loved completely. My name's gone out my head. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Yeah, who I think could be. I mean, he had a spell at Hampshire. He could be joining Middlesex next season. 52 though now. England just 2 overs.
My God, I felt sorry for Afridi in the last week to have such a wonderful fast bowler being given such appallingly dead wickets in Pakistan is such a shame.
But I want to appeal to you guys, so to appeal to the Home Office, to give some more West Indian cricketers an opportunity so they can come over to England.
Well, I have to say we love to.
The
I wish
rules
we could
change dramatically.
Jason Holder came over. He had a fantastic little spell, all too short at Northants, but he did a very fine job when he was there. Alzari Joseph, indeed. It's going to be Jason Holder. Speaking of him, who is shining the ball with vigour on the back of his trousers. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who crunches this, but crunches it straight to point. A little bit more aggression, Vernon, but still to no huge avail, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but Lees is the sort of guy who is going to wear you down. And so that is what I'm saying, that the West Indian bowlers can get frustrated, because if you lose your line and you lose your frustration, then you're going to be bowling him more leaving balls. You just got to keep attacking him all the time.
Well, I think, as I say, he's the left-handed Sibley. Leg side Larry, as we'd effectively call Dom Sibley, as we're going to wait for Holder, who's around the wicket, and it's left again by Lees. Didn't really have to play at that. Through it went to Josh De Silva. 48 this partnership off 175 balls. Discussion we had at lunchtime was along the lines that England possibly looking to just bat once. You might have thought that was unlikely when they lost Crawley early on, but it's been reasonably serene going through the morning. The run rate, glacial 1.6 at the moment. This one slightly hurries Lees. Big high elbow though. Not a huge amount of footwork with Lees, Vernon, is there? He tends to stand tall and doesn't necessarily move a huge amount.
Playing the ball really as late as possible for Monday's eyes. I see that the World Universe boss Chris Gale is in Barbados for the Test match, so that's a good thing.
He is.
In fact, he's in the Banks party stand, so you would understand. And if I know him very well, he's on Instagram right now, maybe just sharing some comments.
I'm sure he is. Alex Lees. Let me see. Well, there's quite a ring on that. There's two slips, a gully point. Extra cover, but Lees doesn't really bring any of those into play because he pushes it towards mid-off, and there is no run. Alex Lees was being talked up back in 2000 and early on 2016 or so, because he played 2 seasons for Yorkshire. Yorkshire won their back-to-back championships, and both Messrs Jeff Boycott and Vaughan. Now you might argue about those as endorsements these days for either, but both then were very strongly promoting the talents of Lees. And that one is he's flicked off. It's off his legs. He's a little late to drop the bat on it. It does manoeuvre it really towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just the one ball left of this Holder over. It's a maiden so far, and that I believe we're seeing. Is that Mike Gatting? Am I right? Is that Mike Gatting?
Yes, Mike Gatting. Yes.
Yeah.
It is Mike Gatting. Sadly,
I just need to give you a quick reminder, Tony, just to let you know that you're live also on Platinum FM 97.9 in Antigua and Barbuda and the wider.
Absolutely delighted with that, Vernon, as that one is left by Lees. Through it goes to Josh De Silva. It's the end of that over, and as we are live on the internet around the world on Guerrilla Cricket and in Antigua on Platinum FM with Vernon, we're going to ask Messrs who's live and with us on social media.
Well, firstly, I just encourage any new listeners to get in touch with us and share your views if you'd like them read out. The Twitter handle is @GuerrillaCricket with 1 L. With 2 L's and 1 R. Leah says, in the name of all that is holy, Root has hairy arms. Could you imagine what he'd look like if they were dark? Brown Barris says, further, the GPL conversion 76
Roach,
runs.
Little flick outside of his leg stump by Joe Root. Now, Vernon, did he nearly get a little edge on that?
The reaction from Kemar Roach, I'll have to see the replay again.
Well, we're watching that now together.
Roach did look a little disappointed.
Well, that, I'm afraid, was a drop by Josh De Silva.
Yeah.
He did well to get there.
He should have caught that. You got that's why you have the big gloves. And one of the things which I find, Tony, is that I don't think that Joshua De Silva stays down long enough. He's always like in a half rod position. Roach is very, very, very disappointed. That should have been taken.
Well, I will tell you a little bit about Josh De Silva in a minute from a Gorilla's perspective. As onto the back foot goes Root, angles the bat, steers that to backward point, and there is no run. One of our number, captain of all Wimbledonians, spent I think a couple of seasons captaining Josh. Did fine work for Old Wimbledonian Cricket Club. We have a partnership with Woodstock Cricket. You can get, I think, a 10% discount, maybe even 15. I can't remember what it is, on our website for any Woodstock Cricket gear. Josh De Silva
15
is proudly wearing 15%. Thank you, Bear. Josh De Silva is proudly wearing Woodstock gear and carrying a Woodstock bat. Not at the moment, obviously. He's behind the stumps. This is pushed to mid-on by Joe Root.
And had that wicket been taken, Tony Bishop, that would have been what we would say Kemar Roach 116th wicket against England, because during the 235 so far, he's got 115 wickets against England, 64 against New Zealand, and 58 versus Bangladesh, and he's just inching to just go past Garfield Sobers. Next in his sight will be Michael Holden with 249.
He does. It's that Garfield Sobers target he wants as Root dabs this to gully, and there is no run. Needs just one wicket to move clear of Garfield Sobers. A tally of 235, so they're locked on 235 each. You say 116 of those against England. 5 of them, of course, last time England played here. 5 for a very meagre 17 as England fell over like a pack of cards in the wind for a pretty feeble 77. 52 for 1 at the moment, though. Pushed back to Roach by England's captain Joe Root, and Roach tidily fields off his own bowling, and again there is no run. 34 for him, 52 for 1. So Javernon, tell us again, we're live in Antigua. Where else are we? You're
live in Antigua. You also been heard in Montserrat, in St. Martin. We also been heard in Jamaica as we speak right now, Dominica. So what a part of the Caribbean. Being connected with the cricket.
2 slips go down. Root just guides this backward of square leg, jogs the easiest of singles, and England will move on to 53. Just the 1 run off that Kemar Roach over. Messers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vernon just took me on a dream trip in 30 seconds. Warren says, I will take Lees with no shots over out for a duck in the first 10 overs, and I think that's a desperate cry of many English listeners after their performance of late. Jason Hiscock says, don't forget Craig Brathwaite at Gloucestershire as well. Leah says, no need to take the bling off in the shower. Gold is a transition metal, no oxidation or reduction. And Swing It Both Ways says, how does Brexit affect international players in English first-class cricket?
It limits the number of overseas players, I think. We'll just hold that thought as forward comes Root pushed away into the offside. Clearly it means that the Colpack rule as a route to play in England has been closed off, doesn't it? Which I think, I think there's a lot of players who benefited from that. And many whom brought up, well, a lot of South Africans, yes indeed. 53 for 1 are England, 35 for Root. Well, if you are in Antigua, Montserrat, Jamaica, tweet us. You can simply go to find us on Twitter, Gorilla Cricket. This is guided to second slip by Root. There is no run. Anything you want to talk about? I mean, if it's about the cricket, that's always an advantage. But you will find during a day with us, the conversation, much as if you were there at the ground, can tend to wander about all over the place, and doesn't always necessarily stay focused on the cricket. Although we are always with you for every ball of that as well. So say hello. We will say you can find us on YouTube as well if you want to listen and then catch us on YouTube. You'll have us there, and indeed on Facebook. This one is just pushed towards mid-on by Joe Root, who again looks tidy, organised, untroubled. Nkrumah Bonner does the ball shining at mid-on, and there's no run.
Brown Barry says, hello Antigua and Barbuda. I love your flag. It's a pretty impressive flag, actually, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yes, it is. And it was blowing. Well, it's certainly breezy earlier, as it had been in Antigua, indeed. The flags were definitely billowing. This one is left again off the bowling of Jason Holder by Joe Root, who just wanders away, collects his thoughts, has a little bit of gardening, not really on the pitch though. He's clearly got an allotment that's not near where he's actually residing, because he's gone off to sort of a garden away towards mid wicket somewhere, and there was no run. 53 for 1.
Mean Jason Holder, not for 7 from 7 overs.
Very mean.
He was doing that
keeping
in
the pressure on.
Too.
In he comes. That one jags in a little bit. Good length. Holder's arms go up and then onto his hips. And he has a little stare back down the track to Joe Root. All in friendly conversation, I think. Tidily taken by Joshua De Silva. What he has to do is put that drop out of his mind. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Vernon, he's going to be thinking, well, if Joe Root gets a big one today, how much am I going to regret that? He's got to not think that way, isn't he?
He just has to catch the next one.
He just has to catch the. Yes, he does. Simple. How simple can you make it? Onto the back foot goes Joe Root. Dabs this down to gully. There is no run, and Holder is whistling through his overs at a decent lick as well. Messers.
Leah says, is getting lost weight. He's merely fat now, whereas he was previously approaching perfect sphericity a few years ago.
He might be dining out less, sadly, of course, because he has dined out for many years on the ball of the century.
Indeed.
Although now maybe even more.
You, Leah? O'Neill says, so my goodness. Gee, Guerrilla Cricket's on radio. Bear's got to watch his language.
Oh, don't start me on that subject. I think we'll move on fairly swiftly from that one.
Warren wants to know if would Stop Cricket make keeper gloves. I'm pretty sure they do all sorts of cricket keepers.
They absolutely do. Go to their website. You get that 15% discount. This is cut by Lees, but cut straight to backward point off the bowling of Kemar Roach, who again starts with a dot ball. He's after that 236 wicket. He's after that Sir Garfield Sobers record. And how much, Vernon, would he want that in front of Sir Garfield on his home ground? Well, that surely would be a dream, wouldn't it?
He's got 29 test wickets at Kensington Oval, including a fiver. I think the West Indies would take that any day if he can get 5 wickets here.
They could repeat 2019. That's full, looking to York Lees, but he steers it off his toes, but he steers it straight to square leg. And they did set off thinking about a run, and Joe Root, who had his wits about him, said, steady on, Alex, there is literally no run there.
Just Tony, I would just like to see Roach just come over the wicket.
Well, the throw came in.
To Lees, just for a couple of overs.
Yeah. No, well, it's this is a modern trend, though, isn't it, Vernon? It's the second you see a left-hander and you're a right-arm bowler, it's round the wicket. It's not always necessarily the immediate de facto approach. This is waited for by Lees, back angled, pushed into the offside towards cover, and there is no run. None for 17 for Kemar off 10. There has been nothing wrong with the economy for the West Indies, that is for sure. But they just haven't found the penetration that they want, and that we're looking again at that chance for De Silva. Yes, it was low. Yes, it was a fair old dive to his left, but it was the England captain, and it would have been the Sobers record breaker for Roach. Will he live to regret that by the end of the day? We'll find out. Roach around the wicket. Forward comes Lees very solidly. Pushes it back to Roach, then replays the shot as an air shot.
Test cricket is hard, and so the West Indies, one area of improvement that West Indies have to work on is their catching. I found in the first test at the Antigua Recreation Ground, there were just too many balls dropping short of the keeper and also of the slip area. And when you get those half chances, you have to convert them. if you want to be a top test team.
Well, we agree. That's a very interesting thought, as this one's again full, perhaps just looking to get the Yorker in under Lees' bat. He's having none of it, pushes it away into the offside. England were spilling about 30 to 35% of their catches in the slip cordon in the sort of 2000 and 2021. And, you know, this, when you look at that ICC World Test Championship table, you know, the old saying in football, and I'm sure it's going to apply to cricket as well, is the table doesn't lie. And that's one of the reasons why. And you're saying the West Indies, I think, Vernon, similar problem. This one is away from his body by Lees, but he's steered it backward of point, all the way to that backward point boundary. He's got another boundary. He'll move on to 22.
But you see how wide that was, Tony.
It was.
All he had to do was just, you know, open his face or his back for his third boundary, and that's
what
what
he
I'm
did.
saying.
And he didn't
That's
really
what
move
I'm
his
talking
feet too
about,
much
the
either, did he?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the patience. He's going to score in that area, so you just got to be patient. You have to know that Lees is going to grind you, so you don't give him any room. You just continue to just keep that pressure on him. The partnership now is worth 53 off 197 balls, with Lees getting 22 off 110 and Joe Root 35 off 99.
Well, this is it. Messers, who's with us?
Jay Grover says, just came back in and I heard Vernon giving a list of places less rubbish than South Yorkshire. Damn it. There's a lot of places on that list, though.
Holder comes in. It's worked off his legs again by Joe Root this time. Backward a square it goes. He will get 2 easy runs for his trouble there. Yeah, I take your point, Vernon. They haven't strayed that much, though. The thing is, though, when they have, they're punished. Again, there wasn't any real footwork there from that shot from Lees, but he just stood and delivered, angled the bat, guided it really.
You got to build the pressure. It's about momentum. You got to build the pressure. Somebody has to come, and you know, it might be your worst bowler that comes on. It could be Permal who comes on and picks up 5 wickets. Got to keep building that pressure.
You do indeed. Holder, right arm over. Root, not looking pressured. Normally has that smile on his face, and he stands tall and steers that to the offside. And again, there is no run. 55 off best part of 200 balls, 199.
I just wanted to ask you guys quickly.
Yes,
how desperate do you think is for Joe Root to win a Test match for England? You think he will get a little relief if he wins a Test match?
Well, I think after the mauling in Australia, you know, which I think we all kind of saw coming, we just didn't think it would be quite as much of a mauling as it was. Maybe naively. We'll just hold that thought for a second as Holder is in, driven though straight to mid-off by Joe Root. Campbell does the fielding in his floppy hat, and there's no run. So yeah, when you look at that, when you look at England's performance in 2021, 54 ducks in their top order, Joe Root kind of held them together. Losing the home series, I think, to India, it was a disappointing. Yeah, they've had a disappointing run, and Joe Root will want wins on his dance card, no doubt about it. Back foot, steered again by him towards gully, and there is no run. 2 off this Holder over, 59 for 1 England. But then so too will Jermaine Blackwood, won't he?
Well, Jermaine Blackwood, like I said to you, will be pretty lucky to be still in the West Indies team. From 10 Test matches in 2021, 488 runs, 2 half centuries, highest score of 68 with an average of 24.44. Consider himself to be lucky still in the West Indies team.
Well, the 2 slips go down. Holder is in, driven with a big high elbow by Root, but stopped. Well, half stopped, but keeps Root where he was by the man at cover. And again, there is no run. It's not been quick, it's not been dramatic, it's not been fast, just the 1 wicket so far today. West Indies have been plugging away. Building pressure is what Vernon's demanding. By and large, they've done that reasonably well, but when they've strayed, and we saw it with Lees last over, the ball has gone. This one a little bit inside edgy by Root, but nonetheless finds its way to mid-on. Jayden Seales does that. We love Jayden Seales' name, Vernon. We think if you take the Jayden out, he sounds like a Conservative MP, Nigel Tristan Seales. Maybe that's a joke that doesn't necessarily travel well. I don't know. Messers.
No, I suspect that. Katie makes a very good point. She says the disadvantage of the cold pack rule in cricket was that it made it easier for some, but not all overseas players to play in England. A lot of South Africans, mostly white. It wasn't much help to black South African cricketers.
Well, no, yeah, that is a fair point.
Interesting debate there. All I want for you guys to do for me is just to talk to the Home Office, so that we can ease some of the restrictions.
Well, we've been doing a series of interviews actually with.
I'm in Australia. I'd like them to come here, actually, Vernon.
Well, let's have a conversation so that I can get some West Indians to Australia.
Well, we will do that. We will do that, because I've been spending a lot of time talking to county CEOs recently. This one is full. It's a change of bowling. We're going to jingle up Alzari in just a moment. Lees pushes him into the offside, and there is no run. Let's jingle up Alzari Joseph. Bear.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
There's a nice, gentle, melodic quality to it, I think.
45 wickets in Test match cricket. He want to get to the 50 mark sooner rather than later.
He will. Not on that ball though, because that's fielded at cover. And there again is no run, none for 13 so far for Alzari. Off 5 overs again. Tidy enough, but not dangerous enough, I think would be the general feeling from any West Indies cricket follower here. I don't think there's been anything wrong with the accuracy, and I think they have looked to build that pressure. But they haven't.
The 7 boundaries scored so far have been good control.
Well, absolutely. This one is driven straight to mid-off by Alex Lees. 22.
So you see what I was talking about, Tony, in terms of the patience in bowling to Alex Lees, because if you look in terms of the line where you're going to be able to bowl him, that's why you have to be just so consistent to bowl him as straight as possible. Anywhere between that 2 meter, 4 meter length is where I think that you have to bowl him, but not around the wicket, at least over the wicket. And you just have to be patient.
Kind of slanted across the left-hander if you're a right armer. Well, Alzari Joseph is coming over the wicket, and Lees dabs it really to point, and there is no run. 59 for 1 England. I think we're due a change at the end of this over, Bear.
Yes. And after this couple of this
who
delivery,
do we have next? Jack Hope is going to be on with Jason and Jacob, which will be fantastic. Vernon will be back at tea time, and in after tea 2 session, I think. 2 slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and a man at square leg. There's a little delay though, and in fact we're going to have a look at the ball. Already the handcuffs are out, and that ball, extra lacquer I think for the Duke ball in the West Indies, it's not going through that handcuff, is it, Vernon?
No, it's not, and worrying signs pretty early for the Duke ball, and it's not like it's got a beating already, so you'll have to question, maybe it was just one of the bad ones out of the lot.
Well,
because out comes Leslie Reefer Jr. with a bag, maybe to change. But the West Indies, as we said, only 7 boundaries have been scored so far. Right after lunch, it was a slow period of play, slow going. By the time you tune in here to Guerrilla Cricket and you hear the score, 59 for 1, we're into the 30th over. Must be working out like what is happening here. But it's just been a flat pitch.
Well, we'll see. You mentioned Reefer. That's quite a cricketing plan to take a name. One of them at Surrey, of course.
Nico, yeah.
Nico at Surrey, indeed.
My mind is drawn to the day in 1978 when Jeff Boycott batted a whole day in Perth for, I think it was 63 for the whole day.
Oh, Jeffrey Boycott, yeah.
Are you saying that is going to happen today with Lees? Lees is going to bat all day for 40.
One of
the current rate.
One of the rare funny lines that Jeff Boycott I think has ever come up with. Somebody said, how many times have people fallen asleep when you were batting, Jeffrey? He said, probably many times.
Maybe that's why.
But I was still batting when they woke up.
Maybe that's why there's no action in the Pakistan and Barbados.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, beautiful. We're going to beautiful aerial view of.
I shall hand
there.
over to Jason and catch you tomorrow.
Well, there's 2 balls left of this over, but you can hand over to Jason in the interim. We're just waiting while
He's
the ball.
there already.
You can. Well, Messrs, late night for you. Well done. Get time for a mug of cocoa. Put your feet up. Sterling work.
Might have a glass of wine before I go to bed.
Ooh, I would. Joseph, around the wicket then to the left-handed Lees, who just watches it under his bat. Really, through it goes to De Silva. There is no run to Silva. Still will be thinking a little bit, possibly. Did he have a little fish there, Vernon, or did he just pulled the bat inside? I think he pulled the bat inside, didn't he?
It's kind of pretty hard. The partnership, you want to break the partnership. You're talking about 55 from 208 balls. Got to get those half chances. Yeah.
Round the wicket again, short, and didn't climb as much as I think Lees had to really duck, practically dig a hole for himself to get underneath that. He did. So at the end of that over, it's 59 for 1. Lees 30-22.
I want to thank you very much, and also let you know that we're locked in Platinum FM 97.9 FM in Antigua and Barbados. So I want to thank Jack and you guys there. So I'll join back you guys at tea time.
Looking forward to it. We will carry on, and it's going to be Jacob and Jack. What a team!
Sorry, Jason, doesn't sound like you made the cut.
I've been already introduced, I'm afraid. Welcome, Jacob.
Hello, we've got some Triple J action.
Yeah.
If I can get this frog out of my throat, which I seem to have done now.
It's just about the only action we're getting by the looks of things. As Holder will continue full. That's flicked into the leg side by Root. Very attractive looking shot. It's running away towards the fence and it won't actually be intercepted. That's going to be 4 runs through square on the leg side. And Roots moves into the 40s.
Yeah, the pitch looks perhaps a touch quicker than the extremely sluggish surface in the first test, and the outfield seemed quite quick as well, which could aid some reverse swing later on, but it's not lively, is it?
No. As Root nudges forward, there's a half appeal from Jason Holder. I think it strikes Root on the pad, but I don't think the line... I think he was hit outside the line there. I suspect the ball would have carried over the stumps anyway.
I did hear one member of the BT commentary team refer to this as a results pitch, though, so I'm looking forward to seeing that prediction come true.
It does. I mean, Barbados is, I think, in the last few years anyway, hasn't been a wicket where we've seen a lot of day 5 action, as Root drops one into the offside and they don't come through for a run. They were saying that, or the word on the street is that it tends to go one of 2 ways. Either it's very lively from ball 1 and you're looking at quite a low scoring game, or it's or they cut the grass short and it tends to break up a little bit towards the 3rd and 4th innings. So might be a good time to bat, I reckon.
Well, it seems like not just cutting it short, they've almost entirely got it off the pitch, the grass.
Yep, as Root lets one through to the keeper.
I think they've also missed a trick by not including their secret Barbados weapon of Boston Chase, who was this the ground we took 8 for last time?
I think it is. I think he took an 8 for here, didn't he?
He did take an 8 for against England in 2018, I think it was, and I'm almost certain that not a single one of them spun.
It doesn't sound very likely. If it
that may be a joke, but England,
no, I mean with Boston Chase bowling, they tend not to deviate too far off the straight and narrow, as Root defends on his tiptoes into the offside, fielded by Permal at point. It was at the game where did Jason Holder get 200 as well?
Yeah. He did, yeah. They won the first test where Holder got 200 and then managed to, I think, draw the other 2.
I thought it was 2-1. That series. I reckon we can check this after this ball. As Holder is through, wide off stump and cut by Root, backward of square, but Permal does well to cover ground and cut it off Nice shot from Root, with good fielding to keep it to a dot. 63 for 1 at the end of that over. I reckon it was 2-1, and Mark Wood came back for the final test and was bowling about 9,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, he was. He certainly scared people. Leah says, in Jaden's defence, I don't think his name necessarily makes him a Tory. We had a minister/president here called David James McAllister. And though being conservative by German standards, he was left of a Tory. Fair enough. Swinging it both ways says, Kolpak was definitely advantageous to people who could claim some fairly tenuous claims to be British. Guys whose second uncle twice removed was British got to play. Smiley face.
What's a Kolpak?
Kolpak.
Oh, Kolpak.
Yeah.
Yes.
And O'Neill Harris says, after this,
Alzari Joseph continues, and Alex Lees does what he was done all day, rather. Gets on that front foot and blocks it into the pitch.
He said Chase's batting has deteriorated so badly that Pamor is batting better than him and gets the spinning all-rounder slot.
Yeah, he had a reasonably healthy average at one point, didn't he, Roston Chase? He was famously the guy not out at the other end for Fazir Mohammed's...
why did he do it? Yeah.
Why did he do that moment? Yeah. Wide of off stump by Joseph, left by Lees.
I think it's a bit harsh to call it Fazir Mohammed's moment. It's also Shannon Gabriel's brain fade of a spectacular mode.
Yeah, that was something else. That.
We will never understand what goes on inside the mind of Shannon Gabriel.
No. Or the angel Shannon Gabriel, as one or two people I know have started to call him. Lees goes for a cut outside or something. He sort of bumps it into the surface, just off the pitch. Runs through for a single, and he's got a glove off here, shaking his hand. I think probably some bad vibrations up the willow there.
That's a song that the Beach Boys didn't make.
Bad vibrations up the willow. Yeah. Well, if there are any cricket-loving Beach Boy tribute acts out there, you can take that idea, make it what you will. Maybe we can use it as a jingle. Joseph in the number 8 shirt for West Indies is through, and Root has a very late cut, chops it into the floor, and it's fielded sharply at gully. Sharply and cleanly, so they do not have the opportunity for a run. That was Shamar Brooks. Looking very cool in his sunglasses, chewing gum.
Swinging it both ways says the spinners who get taken a pile of wickets at Kensington in recent years are called Shane Shinniker chucking spin like fire.
Full from Joseph, and that's driven beautifully by Root. Finds the gap through the covers, and it will run away into the boundary sponge for 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot from Root. Slightly over pitched by Alzari Joseph, and just a little bit of width, and Root meets it on the half volley, opens the face to make sure he misses that cover fielder, and it runs away across the fast outfield for 4 runs. Joseph's next delivery is a little wider, and Root piles into another drive, but this time only finds extra cover where the captain, Craig Brathwaite, cuts the ball off. End of the over, 5 from it. England 68 for 1 from 40 so far.
Leah says that series was 2-1. The 77 all-out test is on YouTube in its entirety, and I watch it from time to time. It has Swanee presenting an English disaster, showing that deranged grin of his the whole time. And Tony Bishop says, I wish I'd known that before. I spent 50 years deep-blinging before I bluting. What's that in relation to? It's in relation to a previous tweet about bling in showers.
Bling in showers, interesting. It has been slow going so far in Barbados. I think they only scored at 1.7 and over, but progress you'd probably say over some of their recent displays. Jaden Seals continues and he pitches one up a little bit too much outside off stump, tempts Lease into the driver. It's pretty well, but again finds extra cover. So unlucky maybe to not pick up a boundary there. Not Seals' greatest ball. Has bowled well so far.
Impressive economy, just under 1 and over.
Yeah, and the solitary wicket as well. That of Zach Crawley, who edged whilst leaving much earlier on in the day.
222 balls ago, to be precise, as the partnership graphic is showing us. Each one of them plodding and methodical.
Seals is in once more on the back foot. Lease defends. There's a passing cloud, which might be respite for those in the Banks party stand, the uncovered area. Away towards square leg. It gets pretty hot around this time in the Caribbean. Sun right above the players. There's basically no shadow for any of the fielders out there. As Alex Leeds crouches over his bat, tapping it down, getting himself set. He raises the bat quite high. It's almost sort of vertical, if that makes sense, prior to the ball being bowled, which it is by Seals, and that's driven nicely by Leeds back down the ground. They've come through for 2 Alzari Joseph running round to get the ball. Maybe didn't time it as well as I first thought, but he did beat the fielder at mid-off.
He does remind me of a couple of players actually. One of them, both left-handers, both with somewhat limited footwork, but a good eye for the ball. One was of course, the great Marcus Trescothick, and the other one is the South African Terminator, Graham Smith.
Yeah, as Seals is in once more, pushes that a little bit too far up, and Lease drives again. Good stop at extra cover by a diving Craig Brathwaite. I mean, it's a dot ball instead of more runs. 70 for 1 England. There's an element of Graham Smith, I think. I think Trescothic was more eye-catching, I thought. He wasn't traditionally beautiful in the way that...
It was more the lack of footwork I noticed more than anything else.
Yeah, there is a stillness to Lease, I suppose. As Seals comes through and Lease defends. I think, I might be wrong here, but Lease has kind of a little bit of a split grip, and I think players like that sometimes look slightly jerky.
Closed off and jerky and awkward
at the crease. It's working for him here though, I'd say in this innings. He seems to have made an adjustment from the first test, where Roach seemed to pretty much immediately have his number. Faced 124 balls now, so he should be feeling pretty well set, I'd have thought. Oh, bouncer from Seals, and Lease ducks into that. I think that strikes him on the grill. He's standing up, looks okay, gives the thumbs up sign to his batting partner Joe Root, and as is the custom, I think we might have a little pause in play here whilst the helmet gets checked, and I think the umpire's actually just making sure that the helmet didn't gouge anything out the ball. On comes the England physio. Seals has his hat and is away. It's the end of the over, 70 for 1. We can probably have a couple of tweets here. I don't think the batter's in too much danger.
Leah says, why would you call Shannon Angel? The angel of death is never named in Christian traditions, and in the Islamic tradition is Azrael. And what other angel would Shannon be? He could be the Aussie Joe Angel, I suppose.
The Angel Gabriel's named, surely. Angel Shannon. If there's not an Angel Gabriel, there's now an Angel Shannon Gabriel. So
Warren calls him the Snow Angel. And O'Neill Harris says, it's actually hard for me to take Swanee seriously because he always sounds like he's grinning. Like they got a guy from the audience to sit in the commentary box and he's just half drunk and happy to be there. That's a bit too close to home for us, isn't it?
Well, that really sums us all up, doesn't it?
It looks like the helmet's going to be swapped. I don't know about you, Jacob. Sorry, that ball didn't look like it really got up, and maybe surprised Lease by staying a little low.
Yeah, it did keep low. He did the right thing, trying to duck under it, but he took his eye off it and ducked head first into the oncoming ball, which had just skidded along from the short trajectory. It's one of those really awkward bounces you get where it bangs in short and then seems to elevate to about rib height and just stay there. So when you duck, you put your face right in the way of it.
Yeah, we're watching now as they prepare a new helmet. Obviously didn't have one ready to go. I think that's Matt Parkinson who's run it out to the middle. Players are taking a drink. It is pretty hot out there, so good opportunity for them to rehydrate.
Yeah, you'd think that some poor 12th job is to customise each spare lid as and when people go out to bat, ready for this situation. I mean, it's not like he's got that much more to do apart from to run out drinks and be the general dog spotty.
Yeah, Lees has the new helmet on now. He's adjusting the chin strap. He's one of those people who has it properly under the chin, not resting right on the point. As it were. I think Zach Crawley does that. It looks strange, if you ask me. And it looks like he's happy to continue. The substitutes are running off with the old helmet. Root's putting his gloves back on. A little fist bump, and we should be ready to go again. Or at least once everyone is set up and the bowler is at the top of his mark. It will be Alzari Joseph to continue. What do you think of him so far, Jacob?
Yeah, better performance than the first test. He was a little all over the place until he somehow took 3 wickets kind of out of nowhere, but he wasn't the best in that first test and doing better here.
Short one from Joseph, and Root plays a spinning hook shot, gets over the ball well, and it goes very fine for a single down to long leg. Root within 4 runs now of yet another landmark. The probably the one of the few real highlights for England fans over the last year or so has been the pleasure of watching Joe Root bat.
Absolutely, it has been, and I'll continue after this ball.
As Joseph's in, and the left-handed Lees spins, rides the bounce well, and hooks that down to a wide-ish fine leg for another one.
Because Root had that little period kind of just running up to the 2019 Ashes and a little bit in that where he sort of couldn't buy a run. He'd get to 30 and there was the big conversation about his conversion rate and all that, and I was certainly someone who was discussing whether he was still in the Fab Four, and now he's completely turned it on its head and bumped that average. It's just dropped below 50 again, but he bumped it back up above 50. That magnificent run last year, and it just reminded us what a treat and a legend we have in Joe Root. Be sorry when he's gone.
Well, short from Joseph, and that's pulled authoritatively by Root, but it will only be 1 out to the deep square fielder. He read that early, picked up the length really well, and collects another single. 47 now for Root. Yeah, he getting that average above 50. It's always nice. I think if you average more than 50 in Test cricket, then you're really leaving your mark from a historical perspective, aren't you? And firmly established in the top, or in the Fab Four, I think, now, even with the emergence of Labuschagne and Babar Azam, you'd still have him up there. As Lees flicks one into the leg side. It's been a bit wayward this over from Joseph. That was fair way down leg. It will be a couple to Lees, square of the wicket.
Well, Babar Azam, of course, just scored his first 100 in, I think, something like 21 innings.
Yeah, it was over 400 days or something like that.
So he did have a bit of a dry run.
Pretty good one, though. It has to be said.
Yeah, good. One of the better dry runs. He wasn't getting ducks all the time.
As Joseph's in, defended by Lees. I think the innings this morning, it was the most runs by a Pakistani in the 4th innings, the longest a Pakistani had ever batted in the 4th innings, the most runs by a Pakistani captain in, there was some other
I think it was
measure
also
there.
Somewhere like the 5th or 6th most in the 4th innings ever, of any nation, by anyone.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, it was the most by a captain in the 4th innings, overtaking Atherton's 188 at Johannesburg.
185, not out.
185. That one's wide down the leg side. A really average delivery from Joseph. Lease lets it go, and he couldn't have hit that with a barge pole. To be honest, 75 for 1 at the end of the over. 5 from that one. Let's go to tweets.
Anna Forsyth says, my only meeting today got cancelled so I can listen while actually getting work done. What a lovely day. Lucky for you. Josie Oak says, Lee's first class average of 35 hardly sets the world on fire, but that's the same for many of the English batsmen, I have to say, having looked them up in the last test. And
Also,
Leah says
his average has been 40 over the last 2 or 3 seasons. I think it's just because he had a terrible run before he moved from Yorkshire to Durham.
And Leah says, I have never heard about him having a affinity for Coke, talking about... Oh, it's the Snow Angel pun.
Also, I believe the man next up on that list we were talking about with Babar Azam is playing in this game, Kyle Mayers, for his 210 against Bangladesh last year.
Yes, he was.
That was a pretty special innings, wasn't it? Seals sends a pretty tame delivery wide of off stump. Joe Root lets it pass by to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, very much standard deliver. He just decided there's no chance that we're going to get this. I'm just going to go out there and play my game and just bosh it to all parts. It's only when he started getting close to the winning target and to his double ton that they got a bit nervy.
Yeah, as Seals threw once more, another ball well wide of off stump and left alone. Root retreating to square leg, maybe taking his mind off the game a little bit, getting himself out of the bubble. Collar up.
Colin has let us know that it was 12 matches between Babar Azam's Test hundreds, and I think I am correct, 21 innings.
Yeah, when was Kohli's last?
Over 800 days ago.
Seals through, that's on leg stump and whipped into the leg side by Root. He wants 2, but is sent back by Alex Lees, and that's a good call by the England opener. There was not 2 there.
Was it 16 tests?
2018 was Kohli's last 100. 820 odd days ago, I think. I'm not sure how many innings, but quite a lot.
Yeah, and that's across all formats as well.
Yeah, he's been in a real tough patch for him and has lost in that time Test captaincy and the one-day captaincy, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has indeed. Speaking of Fab 4, he's probably the one with the Fab 4 credentials.
I think most it's probably a bit after the
at risk as one is sent down wide by Seals, wide of Lees, leaves it alone, no run.
I think Lost is a bit harsh. I think he voluntarily gave up the one captaincy and the other one, and perhaps both of them.
There was all sorts of talk about BTCI politicking and whether or not he'd given up the Test captaincy or sort of been slightly elbowed out, and it's very unclear.
It's the Who Shot JR of the cricketing world, isn't it?
Yeah, basically.
Jaden Seals is in, that's full, and Alex Lees hits it straight to the man at short off Hayden, which is the fielder standing just off the strip, about 2/3 of the way down on the offside. For any drives that Lees may go for slightly too early and just sort of pop up in the air. Get another crowd shot. It is pretty dominated by England fans wearing an assortment of mainly football shirts. Jaden Seals sends one in his shorts, and Alex Lees is maybe a little early on a ball. It sort of floats out towards deep mid wicket. They come through for a single. Couple of that over, 77 for 1. And we'll go to more tweets.
We would if there were any, but they're not. So I'll go to YouTube and have a look. And Sutahu says it's remarkable how he's managed to work on these periods where a bowling team finds a slight flaw, talking about routes. Jez Lefou says, but that is where the management helps the team to work out the differences. The Aussies changed their tactics in each game, bringing in a local bowler for the MCG and took 5 wickets, but that is teamwork. Well, tactics is whatever works, basically.
Yep. Alsari Joseph is the West Indian bowler who will continue round the wicket to Alex Lees, wide off stump, and Alex Lees tries to steer that through gully. It's a little bit fine and it bounces up into the hands of a wide-ish third slip. They don't get through for a single, obviously. Pretty risky one there. Lees moves up to 29 now. Maybe played a few more shots since lunchtime with the ball a little softer, and maybe the bowler's not worn out, but not as fresh. So he'll pick up a single here. Joseph banging one in wide off stump, and Lees finding a gap between cover and point.
Colin has the stat. Kohli is 18 test matches into a 100-less streak, 22 ODI matches, and he doesn't have a T20 100. But 18 matches, the headline figure since the last Test 100 for Kohli.
It's a pretty long time. I think you'd have had decent odds on on that length there. A tonless streak for Virat Kohli in 2018. Joseph bangs another one in, and Root does very well to ride the bounce there, turn it down to long leg for a single. I think that's partly due to the slowness of the pitch. You do have a lot of time to adjust after the ball bounces here in Barbados on this particular wicket.
I think we're due a change at the end of this over, if my timing is correct.
You're right. You're on to
I'm on with the Bishop and Matt.
Yep. I'm staying on to do the tech. The Bears let me loose on the tech.
Oh, that's exciting. As Joseph pitches one up and Alex Lees gets in behind it, defends. Tony says, try and remember to say hi to our friends on Point FM. Hello, our friends on Point FM. Good reminder, Tony. Is there a more extensive message we should be passing on?
That's the affiliates from the Leeward Islands, I think, that Vernon Springer was talking about in the lunch session, amongst many other things, and he'll be back at tea time to talk about things as well.
As Lees defends and the ball runs out towards point, there will be no run. One more ball of our spell. It's probably an England victory this little half hour. They've scored a few runs, maybe the run rate heading towards 2 and over. I think it was 1.7 when we started, so we've added a whole tenth of a run and over since we've been together.
Top work, lads.
Yeah, that's real progress. And here we go, wide of off stump, left alone by Lees. I am heading off, be back in about half an hour, and I'll leave you in the hands of Jacob and co.
I will take over, thank you very much, Jack, and I welcome Matt to the summarising and the Holy Father himself, Tony the Bishop, to the social media. Good to see you again, Tony.
Holy Father, but I'm a father. I don't know how holy
the
I am.
Holy Father of Guerrilla Cricket.
Someone needs to let Max in.
I'm here.
Doing that.
I'm here. I'm just having some issues with my camera.
Oh Lord!
Bear with me. Fortunately, we have an ad break, so while that happens, I'm just going to crawl under my desk.
Well, we can't see you, Max, but we can hear you, and we welcome you back to Guerrilla Cricket. And how are you seeing it so far, Tony? What do you think of the pitch? What do you think of England's performance? Alex Lees' stubborn resistance, Joe Root's taking.
Well, good question. I mean, Vernon was very much saying, he felt Lees was. I don't want to put words into his mouth, but kind of a one-trick pony, rather defensive, didn't really have too much of an attacking game. But I think come the end of the day, if he's still there, England will see that as a result. and I think there would be those at Yorkshire and Durham who argue that isn't necessarily the case. But he is facing international quality bowlers here on a consistent basis. They have bowled very tightly. I think England might be a little frustrated they've not gone quicker, but I think equally at the same time they'll count the wickets column with just the one in it and probably see that as just about a result. West Indies, conversely, I think will be a little frustrated, particularly after Josh De Silva dropped, albeit a difficult catch, but you've got to take him. And it was Joe Root, and he'll be worried that's going to be rather costly.
In fact,
Yeah,
Joe
exactly.
Root dropped by Joshua De Silva. We are now joined by Max in the flesh, as we've seen some replays of
digital
some
flesh.
chances for. Yes, the digital flesh. Hello, Max.
Just
how's it
as well
going?
you clarified that.
Hello. I'm good. I've been enjoying watching Alex Lees try and bat with Kashmir Willow today. That's been enjoyable.
Well, yes, he's. I'm not sure about the whole one-trick pony thing. We haven't seen him in that situation, which kind of did for Sibley, where the game needed accelerating and he wasn't able to do so. So until we see that,
Well, he is there, which is, that's one plus, which is something that England's openers have struggled with in the recent past, and maybe signs that he's trying to kick on a bit. But I think for me, it looks like he's been playing within himself slightly. Some of the attacking shots he has played, they haven't been played with full gusto, have they? It's been a bit of a sort of tentative prod at cut shots and that kind of thing. And the West Indies have kept it reasonably tight or bowled, well, quite wide outside off stump at times as well. So it's not been the easiest place to score. So let's not, judge him too early. But he's certainly outdone both the Sibtery and the Dentry so far, hasn't he? So
yes, he has. I'm a big Dom Sibley fan, as it has been noted on this channel, but if Alex Lees can do that job better, and with the ability to score on the offside, well, it might be a hard time for Vicar of Sibley, but we'll see how he goes.
well, imagine having both of them.
Oh, that would make for some interesting but also not interesting Test cricket.
Jersey Oak on Twitter says Lee's first class average 35 hardly sets the world on fire. I think he's got probably a point there. Interesting change of bowling.
Veer-Sami Pamal is on. And we'll jingle him up.
Does anybody here remember Veer-Sami? He'll play again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
We did read that tweet before, I think, Tony, about the first class average. No, not a problem, but I did mention, and I think it's worth mentioning again, that while he does have a first class average of 35, over the last 2 or 3 seasons, I think, at Durham, he's been averaging 40, and it's just he went through a bit like Haseeb Hameed. His average is depressed by the fact that he went through a kind of terrible run just before he moved counties, and then has been on the up and up again. As Root immediately driving Pamal, but only as far as short cover for no run.
Also, 2 key words to consider in what you just said there, Jacob. At Durham.
Indeed.
So
difficult pitches there. As Root is forward in defence, hard to get a word in with a Veer-Sami Pamal over in full flight, but we will do our best to rattle on between the balls as he's in again, like the wind, and Root is again defending for no run.
maybe overcompensating for the slow over rate penalties from the first test.
Well, they got 2 points, didn't they? 2-point deduction.
Taking a leaf out of the England book.
Unusual. I was about to say it's unusual for England not to get one, but someone else carrying the can this time.
As that's a little straighter from Pamal, and a good a reaction from behind the stumps. Root did get a good amount of bat on it, but it looked like one of those ones which could have just sneaked past the inside edge and wrapped the pad, straightening up a little, but Root dealt with it well. He's back to that one and playing a back foot drive and will somehow get a single despite there being a short cover in there. It's just gone to the left of him, and Root has managed to get a single, and that brings up his 50, and we will jingle that up. It sounds a little bit like this.
to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Yet another. Oh, that struck Lee's on the pad. It's been
Gone.
given by Joe Algano. It looked pretty good. Alex Lee's thinking about a review, going up to Joe Root.
I wouldn't think
Joe
about a
Root
review if
loves
I
a
were him.
review, but it looks pretty good. Then again, it is Joe Algano giving him out, so not
That's
Joe
true.
Algano.
Yeah.
Joe
Not
Wilson.
Joe Wilson.
Joe Wilson's giving him out, not Joe. Other
I
famous
suspect Joe
second-
Garner wouldn't have given the batsman the benefit of the doubt ever, but he never.
And Lees is walking. That is not what England needed. Just after Root got through to what I think is his 51st or 52nd Test 50. Lees misjudges length, goes back to that one. It just hurries onto him. He plays across the line, and it's absolute stone dead. Lee's gone for an obdurate 30 for 138, and England at the end of the 45th are 80 for 2.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, I think when Vernon comes back on, he'll go, there you go, I told you so.
What was that about Alex Lees or about Virasamy Permaul being a demon? What I missed.
More about Lees than Permaul, who I don't think he rated as a demon, I've got to say.
I think we can file that under Mr. Straight One for Alex Lees there.
Yeah, no, I would
It
probably.
was turning in, but largely innocuous and very, very disappointing.
He's just misread the length and gone back to one which he should be going forward to and played right across it. As the new batsman to the crease is this man, and he has a jingle which goes like this.
Dan, the batting man. You want some runs? Dan, comes from 6 foot drives a van.
If that does a grand with a watering can.
He comes from Essex.
As we see the ball tracking on that LBW appeal, and it was hitting right on the top of middle stump. Dan Lawrence in a bit of form. Test average of only 27, but looking good on this tour and played very well and very selflessly in the second innings of the last match, really giving it a thrash, advancing the game and even giving up his wicket for his team, which is a good sign in a young batsman, not just batting for himself. As Root on strike, who's sealed, who's in, and Root goes back and plays that sort of 45-degree back foot punch, which got him in such trouble during the Ashes on this slightly less bouncy Barbados pitch. He's managed to get hold of it, but only straight to a fielder for no run.
What about missing a straight one off the slower bowler? Don't forget Roston Chase got England to miss or play around 8 straight ones.
8 for
We
60
were
this
talking
very
about
round.
this earlier, and as I said then, not a single one of them turned.
Yeah, Permaul got extracted rather a lot more turn from that delivery.
As sealed in again, and that's on off stump and into the leg side, defended just into the leg side by Root, and they'll just get the single. Yes, they look for 2, but Root turns Lawrence down. Probably a good idea.
I think so, although I applaud the intent. Push the first one hard, push the second one harder. Nice to see a bit of intention to get the scoreboard along.
Which
Joe
is what you
Root's,
will see from Joe Root and
yes.
Dan Lawrence, both players who like to move the scoreboard. Lawrence in particular doesn't like long periods without putting bat to ball and is a bit of a nervous starter at times, so he really needs to get through these first few 10, 20, 30 deliveries and then play himself in.
I think this is the thing, isn't it, with let's say batsmen who hold a foundation together. If the team gets 450, 500 and they've got 100 and something over a long period of time and everyone else has made runs around them, it looks great. Sadly he didn't.
That is indeed the case, and that's, I believe, in his 3 test innings, 3 LBWs for Alex Lees. So maybe something to work on then, as Lawrence has just defended off the back foot straight back up to mid on.
Well, it was picked up right at the start of the day on the coverage that he's made a small adjustment already to try and account for that LBW issue that we saw against Kumar Roach, but slightly different one.
Seals in, Lawrence cutting, and that's not going to beat the man at Gully. Will they get a single? No, they will not, very sensibly. But again, an example, Lawrence there stepping a little bit across his stump. Ball probably could have left short and wide, and he's aimed a cut shot at it, could easily have top edged it. But positive intent from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, he likes to get a move on, doesn't he? Does Dan Lawrence?
Only his second ball.
Well, well, true enough. I mean, no one's going to rush him that much.
As Seals in again, as Lawrence is really walking across those stumps. He defends that out towards cover for no run. You can almost see leg stump. It's a sort of inverse of Jack Leach in the match before Headingley 2019, where he got bowled round his own legs because he was walking so far across.
He did go out more than a run a ball in the second innings in Antigua. Got 37 off 36. But then, of course, at that stage, England were definitely trying to move things along as much as the pudding pitch would let them do it.
As Seal in again to Lawrence. Straighter that time, veering it in towards those pads as he walks across, and Lawrence flips it into the leg side to mid-on, no run, and that's the end of the 46. England 81 for 2, and we move to the...
Well, I'm going to say hello to a few people on Cricket Tracker India, who of course we also have a partnership with. Let's just say a few hellos to people who have said hello to us. Paul Hamilton, Endi Malik, Taran Sharma, Vasudev Parekha, Isyak Ahmed, Suresh Panchal, Stuart Deepesh, Prafu Patel, Virat Datta, Shitala Prasad, Anand Tamboli, Haji Arshad and Dipu Singh Shib. To name but a few. So we're delighted you're all with us. John McDonald over. I'll just have to wait now.
As Pamal is in, you may have to wait a little while as Pamal
once
really
again
gets through him. Root forward, defending, no run.
There's just no keeping up with the pace of Sami Pamal.
Absolutely not, as he's in again, and Root tips that one out into the offside. They'll just get a single again to the right of that cover fielder. There was a small misfield. Root looked for a second, but the cover fielder stared him down intently, almost daring him to attempt the run, and Dan Lawrence was having absolutely none of it.
Alfred Pokey on YouTube says he likes Sibley. He's a Sibley fan.
I too am a Sibley fan, especially when you get the victor of Sibley and Ollie the Pope in the team at the same time. It is a blessed team when they are batting in the same lineup.
And if you can get Stokes, Folkes and Wokes in as well, you've just got a mean lineup.
Oh, it's the best thing that's ever happened in the history of humanity. I think they should rename an end after it. As Pamal into Lawrence this time, who is forward slightly across that one, just guiding it into the leg side, but that well in front of pad. Not very quick through the air is Veersamy Pamal, but very quick on the turn. As this time he's abandoned ship and decided not to deliver that ball despite getting through his delivery stride. Had Joe Root worried there, remember the man cat is now a legitimate dismissal.
I thought it always was.
It's now been moved to the legitimate dismissal section as Lawrence is back and punching off the back foot for no run. There's been some questions on these airwaves. We might have to have a look about Veersamy Pamal's back foot and whether it's running wide enough of the crease to be considered a no ball. It wasn't in that case, as Lawrence is back and again punching out into the offside from the back foot, but no run again. But apparently he's been getting mighty close on occasions, and I know Colin Suter has been keeping an eagle eye, as that one's a bit more of a full toss from Pamal, and Lawrence used his feet to it, swiped it into the leg side, but there is a man at mid-wicket who will recover it. The whirlwind over is finished, 82 for 2.
Suter who over on YouTube is saying... what I just read between the lines from Jacob was he's all in favour of Hamid coming back in. Not sure that would be true. I'm not sure that's where you were going. Was it, Jacob?
No, I was merely making the point that first-class averages in situations like those of Alex Lees and Haseeb Hamid can be a little deceptive, because in recent form they could have had 3 years averaging 40, but because 5 years ago they had 2 years averaging 5, their first-class average is a bit blown out of the water.
Yeah, Jersey Oak wants to know what's a good score here. Well, where are we now? 82 for 2, is it? 46 overs. Hold that thought.
As Root gets a good contact with that one into the leg side, beating the man at mid on. It won't run away for 4, as John Campbell will get back there, and they'll just get the 2, but a nice shot for Root.
In total, I mean, it's a lot more placid a track, Max, isn't it, than we were probably thought it was going to be.
It is. And you described the first one as a pudding. What would you have this one down as? It's
a slightly quicker pudding.
It's a pudding with a slightly crustier surface.
We've gone from a treacle tart to a creme brulee.
Gruel.
Yeah, it's a sort of flambéed edge to it.
As Seals in, defended by Root, no run. My 2 cents on this is that on pretty much any pitch like this, as I said in the last game, I think about 350 with these 2 teams probably puts you in a decent enough position.
I'd have said a hundred of that for England. Well into the afternoon session, just 2 wickets down. Root still at the crease and past his 50. I think they'd be looking at 400, but 2 wickets can change that.
As Root rocking back, trying to guide that one down to third man in one of his trademark shots, but it intercepted along the ground in the slip cordon.
I think just the rate of scoring is the only concern for England here. I mean, if a normal rate of scoring, I think we'd certainly be looking at 400 or so. But given we're well over halfway to the second new ball already, and we're yet to cross 100 runs. So
as Seals, sweat dripping from his brow, in Root, back defending, no run. Interestingly, it's a bit of a surprise that these sorts of pudding pitches have been prepared. Since the West Indies, since the beginning of what Jared Kimber terms the pace-playing pandemic, where seam bowling has dominated the global test game since about 2017. Shout out to the wonderful Jared Kimber, by the way. The West Indies has been the only place where seam bowling has averaged lower than England in the world. As Root, that's short and he pulls hard, but there is a man out there, so it will probably just be the one. No, I think yes, it's just the one. But it's unusual that in a country which has been so dominated by seam bowling over the last 5 years, there are these quite dead pitches.
Well, yeah, we were talking about this a lot, and at lunchtime, and I think Vernon, who will be on again with us at tea time and post tea, in fact, he was very much of the opinion that you're not playing to West Indies' strengths, and neither are you giving you're not giving your strengths the chance to be strong.
As Lawrence again walking right across his stump, but defending Seals resolutely, and that's the end of that over. Actually, I didn't see the score because we cut immediately to an ad break for a television manufacturer who I shall not name. Others are available, but we go to the tweets.
Well, it's 85 for 2, and Suter who was saying, did I just hear Tony say 400? I did, but I almost immediately regretted it. Leah says, I think this Alex Lees innings, which of course is now not an innings because he's gone, is probably the best innings by an English opener with fewer than 5 test appearances since Sir Alistair retired. It's his job to be out there and bat until the ball resembles a cube. Well, you could argue, Leah, unfortunately, our problem probably is for not reading it. That hasn't aged so well, but I don't think that can be held against you.
As Root is sweeping Pamal hard, and that will run away very quickly for one of these. Very good hard sweep from Root. Leah can be defended on this point, actually, because if you'll remember, gentlemen, technically he was there when the ball was batted.
Yes, they changed it,
They did change the ball, and that was his downfall. As Pamal in again, and Root another hard sweep. He's really gone after that one. This one won't beat the sweeping fielder out there, and they'll just get through for the 2 runs, but 6 off the first 2 balls of this over already from Joe Root. Bit more intent, really trying to up that scoring rate. It's gone to 1.88 now, 91 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, while Joe Root was in with Alex Lees, he wasn't exactly motoring away, was he? So
Unusual for Root, but there he is defending off his toes. That was a fuller ball from Pamal, and he's just defended that out into the offside.
and that's the thing with someone who's usually so energetic at the crease at getting the guns going. Perhaps we can give Alex Lees a pass on this one.
As Root plays almost as if to drive, but just stops the stroke and defends. As we see his batting averages, his lowest batting average against left arm pace at 43, not bad. And against leg breaks, he averages 80.75. So the ball spinning away from him, he quite likes. As Root is forward in defence to Pamal for no run.
That's all right, isn't it? In your lowest average, it's 43.5. I'll take that.
Pretty sure my lowest average is 2, so pretty sure my highest average is 4. As Root waits for that one to come right onto his toes and gets a swipe across it into the leg side. There's a man deeper at long on, not quite at long on, but a deep mid on, and that will end the over with a single. England 90, should be 93 for 2 now. No, 92 for 2.
92 for 2, yeah. Warren says, going to check you out on radio stations. Werner mentioned, but can someone do an air check for them? Because I can't remember the wavelengths or the locations. I can't remember that. Point FM is what you're looking for, and that's point spelled with an E. And we're going out across Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, Jamaica as well, I think, and a couple of others which even I can't remember. But that'll get you a start. Nestlers goes. This person is a government. Nadine Doris arrived apparently at a meeting with software giant Microsoft and immediately asked when they were going to get rid of algorithms. That's an interesting thing to ask a software company, I have to say.
Wow.
O'Neill Harris, dead pitches are good ball pitches, says O'Neill Harris.
We have a bowling change as the very lanky Jason Holder turns to the attack.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or 2.
And in he comes to Root, who gets one down the leg side. He's not made contact with that. There's been no appeal, but he did have a bit of a go at it and luckily missed it. Jason Holder's been very economical, 0 for 13 from his 9 overs so far. You even say he's holdering up an end. Good God, I feel ashamed of myself.
God.
As we see some pitch maps of Ravi Pamal versus... I keep calling him Ravi Pamal. Sami Pamal versus Lees today, and that dismissal was just a touch shorter and a touch straighter with a bit more turn, which caught Lees out as Root defends into the leg side for no run, and Colin sends me a very unwell looking emoji as a reaction to my joke.
As well he might. Jason Holder averages about 10, I think, in Barbados, so not a bad man to go to if you need a breakthrough. I was going to say as well, it was looking like we're in danger of things just drifting a bit from West Indies' point of view, so high time for a change of bowling.
Jason Holder can indeed tie down an end, as I possibly should have said, as Root tries to run in dead third man, but it will go with one bounce to gully.
But certainly you can't, I mean, economy has not been Holder's problem, and he's looked a little more dangerous probably when he's pitched it up, but you're right, he's not looked overly threatening, but he has applied pressure, and applying pressure has been what is wheedled the Windies 2 runs, another 1 or 2, and they'll feel pretty okay, I think.
As Root steps down the track to Holder, and that's straighter on his pads, he's thrashed it into the leg side. Bit extravagant from Root there. It's only going to yield 2 as the fielders out there converge and throw back into the keeper's end. but adventurous from the England
Indeed. That
captain.
was a very Stokesian or Bairstow-esque approach to playing the less fast pacer. So maybe that's a sign of how slow the pitch really is today.
Well, Root did a fair bit of that actually and batted well out of his ground to in 2020, as I'll just break off with his balls. Holder is in and Root defend. Give me time to remember the bowler's name. Help me out here, guys. Pakistani opening bowler.
Shah Afridi?
Mohammed Abbas. Mohammed Abbas. He stood right the way down the track to Mohammed Abbas in 2020. Thanks to Jack as well, who has reminded me that it's Abbas. And did come down now and again as a response to the sub 80 mile an hour pace.
Abbas absolutely wreaked havoc in that series, didn't he?
He did on green seaming wickets, which just gave him a little bit of nibble either way. As Root connects well with that, but only will get it as far as mid wicket and no run. End of the 50th over. 50 up in a way. 94 for 2, and we go to Tony on the feet.
Leah saying, I second the shout out to Jerry Kimber. Saved 2 lives I know of by being vulgar. You have to admire that. Rebel Scum says, I'm there with Guerrilla Cricket. Well, we're glad you are. O'Neill Harris says, dead pitches are good white ball pitches. So I think that's what he's being a little bit more precise on. Again, I think we take your point there, O'Neill.
I'm not sure this would be a good white ball pitch. That's slow, isn't it?
Yeah, well, goodness knows we've seen enough slow pitches in the UAE when it comes to white ball cricket.
Although it can make for an exciting finale.
As Pamor was into Lawrence, who's well forward in defence. That time, bat next pad rather than out in front, but managed to avoid the danger of the inside edge onto pad to short leg and just get it out towards mid-on, which is now sort of short on, as Lawrence gets his bat out in front of his pad that time and defends into the leg side. Does have a tendency to come across the ball a little, Dan Lawrence, as Zach Crawley does. It's the dominant bottom hand grip which allows him to score so freely, but occasionally gets him in trouble just outside off stump. As Lawrence is back and punching well off the back foot. He has beaten the fielder and they will come through for 2. It's not very tight at all. Lawrence is safely home and he will get off the mark after 12 deliveries. He has 2 runs.
Yep, nice little punch into the offside there. Lovely high elbow straight out of the textbook.
Opening the front leg and just allowing himself to play side-to-side cricket. He hit a magnificent 6 in his last inning. I can't remember who it was off, but he just cleared the front leg and golf swung over the long off boundary to a very, very nicely played 6. As he's defended Veersamy Permaul back to Veersamy Permaul for no run.
Kind of got 2 starts last time without ever going on as much as he would have wanted to, didn't he? What did he get in Antigua? 20 off 38, 37 off 36.
As he's fallen
contributing without genuinely denting the scoreboard, I think.
He's done quite a lot
How
of that, hasn't he, Dan Lawrence, in his fledgling England career, I think. But he always does enough to make you think there's something there.
Permaul in again for the final ball of the over, and that's into the leg side by Lawrence. Will they go for a tight single? Yes, they have. It's not that tight at all.
Would you change at the end of this over, I think?
Yes, we are. So I will slide back over to summarising. It is the end of the over with England 97-2. I'll slide back over to summarising. Tony, the Bishop, will go on to ball by ball. And Colin joins us.
No, I won't. It'll be Bear on ball by ball.
It'll be me on ball by ball.
Oh, I've looked at the rotor wrong.
I have me, Jack and Jacob.
Yeah, you're alright, Bear.
Oh, I'm on the outdated rotor. Sorry, lad.
Yeah, you wrote a terrorist.
Yeah.
Hello, Colin.
Hello, Colin.
Hello, Bear.
Are you in for Jack then, Colin?
I think I've got the updated one.
I don't know what then I've got.
Right. The latest email that Tony sent, 6:10 to 6:40, Bear, David B and me.
Oh, right. Okay, you've got an even older bloody rotor. See?
There's one from 6 hours ago, and it's got Bear, Jack, and Jacob written on it.
That's the one I've got.
Ooh,
sorry, Colin.
I haven't
don't
got
have that one.
I've only got 22 hours ago.
I'll jump out. Sorry.
Okay.
Chaos here at Gorilla Towers.
Indeed. It's tricky. It's tricky. I think Jack's supposed to be here as we look out over the bay in Barbados. Looks lovely. and I'd love to be there rather than here, but I am here. You joining us then, Jack, or not?
Yeah, I'm on the thing. What?
You're supposed to be on air.
What?
Need your picture.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to see your lovely face, Jack. Holder is going to continue into the Dan Lawrence, who drives sweetly, nicely timed, straight back past the boulder, up towards long on boundary, and it's going to make itself there for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Surely having Dan Lawrence there with Rooty will up the run rate a little bit, don't we not think?
You would think
We can't be any.
wouldn't you?
You can't be any fucking slower, can they? What I was going to say is, Colin, if you want to take this slot off me, I can be done for the day, because Colin's next slot is at 8:30, which is quite a long time to wait.
I'm easy with that. If you're all right with that, Cole, it's up to you. You two have a little discussion in the chat, and we'll see what happens. That's full and on the pads, and Lawrence again clips leg side Larry, clips that sweetly down to wide long on, and it'll be another 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This ball now 51 overs old, so you really want to make runs against the old ball, don't you? It's going to be trickier when the new ball comes. You've got just shy of 30 overs to make those runs happen, and this last half of, so they slipped in their over rate in this.
And England and more specifically Saqib Mahmood might be a little concerned that we haven't seen any reverse swing as of yet.
Well, no, that's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. Look, a good test wicket should be pretty flat to start with. The question is, do you use it? The West Indies, I hope it's still flat enough when they bat, and I guess we're all hoping that something happens to the pitch and it starts to decay late day 3, 4, 5, and a test match breaks out with a possible result.
We always love it here at Gorilla when cricket breaks out.
Yes.
But by the way, I appear to be on a very outdated rotor, so if I'm on and I'm not here, please send
You
an
are
angry
supposed
email.
to be here.
No, I mean in the future. My next slot I think is at 8, but send me an angry email if I get it wrong.
Okay, that's defended up to mid-on and run, and then the players crash into each other. Campbell, it's like he caught his finger on something. Dan Lawrence seems to be okay, but then he's padded up. He's got lots of stuff on him. Campbell didn't, and he immediately asked for some new gloves. It was a quick single, always looked on, and it's a slight misfield by Campbell as he picked up the ball anyway, and I think actually Dan Lawrence caught his hand as he was sliding in. Did he? Oh yes. Fortunately, I think he kind of went under the bat as it bounced up, and his glove probably caught his hand. Still pretty painful. I've next got you on at 8 o'clock too, don't you worry.
Wonderful. I think that's me. Yeah. Cool. Sorry, go.
I forget what time it is. I keep thinking it's mid-afternoon, but of course it's actually 6:15. We are into the evening.
Lovely and sunny in Barbados, but has been absolutely hammering it down here in North London pretty much.
It's not been hammering it down here. It's got this odd colour to the sky. This sandstorm that's coming up from the Sahara, kind of orange dystopian sky this afternoon.
We've got hammer in Peckham.
Yeah, have you? Maybe I just can't see anything. It's dark. Sydenham's a lucky place then. It's not getting any rain. Nicely guarded by Root. Can't guide it through what is a pretty sparsely populated slip and gully area. There's only a wideish slip and a gully, but hits the gully. There's no run.
Did John Campbell catch a boot on the way through as well there?
He might well have done.
Poor lad.
Yeah. And Holder comes in, and it's guided by Root once more, but can't beat the gully, and there's no run. What is the skin condition where the blackness goes out of black people's skin that John Campbell has? I keep on saying impetigo, but that's not right, is it? There's something tigo.
I don't know. I'm going to head off. I'm going to pass the buck on to Colin.
Okay.
So see some of you tomorrow.
Okie dokie. See you later, Jackie. All right there, Cole. How are you, mate? How's Aberdeen?
Cold and wet.
It's
proper Scotland up here.
Yeah. Well, it's quite far north, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you ever get shorts and a t-shirt on? mind you, you're Scottish, so probably shorts and t-shirt, whatever is
Yeah,
different
it's
to what I
alien
expect.
language.
Yeah.
Don't understand what you mean. I played cricket in shorts once.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
What's the hottest day of the year ever been in Aberdeen? Driven by Lawrence. He's looking a lot more comfortable after a couple of fours and last over. Drives it up to mid-off and there's no run.
We've maybe verged into our 30s. That's about it.
Wow. 30s that far off, that'd be pretty good. Pamal is in once more and driven. Long on has been sent out. It's Holder, I think, out there. And it'll be a single to Dan Lawrence. Scoots on to 13.
Off 21, that's practically Gilchrist on this pitch.
Yeah, I have hopes that the pitch will not be as dead and going into the latter part of it.
It looks quicker than the last one.
Yeah.
And it looks like it might break up more. Already we're getting some dark footmarks.
Yeah, exactly. That's defended by Root, and there is no run. That's what I'm hoping. I don't mind it being pretty flat for a couple of days. I mean, that's, as I said, that's, you know, you'd rather doing that than zipping around and doing all sorts. You might want a bit of life in the first hour or so, as that's driven out to cover and there's no run. You know, as the pitch comes out fresh from under covers and the last bit of water in it had, and it's early morning on day one. But again, you know, it's the Caribbean, it's pretty hot and sunny most of the time. Driven nicely again by Root, but can't pierce that offside field. It's quite well set for Pamal. He'll be reasonably happy with it. Won't mind Rooty paying shots. Ball starts to spin later in the game. All is well and good. Last ball of the over just dropped into the offside. Root calling for a run. Lawrence thinks about responding, and then they both decide no, and that ends the over. And we'll go over to some social, which will be you, Cole.
Yep, socials. So Boy Palm is holdering up an end. Just go and stand in the corner, Jacob.
I shall. Off I go.
Goodbye. Leah, I think more pitch preparation needs to involve helicopters hovering over the pitch.
Drying it out.
I think it was India we used to see that a lot in.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka too. I remember it being Sri Lanka in the World T20 or something.
That would be what it is, yeah.
Didn't they do it once? I think they did it once in the West Indies series way back when. One of the first ones that was on Sky. Wasn't that in that documentary about Sky's first ever overseas tour? It was a West Indies one. I think they may have tried one of the pitches with a helicopter then. Don't know, can't be sure. I have a very scratchy memory. That's straight and driven, well, block pushed with nice timing by Dan Lawrence. It's palmed past the stumps by Bonner, which
managed to find a gap by
exactly.
use of a fielder.
Pushed it past mid-on, which allowed them to get through for a single.
We've got an update from John McDonald saying 29.8 was the highest record in Aberdeen set in July 2006.
Well, there you go. You've never actually felt 30 in Aberdeen. It's quite mad.
It is, isn't it?
128 is pretty hot if you're English, and even hotter if you're Scottish, I imagine.
Oh, we're even melting now.
Yeah. Full, driven nicely by Root, and Holder throws it into the ground in disdain. And
you see what Root did?
What
Holder bounced it back to him and Root just left it.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, Root got lucky. He won the toss. I'm sure if Brathwaite had won the toss and they'd have batted, they'd have loved this pitch for the time being. As we say, the question is what it does later. Holder, third ball of the over, up to the crease, delivers it into the thigh of Root, who just knocks it wide enough for mid-wicket so they can get through for a single. Score moving a lot quicker now. England's run rate finally got up over 2.04, 29 runs off. I just can't see that because the ticker's just disappeared. But the West Indian bowlers don't look particularly happy. There were a fair few cracks in it when you looked over. They were sort of not very wide, but it was quite marbled. And if they do go, it could be interesting. Holder in and left alone by Lawrence through to the keeper. No run. And of course, we are going out on Point FM 99.1, I think.
97.9.
97.9. In that case, I was looking at the wrong Point FM. There's a lot of Point FMs in Antigua. The one I was looking at was 99.1. That's why I couldn't hear any cricket. I was about to say I don't think we're on during. We might just be on for the tea and lunch break. But I've obviously picked the wrong Point FM. So I'll investigate later. But we should be up there. If you're in the Caribbean, welcome along. As that's driven back to the boulder and there's no run. Vernon and Ayana will be joining us. Ayana Holder and I'm not sure what Vernon's last name is. It's Vernon, but Vernon's cool.
Springer?
And sorry?
Springer? I think it's Springer.
Yes,
I can
it
check
is
the
Vernon
rotor.
Springer. Yes.
It is Vernon Springer.
It is Vernon
And
Springer.
that will be babbling with Brooke at tea time.
Yeah, but Brooke's not here. Because Brooke's, unfortunately...
Babbling with someone else.
Babbling with Tone and the Bish and Vernon Ayana. That's defended out into the offside to cover and there's no run. Unfortunately, David has had a bereavement. And due to his faith, it all has to be done rather quickly and therefore it's being done today. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. Although weirdly, his Facebook page said he was on his way to Sao Paulo, which is in Brazil.
Well, our condolences, of course, go out to David, and you have Babbling with Bishop today instead.
Yes.
On Twitter, we've O'Neill Harris, the Bear on ball by ball commentary, and he's got a series of emotes for expletives. The Ghost of Zoob, just let me know when I'm on. Don't know who that is actually. Swing it both ways. Bleep for the radio folk in Caribbean. My internet went out for a second and I missed the wicket.
Ah well, that's a nice sweep shot by Root in front of square, hard out to what would be cow corner, I'll call it. But all on the ground, beautiful shot, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Root seems to be on top of his game right now.
There's an update on John Campbell. It's vitiligo.
That's it. And
That's right, kids. Any of you kids look out there watching club cricket or playing club cricket, Joe Root even plays the slog to Kang.
Yeah, but all on the ground very nicely. That's turned a little bit from all, dragged Root forward. Soft hands, caught the outside half of the bat, down towards slip. Didn't carry, there's no harm done. And no run. On to 69 now, Root. He just works that into the leg side. He suddenly got his run rate as Root does. He just cruises along. Yeah, just a run, just over a run every 2 balls. Which is pretty good for Test cricket. Sure, he'll speed up if he gets to a ton. He'll probably want a big one as well. It's always good when Root gets runs early in a series because you know he gets a bunch of things off his back and he gets those scores that he'll feel confident of doing it for the rest of the series. Pamal down the track comes. Leg side Larry smashes it out towards Cal. Has it gone all the way? I think it has. Yes, it has. Don't see often see that in Test cricket, but disdainful from Dan Lawrence. Maybe they're thinking we can hit Pamal out the attack, get the tired seamers on.
Looked very confusing for a start because the first thing he did was look directly upwards.
Yeah, well, that was my thought, and then I thought, well, Test cricket you might get away with it. There'll be no one out there, and there was no one out there, and he hit it quite sweetly out in the middle of the bat. Clearly wants to attack. I don't mind that. Moves into the 20s. Oh, edge, just short of slip. A genuine edge, and there seems to be a little bit of turn there. Pamal is dragging him forward. He's got his length right. So he can't quite smother it, and any turn is grabbing the side of the bat, and then the pitcher breaks up. Last ball of his 12th over. Forward gets Lawrence, defends it with hard hands to short. Nah, I don't think it was. Well, it was an it was inside half of the bat, but he pushed it into the ground. It bounced before short leg, and there is no run. Pamal has gone for 34. He's got a wicket in 12 overs. Yeah, bounced before.
On Twitter, we've got Farong, settle down Dan, consecutive boundaries. Good lord. There's a bit. Rebel Scum, right, board draw, let's begin on the best films of the 80s. We've got 5 days.
There's a lot
What
of
we did
films.
last time? Was it 70s?
70s, yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't do 80s.
Leah, I once got beat up in Aberdeen for talking German to my ex. Fuck Scotland, you lot deserve to be in the EU.
Left alone outside the off stump by Root. And through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah. Well, you know. I'm sure there are lots of nice people in Scotland. You just found a bad one there, Leah.
Surprising, the way we speak up here, it's like a combination of German and Scots.
There you go, see? I don't know. Holder. It's going to continue. Number 26 is 12.1 over so far. Full again, and Root jabs down on it and drives it up into the ground up to mid-on, and there is no run. Run rate climbing up to 2.17 now. 120 for 2 England, 55.2 overs. We've got about 10 minutes till tea. Should be what, this and maybe another 2, maybe 3 overs. And tea will be having Iona Holder. And Vernon Springer will be joining me and Tone to talk through this session. Down leg side, and Root will think maybe he missed out on that. Nick got dropped earlier, to be fair, down the leg side. But he missed out on that one, and it was taken by Josh De Silva behind the stumps, and there's no run. Root on 70, 160 deliveries. Lawrence 20 of 28. Picked it up, he was none off, about 11 or 12. 6 and a couple of 4s in quick succession. Holder is in to deliver the 4th ball of the over. It's short and pulled by Root. He's got it pretty fine. Don't think he's got enough. No, he hasn't got enough to get it down to the boundary for 4. Oh dear, but he does run back for 2 quite quickly. Nearly crashes into the silver. But he managed to put the brakes on just in time. Gets himself 2 runs.
Had a lot of Test cricket today after watching quite a lot of the Australia-Pakistan Test as well.
That's a good get out from Pakistan, has to be said.
What an innings from Barbados.
He got 100, was it? 196?
196.
Not out, I presume. Was
No, he was out.
No, was he out? Okay, damn. Nicely guided by Root. This time he does hit the gap between slip and gully. They're quite spread out. There's only 2 of them in that cordon. And he's managed to pierce it. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Just leant back and let it run off the face of the bat. Wide of slip. He's about second, 2.5 slip. And there's a gully slash very wide sort of 4 slip. Which says to me they're not seeing anything out of the pitch movement wise laterally. The ball's old, admittedly. There's not going to be a lot of catching opportunities in that slip. That was a slower ball by Holder. He seemed to roll his fingers across it. I'm surprised that was 101 Ks. Didn't Fox Root, who just defended it in the offside, and there's no run ends the over to Cole.
On Twitter, Jay Grover, I picked a good day to be off the pop. If this is going out on Caribbean radio.
Aye. But the whole rest of the series is on Caribbean radio with a bit of luck, Jay, so I don't know if you can stay off the pop that long. I can't. I'm on my second. I've had my gummy for the day. I think I'm going to run out soon now.
Best films of the 80s, Raging Bull, The Shining and Platoon. So we already had some entries into...
Yeah, Platoon. I remember seeing Platoon in the cinema. Pamal continues, driven by Lawrence out to covers, and there's no run. Full Metal Jacket. Is that better than Platoon?
I'd say so.
Yeah, but I reckon Platoon got more money at the box office, would be my bet. That's worked into the leg side. Well, defended into the leg side by Lawrence out to mid wicket, and there is no run. Back to the Future, that was 80s. Short, wide, punched hard by Lawrence. Is anyone back there? There appears not to be, as it makes itself out to the point boundary, and it's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
2 short, 2 wide, and that's a bit of a gimme. Whoever's at Gully sort of turned around expecting there to be someone out there sweeping on the cover boundary, but there wasn't. They kind of set off lamely after it. The score moves on to 130 for 2.
Picking along now is Lawrence. He's 24 off 31. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. He certainly picked it up. He's come down the track again. He's not quite got to the pitch this time. Checks his shot and just bunts it up to long on. It'll be a single. Partnership is 51 runs off 70 deliveries, much quicker than the previous one. And making up for lost time. But I guess that's what you do. You come in at 4. It's a reasonable score. When he came in, what was it, 111, 110 for 2? Reasonably happy to come into that, especially with 50 odd overs on the board for Lawrence. He'll be thinking, well, the ball's old, time to bed in, get in, score some quick runs before the new ball comes along. Pamal tosses that one up and Root gets right forward and defends it up towards extra cover. There is no run. 1 ball left in the over.
I think a noticeable change was the run rate was about 1.4 before he came in.
It really was quite low. But I don't mind that to a degree, as Root shakes to push that up to mid-off, but gets it inside half the bat and he goes off down towards long on. He'll get himself a single. He'll retain the strike, 6 off that over. And back to you, Colin.
We've just got loads of films: Scarface, Aliens, Escape from New York.
All classics.
Yeah, all the classics.
May I venture to enter Rush Hour 2?
Rush Hour 2.
No.
Surely that's 90s.
I suppose, yeah. Might just be early 2000s.
Oh yeah, I suppose, yeah, it could even well be.
I don't know, sequels. I suppose then you get onto decent sequels, don't you? Aliens is a decent sequel. But isn't that, it's not 80s, surely? Aliens is 90s. Must have been 90s.
It might have been Virgin on very late 80s.
The long time between Alien and Aliens.
Got some leg spin.
Oh my word, we have a change in bowling just before tea, and it is.
Don't you listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all the groomer. Don't listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all the groomer.
Kruma Bonner. 5 minutes for tea. If he gets through a quick over, might get another one from the other end. Maybe that's what they want. It's leg spin. It does turn, but it's too short, it's too wide, and Root can only club it out to cover. Not particularly well timed, and there is no run.
Must ask, are there any particular rumours that Nkrumah has tumours?
No, it probably just rhymed. Guided by.
It seemed like an odd thing to rhyme.
Well, I don't know. I certainly haven't heard that rumour. Guided by Root down towards third man. There's a deep backward point. Well, not too deep. It's a single though. Almost a man on a 45, but on the offside. Deep in his crease goes Root, and it's defended. Oh no, sorry, that was a dot ball. They didn't run. I thought they'd run that single, but Root's still facing, so they didn't.
That's the other quicker one.
That's not too bad. It's been pretty accurate from Bonner. That's tossed up, nicely driven by Root, beats the bowler, and long off his back. It'll just be the one.
And an update from Messi saying Aliens was 1986.
Oh really? Wow, okay. That's a good film. Quick switcheroo of the field. Two slips for Bonner to Lawrence. There's a shortish cover. Mid off, mid on, up, mid wickets up. Man round the corner. Slightly deeper cover too. Horrible, filthy delivery down the leg side, which just gets turned around the corner towards long legs. Smash deep backward square leg, and Lawrence will get himself off strike with a single. One ball to go, and then probably the last. This is quick bowling.
Manage one more.
They'll certainly manage one more. This is a quick over and maiden. They might even get 2 in. This over has only literally taken about a minute and a half. Bunted in the offside. They'll get themselves a single. And we'll move into the 59th over. Just before tea.
Back on Twitter, we've got some more Raiders of the Lost Ark, Stand By Me. Worst film of the 80s, possibly. Top Gun. Now that's going to cause a bit of controversy.
Film. Yeah, I was going to say.
Over on YouTube, with Jamuliyad Mohammed, who says, "You're right, it was Guyana," and I'm guessing that's in reference to the helicopter. Chad Wright, "I'm ashamed to say that when Root turned around just then, I finally understood why his number is 66. That is pretty
Just
bad.
saying here that Root is, by average, the greatest English player of spin ever.
Really? Good to know.
by about 0.3 of a point above Graham Thorpe.
He cuts that one out behind square on the offside and there's no run. Oh, there you go. Averages against spin. Just brought up on the TV just for us. Someone else was thinking that too. 67.27 for Rooty. Graham Thorpe 67.22. Michael Vaughan 60.12.
Owen Morgan being up there. That's
Jonathan Trott, he was good, 58.79. Atherton 57.557, considering our Teta average around about 38, 39. Owen Morgan. That's a bloody short sample there. He didn't play that many tests. I'm not sure he qualifies. That kept a little bit low. Skidded on as Pamal came in. It seemed to be short. Should have stood up. Didn't. Interesting. And he's gone for 41 though. He won't be happy with that. That's 2 leg side and worked into the leg side by Lawrence, loping across. There's a tall man at mid wicket. It was Holder. I thought it was. And stops the single.
Had to be. It was a wingspan of a bald eagle going across there.
He's a big lad. This will now be the last over. The clock has ticked over to 6:40 here. Worked into the leg side. And, again, Lawrence can't get it through there. There'll be no run. And signaling to the umpire, 2 balls left. Yes, there are. Dan, who's acquitted himself quite well, I think. Been quite positive as he defends that out to the covers. There's no run. 26 of 37 deliveries. He'll be quite happy with that as a start. Batted well in the last test, as someone said earlier. Unselfish to get his 39 or 37 or whatever it was in that second innings. Defends that back down the track to Pamal. That is no run. That is the end of the over. That is tea. England go in at 136 for 2. Lawrence is 26 off 38. Root has made it to 80 off 171. Pamal has 1 for 51. 29 overs, 89 runs, 1 wicket in this session. Run rate up to 3.07, and that kind of only happened after Lawrence came in, because before that it was pretty glacial, I'm pretty certain. Which all bodes well, possibly, for the last session. Any last tweets, and then we should invite...
Messages. I'm drinking me medicinal wine slowly. I don't know what... Oh, it's in reference to someone else going on about it. Just more comments on other movies. Yeah, that's about it.
Okie dokie. Well, Vernon I can see waiting in the wings. I'm going to hit and join him, ask him to join us again. Tony's there with us.
I'm indeed. We should be waiting for Iana as well.
Iana has not arrived yet.
Oh,
I hope she should arrive soon. So what do you make of that then, Vernon?
Hi, welcome back again, and I know that some folks will have been trying to log on to Point FM. Let me just explain to you that Pointville Communication has 2 radio stations, so we're carrying the cricket on Platinum FM. So it'll be www.platinumfm.ag, just for the folks. And that will take you to Platinum FM 97.9. And we're teaming up with GorillaCricket.com. So we were off the air for a little while, but we're back up. And as of tomorrow, we started today, so the rest of the test series we will be covering daily with GorillaCricket.com, Platinum FM 97.9. So thanks again.
Thank you. That's not a problem. So, how did you feel about that last hour, 2 hours?
Well, we could have had maybe, Joe Root in the hut was dropped by Joshua De Silva off Kemar Roach. That would have taken him across the hut to his 236th test wicket. But that's cricket. That's test cricket. And this is something that I was talking about from the first test. We have to hold our half chances. In fact, that went into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. You have to take those at this level. When you're playing against top teams, and you have to consider England as a top team, England, India, Pakistan, South Africa, any team that you're playing against, you have to take all of your catches, because when you come to bat, they're going to catch you. So, we missed that chance, and I think we have to put that behind us. And that would have been a crucial wicket also, because Joe Root is in good touch, good form. But I have, from the practice game, the first time that I saw Dan Lawrence, I'm very, 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 very much impressed with Dan Lawrence. I like his approach, and there's just something about him that I like. So, and I hope that, England will invest in him.
He's he's an attacking player, which is exactly what we need. As you said, Lees was just pushing it around and not really going anywhere fast. And in fact, it probably wasn't a bad thing that he's out in terms of trying to get the game to move along and to get England's run rate up. I mean, after he's out, the run rate has gone up from 1.78, and in just in about space of 10-12 overs made it up beyond 2.3. So by the end of the day we can get it up to around about 3. We'd have scored about 270 in a day. I don't think that would have been a bad day for England. Hopefully we're not too many wickets. Hi Ayana, what are your thoughts so far on the day's play?
Hi, I think relatively steady far up until the last hour or so after I decided to fall.
Are we struggling to hear you there a wee bit, Ayana?
You're not hearing me?
No, you're a little bit broken up. I'm
No,
afraid
and I
today.
turned the crowd was still on, so I just whipped up to turn the
try
crowd
again.
off. Yeah.
Try again.
Can you hear me now? Are you still on?
No, that's not ideal.
It's
See if you
still
can
on?
You're breaking out. Your connection's
Can
quite
you
weak.
hear me now?
Oh, that was a little better.
You hearing me now?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
better.
that's definitely
Hearing me
better.
now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I was saying that it was pretty steady. England in the last hour or so, since the dismissal of Lees, the run rate has increased. As you all said, Dan Lawrence has come and he's shown some a sense of urgency in his innings so far, having hit a 6. And Joe Root looks as comfortable as ever. I don't think that West Indies has done a lot wrong, but I think that the the pitch is very good at this point in time, and it's pretty easy for batting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, one of the things we were talking quite a lot at lunchtime about Veerasamy Permaul. I mean, one of the things I've remembered, Vernon may well have mentioned it. Was it 2015? He did take wickets against England. I think he got 4 in that game. Managed to get Root and Stokes in that game, as well as Ali and Balance, which is probably not quite such a big deal. So possibly, in the West Indian selectors' minds, was his previous form against England. Admittedly, like you said, not so many of those 2015 team left, but certainly 2 of them, and 2 big ones. If you wanted to pick 2 that he'd removed before, then you'd probably pick Root and Stokes, wouldn't you? So I'm sure there was a little bit of looking back at previous form from not even the last game, but the game before that with Permaul, and going, yeah, could he do it again?
I don't think they look so far, Tony. I just think they just ran on emotions. The team would have eked out a drawn game at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and they just decided to go ahead with the same 11. Ayana is in Barbados, so she would maybe give you a little bit more insight. But like I said to you guys at lunchtime, once I heard Craig Brathwaite said that the track was almost similar to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium track, then I knew that almost all of the grass was going to be off and that Permaul was going to play, because he was the lone spinner in there. I would have gone differently, like I said. I would have gone for Kyle Mears, who would have been able to get the ball to go in and out and bowl a little bit more in duckers. But the West Indies selectors, they've gone for Versami Pomal, and so we just have to be able to just rally with the men in the maroon.
Well, just before tea there was one that, I mean, there does seem to be more lateral movement for Veerasamy, yeah? I mean, it has turned, it's caught the outside half of the bat a couple of times when they've come forward. He's bowled a couple of balls on a good length that have done that. And then there was one right at the end there that just seemed to squat on. It seemed to be short, but it kept quite low. And this is day one, so maybe there is hope that this will break up and provide something for both spinners on both sides in the second innings.
I've got a sort of a different question for Ayana, actually. Barbados is your home patch. I get very excited when I go to cricket grounds and I see names and statues. When we introduced the show today, we ran through a list of amazing Barbados cricket names. How inspired do you feel when you go to the Kensington Oval and you walk past statues to go in? You've got Sir Garfield Sobers, I think you've got Sir Wes Hall. You've got that incredible, the three Ws that... and I think we also said that Barbados, from it's 5% of the total West Indian population, but it provides 30% of the cricketers, or Test cricketers, which is some statistic. What is it? What is it about Barbados that just produces a production line of terrific cricketers?
Yeah, the legacy speaks for itself. I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers, he's a legend in the game, greatest cricketer of all time. And the three Ws, they all inspire young players, and a lot of our local competitions bear the names of those legends, and a lot of youngsters aspire to be like them when they go onto the field. And even Jason Holder now, he has done very well and inspires a lot of our youth here on Island.
Well, I mean, if you look at the current squad, Roach, Brathwaite, Holder, Shamar Brooks, Myers, who I know Vernon's, chomping at the bit to see and disappointed that he isn't. But that's five more. That could be best part of 50% of the current squad as well. It's just the pedigree. The pedigree for Barbados is just phenomenal. Tell us a little bit as well, because some of our listeners won't have heard you before. Been joining us new all the time. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Ayana. You're an umpire thereabouts as well, aren't you? If I recall.
Yes, I'm a qualified umpire. I'm currently undergoing my West Indies Cricket Umpires Association exam, and I also have a bachelor's degree in sports science, and I co-host Anything Cricket Let's Talk. So I'm an avid cricket fan, and I also work alongside in the game. And here at Kensington Oval, I'm a data analyst for this match. So I'm a bit of an all-rounder, some might say.
Well, an all-rounder. Are you an all-rounder when you play? Are you an all-rounder when you play, Ayana? I think you're on mute.
I don't.
You don't play?
I'm not sure. Well, okay. So I had so you're an analyst. What things have been catching your eye as you've been combing the data and looking into whatever trends and themes you've seen in the day's play so far? What's popped out at you that either think Jason that Brathwaite or Root might be interested in? Were they coming and looking over your shoulder, going, "What's the data telling me? What are you gonna? What would you have for them both?"
Well, though the bowlers have been pretty disciplined, I don't think that. Well, from their innings so far, there's been a lot of balls outside of the off stump, but not really attacking the stumps. So not a lot of chances were created in the innings so far, and I think that's something that the bowlers might want to work on, just to get a little closer to the batsmen.
That's what Vernon was saying, wasn't it? You were saying at lunchtime, Vernon, you prefer them to bowl a little bit straighter.
But I think we missed a trick, and like I said, when you have, as a coach, once you have a new ball in your hand, it is very ideal enough that you attack the stumps. I mean, you've been taught that. And, I just find that all of the West Indian bowlers are almost like, conducting the same session where they're just bowling and, wide of the off stump, wide of the off stump. I just want to see them bowl a little bit more strainer. But coming back to support the question that you asked, Ayana, and this is just from a West Indian point of view. One of the things that one has to respect is the legacy of Barbados cricket. And in the Leeward Islands, one of the things that we always earmarked about was to be always make sure that we have a Barbados team participating or going to Barbados to play cricket is really the hallmark, because the history is there. So we organized a St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under cricket tournament, and out of that tournament you would have had Barbados, Bermuda, Trinidad, Montserrat and Anguilla, St. Kitts Nevis being the host. You also would have had Antigua and Barbuda participating in that championship. And out of it would have come a number of test players, which I feel very enthralled about. You have somebody like Craig Brathwaite who played in that 13 and under cricket competition. You also had Dominica participating in that tournament. So you had Craig Brathwaite, you had Shamar Brooks, Carlos Brathwaite, you had Kyron Powell, Devon Thomas, Jamar Hamilton. All of these are guys that played in that regional 13 and under cricket tournament. We also selected an all-star team and went to Barbados. And so you had the likes of Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald and all those guys playing in Barbados. And Barbados is a rich cricket history. One of the things that I was enthralled about is that as a coach, especially at the under 15 level, whenever the Barbados teams came out, whether it was under 15, under 17, under 19, even the senior team, they would always have a history lesson about Barbados cricket. And some of the other youngsters, they weren't up to par. So they were schooled very, very, very early.
That's good stuff.
Well, I think one of the things I'd read as well is possibly just the size and scale of the island actually to a certain extent works in its favour. So for a very young age, the chances for the schools to play each other, travel easily, it was something of a hothouse. If you're using the business term of hot housing, it's kind of a hothouse.
Well, you also to complement that, you also have the Sir Garfield Sober Schools tournament, where you have a number of schools from all around the world that go to the Sir Garfield Sobers competition. That has been halted by the COVID, but again, you had a lot of teams from Trinidad, from Dominica, from St. Kitts and Nevis, from South Africa, from England, who participate in the Sir Garfield Sober School competition. Something I feel that Cricket West Indies over the years would have ignored, because there's an abundance of talent that would have also come out of that competition. And I feel going forward that Cricket West Indies need to look at that competition, especially at an early age.
Yeah, no, pathways are huge in everywhere in the world, bringing through the right talent. I mean, we have challenges in the UK of bringing through Afro-Caribbean talent, that's for sure. And getting, there's been a whole generation that has been kind of lost to the game a little bit, and it's an absolute tragedy. But there's some fantastic work being done by the likes of Surrey to try and collect that, and other clubs as well to sort of improve that situation. I had another question for both of you, actually. I mean, so we're watching from here in Barbados and Antigua. I mean, these are all wonderful places, and of course they attract fantastic support, from English folk. And we've talked, I know I heard you talk last time with David very much about the attracting more local talent, but it's a more personal question for both of you. When you're not watching cricket in the West Indies, where in the world is your favourite place to go and watch cricket? And if you haven't been there yet, where do you want to go? I'm going to ask Ayana first. Where's your dream cricket destination, Ayana?
I want to go to Australia.
You want to go to Australia? So you've not been to Australia. Anywhere in particular? Any ground in particular?
Not any particular ground, but I would like to experience watching cricket in Australia, especially to watch the Pacers live in action.
Oh yeah, I think that's. I've not seen Test cricket there, actually. Would you believe? I've seen Sheffield Shield cricket at Sydney, and I did the tour of the MCG, which was interesting enough. And of course, if you want to talk about history there, phenomenal. We were watching this morning. We were following that crazy game in India where I think one team was the Jacaranda. I probably said that wrong. They had a lead of over 1,000, and we worked. I said, how long do they want before they declare? Well, we started looking up. Have teams ever made over 1,000 in an innings? Only ever happened twice. And And it was both in Melbourne, funny enough, which was stunned us when we looked at that up. It was in the 1920s. Melbourne got it, I think the first time, Victoria got it. I think the first time will have been against Hobart and the second time against New South Wales, and the only 2 times in first-class cricket ever that we could find that amount of runs ever having been made. Vernon, what about you? I'm suspecting you might be a tad more broadly travelled. No special reason for thinking that. It's just maybe a lucky guess. So where's your dream cricket destinations?
I'd like to go to Pakistan.
Yeah.
I think Pakistan is emerging fast as a cricketing nation, and I'm glad that a lot of international teams, with all of the sacrifices being made by the Prime Minister Imran Khan, to be able to get cricket back in Pakistan. I'd really like to go to Pakistan and see what the atmosphere is like there. They're very enthused about cricket.
Well, they are indeed. We're just going to have to say goodbye to Ayana. She's got to go and do some analysing, I suspect, as an analyst would.
I actually wanted to say to you, Vernon, you were asking about the Home Office and letting more players in here. We even had a guy on, I think, during the pandemic. Obviously, we've had our stupid Brexit. We've decided to have a massive amount of self-harm. And they've changed the rules, and it's very difficult now for club players. And there's a goddamn salary sort of thing for getting visas, and a lot of the clubs over here are actually trying to get in touch with the Home Office and try and reverse this silly situation, because there used to be exchange programs with West Indian sides with some of the club sides up in the Northern Leagues and stuff, but it's all been stopped due to these new regulations, and they are actually trying to approach the government and get it changed back.
And like I said, it's not every West Indian player is going to get an opportunity to play for the West Indies team. But if you want to learn your craft, it's much closer to you. Any young cricketer always aspire to go to England. And you want to make sure that they get an experience to go there to become a professional. But if the rules are changing and the goalpost is moving all the time, that makes it real difficult. Now, when you're coming to England, they're asking you to play X amount of first-class games in the Caribbean. I mean, you know what our competition is going to be like. I mean, they're going to be left out.
Yeah.
Well, we better move. The game's about to start. Hendo is going to take you through ball by ball. Vernon, fantastic. You're staying on, and I'm going to take my leave.
Who's staying off to do tweets? Is that you? I thought that was Tony.
Tony's supposed to be on.
Tony, where have you gone? You're supposed to come back. You don't know what you're doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. Joe Root knows what he's doing. He's 80 not out from 171 balls, 9 fours. And it's another of those Joe Root innings where you look up and you see he scored 80, but he's gone about it so quietly and so capably. He almost lures the opposition in as if they don't notice that he's picking up runs here and there, and he seems to be doing that, batting beautifully again. Heard you guys talking about the lack of grass on this pitch. Did you see the one in, was it Karachi? Lovely drive from Root, half stopped by Joseph. He stoops to his left, runs up to mid-off. Do you want to jingle up the new bowler?
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
Languid, quick bowler coming in with a slip in a gully to bowl to Root, back of the length, and he pulls. He's pulled well today. Players have been out on the boundary edge hoping for a top edge, but he's showed no signs of succumbing in that way, and he picks up another single out to deep square. Moves on to 81, 137 for 2. The new batsman at the striker's end now is this man.
Dang, the batting man. You want some runs? Dang, comes from 6 foot tries a van.
Is that 1,000 grand with a watering can?
He comes from Essex.
Does indeed, and he's waiting for Alzari Joseph. 2 slips in a gully, he's in, bowls, and he flicks that one away. Very little backlift, he just seems to shovel those wrists through the ball, but picks out Permaul at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just to say, great to meet you, Vernon, for the first time. I've heard much about you, and just listening to that little chat before the final session was interesting. Where would I most like to go?
Wimbledon.
Where am I not? Wimbledon. He's in again, bowls to Lawrence. Gets a little bit front on to that one, but he does tend to do that occasionally. He's known as leg side Larry, likes to put it away through mid-wicket and mid-on. So on this occasion it's just played back to the bowler. There is no run. 137 for 2. Yes, I was watching a little bit of the Pakistan-Australia final day this morning and seeing Babar Azam getting close to a double 100, but there wasn't a grain of grass, if that's a phrase. There was absolutely no grass on that pitch whatsoever. On the back foot goes Lawrence. He forces nicely. They're going to have to go through for a run. They are, but in the end Lawrence had to hurry. Blackwood was steaming round at cover point and then throwing to the non-striker's end and picked the ball up really well. So Lawrence, who did hesitate just a little bit, suddenly had to put on the afterburners and does get there comfortably enough in the end. So what is our general feeling about this pitch? I agree with the Bear. I think there is going to be some turn there as it goes on. There is already a little bit for Purmall. Joseph coming in to complete his 10th over, bowls to Root. Root wants a quick single. He pushes wide of mid-on, but he won't get it, and he's sent back probably, I think, by Lawrence. It's the end of the over, 138 for 2. Lawrence 27, Root 81. Tony, have we got any?
We have plenty actually. We've got a question for Vernon from Swing It Both Ways. Question for Vernon: is the Duke ball a relatively new thing for West Indies Test cricket? If so, what kind of balls did they used to use?
Well, I think originally it was the Kookaburra.
Yeah.
And I think they were introduced to the Duke's ball, especially in the Caribbean. I know under the new director of Cricket West Indies, Jimmy Adams, I think that there was a decision made, and most of the coaches and the coaching staff have preferred the Duke's ball rather than the Kookaburra. You know, Kookaburra would have been coming out of Australia, and the Dukes would have been coming out of England. So that is what has been working, and I guess, like I said to you, I just want to see more bouncer pitches in the Caribbean, especially for regional competitions.
Yeah, it's
we're all saying that.
Yeah, I mean, there is this sort of deadness about the pitch. Because they were talking on the TV about, I think, was it Ken Crancer? I think that was the name of the guy who goes around and is the curator for the broader West Indies region. I don't know how much input he has and how much individual groundsmen have their own input, but they seem quite similar, these pitches, don't they? In comes Purmall to start again after tea, and Lawrence pushes forward and defends. Shall we jingle him up?
But Nigel, I wanted to. Sorry.
Remember Vera Sammy.
Short. He has time to go back to that one. Cuts it. It doesn't beat the man at backward point. Yeah, sorry, Vernon.
I was touching there, and I know somebody is going to try to hide behind a Ken Crafton. I think there's a bigger issue in the Caribbean when it comes in terms of the home venues for these pitches. We'll get back to that.
Yeah, Purmall in again. Lawrence has gone back. He's played a lovely little late cut, and he's got that way past Brooks at backward point. That's going to run away for one of these.
The point that I'm making, Nigel, if all of us have to be in this together, venues, countries that are hosting matches, which are Cricket West Indies test matches, whether T20s, ODIs or test matches, have to be on the same board. If I come and I tell you, Nigel, I want this other track, it can't be that you're going to tell me what track you're going to produce. You should be following in the orders of West Indies cricket. I'll come back and give you some more scenarios.
Purmall in, tosses it up. This time Lawrence reaches where he seems to be slowing his delivery down by each ball at the moment, does Purmall. He's bowled a lot better than he did in the second innings in Antigua, where he really let England get away a little bit. But much more in control here. He bowls to Lawrence, he goes back, waits for it. There is turn, but it's incredibly slow. So he has a lot of time to just push this behind square on the onside and just jog through for a single. He goes to 32, 143 for 2.
I don't know if you would have realized in 2021,
it's fascinating,
Nigel, we would have played against South Africa at the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia, where the wicket was seaming around, and West Indians looked at bay during that series.
Yeah, there was talk about that was the most lively pitch in the Caribbean at the moment. Pushed into the covers by Root, and was it by Lawrence? And they hurry through for a single, 144 for 2. And that is the end of the over. 15 overs from Pamal. He's got 1 for 47. And more tweets.
Yeah, just catching up on YouTube. Chad Wright says, I'm ashamed to say that when Root just turned round, I finally understood why his number is 66. I always thought that was weird. I feel a fool. Well, never feel a fool. Believe me, we can all make worse mistakes than that. But yes, obviously, get your kicks on Route 66. Fly by St. Louis down to Missouri, Oklahoma City looking oh so pretty, etc.
Yeah, I've got an interesting view on Joe Root. As Joseph starts his 11th over bowling to the England captain. It's full, he drives it into the ground, straight back to Joseph, and there is no run. Now this may not be, our Caribbean listeners may not identify with this, but recently there's been a very popular police corruption drama called Line of Duty. And the lead female character in that is an actress called Vicky McClure, and if you know Vicky McClure, well, my missus thinks that Vicky McClure is a dead ringer for Joe Root. What do you think? Oh, he's edged that one. He's edged it between slip and the wicket-keeper, and he's picked himself 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So, if we look here, Nigel, and this is something that I've been talking about, Nigel. You're either going to be at first slip, you can't be 2 places, and this is something I find that everybody's been guilty at. Had Bonner been at first slip, that should have been a comfortable catch.
Yeah, everyone's trying to cover so much ground with too few slips, aren't they, these days? You're absolutely right. Anyway, Root's had a little bit of luck. He's moved on to 86 now. He's looking at a 25th Test century. Goes on to the back foot, punches it to square cover, and there is no run. Any takers? Vicky McClure, Joe Root. Can you see the likeness there or not? Nobody? No. All right then. Moving on.
You're possibly just about, Endo, just to let you off the hook.
Okay, thank you. Joseph none for 31. He's into his 11th over, as I said. He's I like Joseph. He looks languid and loose, and he gets good pace from a very rhythmic run up. Here he comes again, bowling to Root. Goes on to the back foot this time. Ball on the top of off stump, defends it into the covers, and there is no run. How are we doing on YouTube, Tony? Anyone on YouTube with us?
Well, yes. Suter Who was also agreeing with me or commiserating with Chad Wright, saying, yeah, we've all had those days. Our friend Pokey's saying Root is the king of the stealth innings, king of the guided singles, says Suter Who. King of the third man dab, says Josh Cooper. So we're finding things that Route 66 is king of over on YouTube.
Sound like album titles, don't they?
Yes.
Joseph in again, bowls to Root. Root, well, actually takes that off stump, to be fair, and works it through mid wicket. There is a man on the boundary who strolls in, and they take the single. Partnership now worth 69 from 101 deliveries. Lawrence is on 32, Route 87.
You have actually found a supporter. Jay Graver said, I didn't know who Vicky McClure was, but looking her up, Mrs. Hendo was bang on.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you for Jay. Thank you for confirming that. I didn't see it for a while. She kept on about it for sort of about a week before I finally suddenly saw it. Suddenly clicked. Anyway, here comes Joseph again into Lawrence this time. He goes right across his crease and then drives. He's looking for the single. Oh, there could be trouble here because Root is still stranded at the non-striker's end. He didn't realise that Lawrence was coming, and belatedly he set off. I'm not actually sure that the fielder was aware that there was an opportunity there, but it's a rather risky way to bring up the England 150 for 2. Lawrence moves to 33. We saw that, didn't we, just before the break? Lawrence taking a crazy single to mid-on, which John Campbell really should have run him out, I think, just didn't pick up the ball cleanly. We're going to look at this again. Yeah, Root was ball watching, and he was totally unaware that Lawrence was pretty much beside him on the return crease there. Again, I think it was Campbell was the fielder involved. Eventually the throw went to the wicketkeeper where Root was running, but he was comfortably home. And the run rate is now picked up. It was very slow, certainly in the first session, and for the first part of the second session, 1.5, only about 1.7 and over, while Lees was at the crease. Onto the back foot goes Lawrence, waits for this and then carves it away. I don't think it's got the legs to go all the way to the boundary. It'll certainly be 2, and I think that is all it will be. 152 for 2, Lawrence onto 35. And Vernon, you were talking about is this your first view of Dan Lawrence?
Well, I saw him in the practice game at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and from my first impression, I was very, very, very much impressed with him. In fact, I did commentary for that game, and I really like the look of Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, I do. I thought he played well in onto the back foot. He goes again, but doesn't manage to force this away. Then he thinks there'll be a single. There was. Strangely, he was aiming that into the covers. It ended up running very slowly up to long on, and belatedly he'd realised there was a single there. What I liked about him, not so much in the summer, he had some problems again in the summer. I liked the way he played the spinners in India. He seemed to let the ball come right to him, and when England was struggling so much this time last year, Permaul in again to Root presses forward and just guides the ball towards extra cover, and there is no run. And I suppose we want platsmen that can hang around, but Lawrence is the right man to get you going if you've got someone like Root at the other end, who goes back to this one and punches, half stopped by the bowler. He waits for one of his fielders to help him out, and there is no run again. Root 87, Lawrence 36, England 153 for 2. Permaul left arm round the wicket, sweeping this time Root, but makes no contact. Hit over the top of the ball. It was maybe just a little bit too full on that occasion. Plays the sweep shot incredibly well. That one in front of square that he plays is a shot you don't see too many batsmen mastering, I think, and he really used that shot to great effect last winter. This one is played to mid wicket. There is no run, and that is the end of the 63rd over. 27 overs left in the day. England 153 for 2. Tony.
I'm going to say some very quick hellos over on Facebook. Actually, Ajahn Varma, Manju Araya, Sanjay Kola, Ian Barry, Nick Pettit. Hello to all of you. Let me see. Swing it both ways. Says, to me, Root is increasingly looking like a member of the House of Windsor. I'm not quite sure where he gets that from. The member of the royal family, is he thinking?
Is there anyone he can marry? He can marry and get in that way? I don't know. I'm not sure. Are there any sort of eligible women? Oh, he's married anyway. He's got a couple of kids. What am I talking about? Of course he can't marry into the royal family. Lawrence then settles down. Partnership now worth 73. Very useful stand indeed. 2 slips in the gully for Joseph, who's in outside the off stump. Lovely drive on the up from Lawrence. That was sheer class. Talk about how he can play through the leg side, but that was glorious through the offside and away for 4.
Half volleys have to be put away, and you see an increased tempo here from England. Before lunch, one rate was 1.57, and now with the advent of Lawrence coming to the crease right now, there's a little bit more free scoring access between Root and Lawrence, and a half volley there from Azari Joseph, and put away nicely. Lovely shot.
It was lovely. I think you're being a bit harsh there and saying it was a half volley. I didn't think it was a complete half volley. I thought he played it a little bit on the up. It's the kind of ball that you can edge, and we have seen Dan Lawrence get out to, actually. They're now going to cut that shot off, which is bowling, I suppose, for fielding for loose bowling, which isn't necessarily the greatest thing to do. They've got a man now at deep cover, and he waits for this one and just shovels it away, Joe Root style, between gully and slip, and down to third man for another 4.
So Nigel and Tony, you see the change what we're talking about. Once you put out a sweeper onto the outside, then you leave another area, another gap open. What I'm saying is just be patient, and then let Azari bowl the same line again and give him that support. We're almost like we set in fields. As soon as a ball goes in this area, then we move a fielder. We have
that's
to
called
be
ball
patient.
chasing.
This is Test cricket.
That's ball chasing. That's
absolutely.
never a good look for a captain.
No, I agree with you, because we've seen that Lawrence does have technical problems at times, and his bat can come down towards more mid-on when he should be looking to play it through the covers. And if you do get that little bit of movement, as we saw in the first test, I think it was Jason Holder got him that way. His consistency with that shot isn't strong enough that you need to be too worried. I mean, I wouldn't worry about him playing that shot. I'd get him to play it again and maybe put a second slip in. Anyway,
his partnership's been rocking along at over 4 and over now.
It has. Lawrence has gone on to 44. The West Indies are not happy with the ball, and of course it's being looked at by the umpires, but it's gone through one of the holes, and I think that has resulted in the umpire just tossing the ball back to them and saying, get on with it. 162 for 2. The run rate now just up above 2.5. 82 from 110 balls. That's the other thing, isn't it? It's how quick this partnership has become, really. Lawrence is going on almost a run a ball, 44 off 51. It's almost the perfect partnership for England. The Root just doing his thing, and Lawrence.
The strike rate from Dan Lawrence also has increased tremendously. It's 86.27, so 6 4s and 1 6. You'd understand that he's up the tempo, and I think it's given Root enough time so that he can concentrate on big innings, because he knows that scoring is taking place from his partner in Dan Lawrence, who looks very positive.
He does indeed, and he's positive here, but he can't get the ball past mid-on. It was a full toss, actually. Got it quite low on the bat. Drove it straight at John Campbell, who is there under a floppy hat. And he does the fielding, and there is no run. It's a sunny day in Barbados. When isn't it a sunny day in Barbados? I'll tell you when it isn't. It's when I'm going to the Test match in 1998, and the last day was rained off.
I'll make sure not to go back in time to go to that one.
Yeah, 1998. It was. You cannot imagine the disappointment of opening the curtains on that morning to see drizzle. What is this drizzle in Barbados? There was absolutely no hint. The weather forecasters didn't get it. We thought it was going to be a perfectly good day. The first 4 days have been perfectly good, 27 degrees, and then sadly we did make it down to the ground at about 4 o'clock. They said no, we're not going to get any more play. But
No
by
ball
then,
there, Nigel. No ball overstepping there by Alzari Joseph.
It was a no ball. Good spotting.
Yeah, big one.
Good spot. So Joseph comes in again. He's got a wide slip, and that's all. Bouncer from the bowler. Lawrence ducks comfortably underneath it, and there is no run. What did we think of that that chance that Root gave? Not the slightly controversial one where we weren't sure that it carried or not, but the catch down the leg side. Did we think De Silva should have had that?
You have to catch that at this level, and this is what happens. World-class players like Baba Azam and Joe Root and company, Virat Kohli, they're going to make you pay. And
Absolutely.
the West Indies, they're steering this another century from Root.
This one is just turned off the hip by Lawrence out towards deep mid wicket. They'll take another single. He'll go to 45. Yeah, and I was watching, as I was saying earlier, I was watching a bit of that Pakistan-Australia game this morning, and Swepson, I thought, was very unlucky not to have Babar a couple of times. He had a man at slid off and a man at slid on, and I think almost in 60 balls he had them drop both. Neither of them were easy catches, but they were ones that, if you're going to win games in those situations, you need to take. Joseph in, bowl short, pulls by Root through square leg. He'll take one. He's going to come back for a second, is he? Lawrence was ready to go. Root says no. And so it's just the one. 165 for 2.
A little confused, Tony and Nigel. And I'm trying to work out the ploy of the West Indies after tea. I see even Permal has slowed down his delivery, and bowling a little bit more wide. I see Alzari Joseph sort of kind of offline. The field placing, I'm a little bit confused in terms of, and I'm trying to work out what the West Indies are looking for. Because as far as I'm concerned, they have not bowled bad at all. And like I said, they just need to be patient. But they're so desperate to get wickets that they're all over the shop.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, to be honest, Vernon. I think that's right. It was a very weird decision to put a man straight back out on the cover boundary after that really rather nice shot from Lawrence. Now we've got a man coming in at short leg. Short square leg. We've also got a leg gully, and Joseph is going to come round the wicket. Is he going to try and pitch it in short? He is. Lawrence takes him on, and he's put him away. Certainly for 4. Has it actually gone all the way? No, it hasn't. It is 4 runs, and Lawrence moves to 49. Well, I think that's a partial answer. I don't know how long they're going to proceed with this line of attack, but it's certainly worth a try. And on that occasion, though, it was very easy paced, and Lawrence had plenty of time to swivel on that, keep control of it, and put it away with great aplomb. 169 for 2. We've now got a man at he's gone into sort of a long leg position, somewhere between long leg and deep backward square, but he's also about 10 yards, 15 yards in from the boundary edge. There's a man at deep mid wicket, quite square. There's a short square leg and a mid on. And again, we've got trouble with the ball. So they protested at the end of the last over. They're protesting again now, and the umpires are once more coming together. Gives Tony a chance to get through a few tweets.
Also to point out, it's the replacement ball that's now looking to be replaced. So we're about to go through a third version of the first ball of the day. Swing it both ways, says to me. Oh, I've already said that one. Chris the Choir. Mathematically, I prefer Route 61. Wyoming to New Orleans, the Great River Road. Route 61 is the long side of a triangle with sides 5 and 6. Okay, there we go. One wants to know, do we still call him leg side Larry? Nestlers has sent us a picture where he's photoshopped Joe Root's head onto Vicky McClure's body. And it, doesn't quite work, but I take your point.
Okay, I'll have a look at that in a minute.
Warren thinks someone's making a bid for Hattie's title of the Jingle Killer. I think someone's been, probably one of us has been talking over them. Easily to do. I do it all the time, I know. For wrong, scoring rate per over rocketing along now. 63 runs off the last dozen overs. Yes, it has picked up. And we're watching the earlier dismissal. Jeff Perkins, isn't the current England captain included in the line of succession in case an anarchist gets really lucky? I don't know about that, Jeff. That's line of Rooty, surely a spin-off, says Jeff.
Very good.
Never
Very
one
good.
to miss a pun.
Thanks to that, Jeff. That's almost perfect, actually, when it comes to puns. Alex Lees, what do we make of Alex Lees? I mean, I felt a bit sorry for him the way he got out. I felt annoyed with him the way he got out. With my England supporters hat on. He'd done the hard work, hadn't he? He'd done the hard work, and then he ends up hitting across a ball that's just straight, really, and he's gone LBW. And this has been the problem for England. We've had Hamid and one or two others, Sibley, Burns, perhaps less so Burns, but certainly Sibley, who can stay in there, but find it very difficult to then increase their rate of scoring as the innings goes on. Lees was just beginning to, I think, when he got out, so that in the end we haven't learned a lot about him, have we?
Well, you've seen forward progress, 4-6 to 30 something. You know, it's only his third Test innings. I think. I know Vernon's not a huge fan of what he's seen so far,
right?
But I do think there's been some forward movement.
Okay. Joseph round the wicket, bowls a bouncer. Lawrence just flexes those knees, goes down, allows the ball to pass over his head, and there is no run. It's the end of the 12th over from Joseph. A little bit expensive, none for 49. Lawrence just one short of, I think, what will be a third 50 in Test cricket. Root has 88. Tony.
Yeah, Jason says, my friends, who is of course of an age to remember Hendo, says, my friends remember with horror the 1998 match final day. 10 minutes of rain followed by an hour of clean-up every hour. Tufnell poised to spin England to victory. Well, actually, no, he was probably asleep, but okay. And never got the opportunity.
That's right, and I think was it Clayton Lambert who was opening at the time, and Philo Wallace. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
If my memory serves me correctly. I mean, West Indies won out of that game. They could have won it themselves. So, I mean, there were results on the table, or waiting on the table, as it were. But unfortunately, neither side was able to take it because of the weather. 33 runs already in this session from just 5 overs. So the run rate for this session has moved up to 6.6. In the first session, it was just 1.57. Got just up above 3 towards the end of that second session. And now England are making hay for the time being. Purmall will continue, left arm round the wickets, just got the slip as a close fielder. A shortish extra cover, 4 men in the covers altogether. He goes back to this one, Root cutting, but can't get it fine of the man at backward point, and there is no run. Purmall, he's got a fantastic first class record, hasn't he, Purmall? He's in again, bowls, Root goes back and tries to force that a little bit with a little bit of extra bottom hand wrist, but goes straight to extra cover, and again no run. Averaging 20, I think I saw in first class cricket, which is phenomenal. He's in again, bowls to Root, brings Root forward. Root presses out into the offside to Silva, skips from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and again no run. Purmall is into his 17th over, figures of 1 for 50. He got rid of Alex Lees for 30 LBW. He's in again, that little skip out to the far side of the crease just before he bowls, and this time forces Root back, and sometimes that makes me a little bit nervy on behalf of Root, but he plays it well enough, and there is no run. Not sure you can do that on Indian pitches. He's in again, bowls. He goes back, will ease a single through square leg. And he'll move on to 89. England to 170 for 2. So we've had Permaul and Joseph since tea. I'm looking at you, Vernon. What do you think has to happen next?
Well, I would have tended to differ. I would have gone for Bonner and Permaul after tea and given the seamers a little bit of chance to catch their breath over that period of time. Give England something different to think about, really. Somebody might have maybe dropped sleep.
Well, I don't know if they have to think about something there, because Lawrence went back, forced. It was juggled by De Silva. And then when he finally held onto it, they thought there might have been a little edge, but I don't think there was. I think they were just sort of overexcited in the end. Yeah, I quite like the look of Bonner, his little sort of leg spinners, which gives the ball a little bit of air. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Is it time for a change? I think it's getting to that sort of time, isn't it?
Maybe one more.
One more, okay.
Yeah, a quick hi to Meath56. Says, hi guys, just tuning in from Madrid. Keep up the good work. Well, that's very kind of you. Leah says, I'd love to go there for a Germany versus West Indies test, but I can't as Germany don't have test status, and also my mere existence is illegal there.
Yeah, okay. That's yes.
Yes, okay.
Well, that's a shame.
Maybe don't go into that one.
Yeah. 170 for 2 is the score. Lawrence 49. And it'll be a very well-deserved 50 should he get it. He's been very positive, hit 2 or 3 really nice boundaries, lovely 6 as well. Now, Joseph comes around the wicket again to Root. Root is trying to fetch that short one from outside off stump and hits it down into the ground, not any timing at all really, and it's fielded by the man at short square leg. So we have Lawrence within a single of 50. Oh, we're having a look at Ultra Edge for that shout from behind. It's gone absolutely nowhere near the bat, so I don't know what anyone was getting very excited about. Doesn't even look as if it was bat against pad or anything like that. Bat against ground. The one slip that Joseph has just keeps going wider and wider. This is pulled by Root. Oh, and terrible fielding there at deep backward square. He's about 20 yards in, and he's just let that go completely through him. And the wheels are coming off a little bit for the West Indies here. England moved to 174 for 2.
Campbell having a horrible time in the field. That's a basic stat.
Was that Campbell again?
Yes.
Oh, he is. He's having a terrible day.
He got quite a lot on it too, didn't he? He seemed to get both hands on it, and then almost stood up too quick, and it ended up going through him and away for 4.
What that was
costly and inelegant.
What that was lacking, of course, was the wonderful long barrier, and it went through his legs, didn't it? He needed to get the long barrier out for that one. Joseph again into Root. Root thinks about another pull as this one's just going down the leg side. Pulls out of the shot at the last minute. He's now 7 runs from a 25th Test century. To think that it's only a couple of years since we were talking about Joe Root not translating enough 50s into hundreds. Well, he's done them en masse, hasn't he, in the last year and a half? Really has. And he could have another one here. 93 of 193 balls. And he waits for Joseph again, operating from round the wicket, and he bowls to Root. Root pulls. He's not going to be discouraged. This time Campbell does get everything behind it, so it's just going to be a single. Root moves to 94. England to 175 for 2. That run rate creeping ever upwards. The overall run rate now is 2.66, but the runs since tea have been coming far too easily as far as the West Indies will be concerned.
Nigel, I want to quickly ask you a question, you and Tony, just before I get off. Do you agree with this ploy? I know that Joseph is bowling body line, but where Campbell is, he's in no man's land.
It's a strange position, isn't it? I'm not really sure what to make of it. He's going to duck under this one, Lawrence, quite comfortably. Yeah, I don't know.
Feels slightly desperate to me. And if you're going to do it, yes, I kind of go along with Vernon. You probably want that forward short leg a little shorter. And so it's hedging your bets a bit. You've got a sort of a set back forward short leg, which doesn't quite work if you're really going to have a go at, trapping him like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they should keep this going for too long. Joseph in again, back of a length this time, defended comfortably enough, with a lot of time in fact by Lawrence. Straight back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. Dan Lawrence has 49. Joe Root has 94. And I believe it's Max coming in to take over
Yes.
ball by ball. Is that right?
Max, Al, and you will stay on being brilliant as an expert.
And let me just get out and just say thanks to you, Nigel, and Max and Tony, and just let the folks know that you can log on to www.platinumfm.ag, and we will be teaming up with you guys tomorrow morning, first ball, 9:50 a.m. in the Eastern Caribbean. Thanks very much
We'll
for
be there.
giving me this opportunity.
Thanks
Been
very
a
much,
treat.
Vernon. Thank you very much. Have we found Max? Is Max here?
We have, lovely.
I've not met Max before. Hello, Max.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Virtually.
I gather things have picked up rather since tea in my last stint of commentary here as Pramal is in and Root just leans forward and pushes. Oh, it's Lawrence. No, it was Root. Leans forward and pushes into the offside and trots through for a single, moving him on to 95 of 195 balls.
I see that Al, who's just joined us as well, he sent a little note out a few minutes ago about Joseph and this angle from round the wicket, saying it's not exactly Neil Wagner stuff, is it? It wasn't really. No, he's half-hearted about it, I think. Neil Wagner gives it everything, doesn't he?
More back in. This is straight and blocked on the back foot by Dan Lawrence into the offside. I don't mind the body line stuff. I suppose I mean it's not really the pitch for it, but the number of times you see it end up working when it shouldn't. Ball again. This is Fuller. It's outside leg stump, and I don't think Lawrence actually manages to get anything on this. It beats the keeper, and the umpire walks away to signal a bye.
It's not going to go down well with the silver.
That's one of the buys that needs to go in the bowler's column.
Did he actually get bat on that?
No,
Okay.
Bit of drift again from Pramal. This is on leg stump and tucked away nicely by Joe Root. It's the field around to cut it off, so it will just be the 2 as they trot back.
Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, Pramal now has been bowling since tea. It's not really looking like getting a wicket. He's being milked quite successfully. We often say this about England spinners, but he's being milked quite well at the moment.
Yeah, I think England's batsmen have sort of given him the treatment that their own spinners often get. There's balls in again. This is straighter and defended on the front foot by Joe Root. It's just so often you see that England bringing Leach on the first day when it's really not the time for him to be bowling, and the Australians, the most recent example, making him look a little sorry. This is full outside of stump, and Root drives as a chase down to the boundary, and he will cut it off, so that will move Root on to 99 at the end of the 67th over. So it will be Lawrence on strike, but just the one away from the aforementioned century.
A couple of tweets for you.
Yeah.
Warren, is Pramal the West Indies version of Shamsi?
No, I think Shamsi's better than that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, what I've seen him in first-class cricket or international cricket.
100 partnership.
It is 101.
Farong reminds us that there's Premier League football going on. Any predictions, or do we not give a damn?
We don't give a damn. We don't give a good goddamn.
And
cricket's
also,
on. Come on.
Yes.
Warren says, what does Hendo know about the proportion of Campbell's barrier?
It's not very good. His barrier.
Yeah.
It is not successful enough, I'm afraid.
Insufficient.
Change of bowling. It's going to be Jaden Seals, whoever's on the jingles.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya.
Is
No
Seals
matter how far.
continuing with the short leg side deliveries, so change of bowler but no change of tactic, and Lawrence rocks back and pulls this down to long leg for 1, and that is his 50 off 62 balls. The 100 partnership there coming off was 134 deliveries, just to highlight the change in emphasis from England since the Alex Lees wicket. Dan Lawrence and Joe Root getting together for a slightly more dynamic partnership than earlier in the day.
I think this might be Dan Lawrence's most impressive England innings.
it's the one he's looked most in control of.
So Root is on strike, and it's a nice, easy way for Root to bring up a milestone. 2 milestones in consecutive deliveries. Short, not fast, and patted gently into the leg side. Trots through for a single. And Joe Root aimed for his 25th century. A quarter century of centuries.
10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Max, don't you think that puts Tendulkar's achievement into some perspective? That
that Joe Root's just hit his 25th.
Yeah,
it does a bit,
like,
doesn't it?
If you just want to, in one that when you include everything from internationals, but if you just want to, if you want to hit 3 times as many as those again, then that will be fine.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair point, as it's now round the wicket from Jaden Seals to Dan Lawrence, but once again got that comfortably dealt with, pulled for a single. The only disappointing thing from my point of view with Joe Root's century is that it came off 199 deliveries. It's so close to some beautiful symmetry, but not to be.
You're a big man for symmetry then, Max?
Oh, I like a nice bit of weird numbers that stack together. I won't lose sleep over it, but it's always pleasing. This one does hurry Joe Root up again. Again, it's short and round the wicket and tries to pull, but kind of sneaks through and goes through to the keeper on the bounce. But no danger.
Yeah, they're looking at his career now. He's not that far. I mean, I suppose it's conceivable that in this series he could move to 10,000 runs. He's got 9,822 at the moment, averaging 49.8. It's amazing how many runs you have to score to get your average back up above 50 after you've had a couple of poor.
Well, yeah, when you're close to 10,000, suddenly they have less and less of an effect. And short again, Joe Root pulls again to John Campbell, who this time picks it up cleanly and returns to the keeper for 1 run.
Yeah, I think the West Indies are really just losing their way here. They've got to do something to stem this free scoring from England. Okay, they've had Joseph, they've had Pamal, they've turned to Jaden Seals, but there just seems to be a sort of collective apathy a little bit about them at the moment. It's almost accepting their fate, and they need to put the wind up England a little bit. Maybe it's because the ball has got that much softer. 13 overs till the new one.
So this is full, short again, sorry, but slightly more towards the offside. Was Dan Lawrence perhaps anticipating the leg side delivery actually ends up ducking sort of into the line of the ball, but does get underneath it, and that will conclude the over. 185 for 2, as you say. Things starting to get away from West Indies a little bit. And how are we looking on the socials?
A couple of comments for you on YouTube. Suter Hoop, Campbell is having a stinker in the field, certainly is. And George McPherson, it took the wicket of Lees for England to get a move on and increase the run rate with quick runs. If this was done earlier, then England would already be past the 200 mark.
Indeed. I mean, I don't want to be too critical of Lees. I mean, he was really picked out early on in his career by none other than Jeff Boycott as being the future for England's opening batsman, and it rather fell apart. It fell apart. Well, yeah, rather fell apart, and he had to move up to Durham to get his career a little bit back on track. And as I think Tony was saying, he's averaged over 40 in the county championship for the last 2 or 3 years. But also, you've got to realise it's a big step up. He's got to come out against a pretty decent attack that the West Indies have got. And it takes you, if you move up a step, and we've talked about Graham Thorpe saying that Test cricket is 10 times harder than county cricket. If it really is that big a gap, then you've got, the only way you're going to get good at it is to spend time out there, and at least he has spent some time out there, maybe a little bit too much time over the number of runs that he scored, but he's got to ease his way in. The thing is, you just want him to be able to go on once he's got that foundation.
Yeah, but it's his second crack at it, isn't it? So,
yeah. I mean,
and he's got to give him a bit of leeway. And
2 failures in the first test was going to make you want to stay in, don't you, for a little bit?
Yeah, and those failures came against this new bowler, actually, who we will jingle up in a second, but he's greeted to the crease with another trademark Joe Root cover drive, which doesn't quite make it to the boundary, but they do scamper back for 3 runs.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach!
So I think one of the promising things, from my point of view, for Alex Lees was that, you know, after those 2 identical dismissals to Kemar Roach, he's identified something and tried to, tried to fix that, which he seemingly managed to do.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, he was really set up by Kemar Roach really nicely in both those innings, wasn't he? With balls that went away from him, and then the one that just held its line. And he looks solid to me, Lees. I mean, I hope he can develop. We're desperate for that other opener, even though John Crawley failed today. Of course, I think Zach Crawley is a man for the future.
Roach, and again, this is outside of stump, defended on the front foot by Dan Lawrence into the offside. Yeah, Zach Crawley. I'm not sure on Zach Crawley. You sort of, he had his period of averaging 11, what was it last year? That 70 odd in Australia was an innings that reminded you why everyone liked Zach Crawley, and as was the case with the 100 in the last test. But then you saw again today the other side that reminds you. Broaching again, and defender called once more.
Who's the Jamaican guy that's never lived up to expect?
I guess it means that one swallow doesn't make a summer.
Indeed.
But we'd all written the book on Johnny Bairstow until the first test as well.
Absolutely, and apparently he's now England's middle order linchpin. So who's to say?
Yeah.
What do I know?
Well,
I just watch it.
In the first test, I said that the more I watch Johnny Bairstow, the less I understand. So
that's a fair point. As Dan Lawrence drives at this one, but again, there is no run. It's stopped in the covers by Captain Brathwaite. Yeah, I mean, I was. Well, I'll happily admit that I was on the bandwagon. Well, it's the bandwagon on the pile of people saying we've had enough of Johnny Bairstow. How does he keep getting back into the side? Yeah. He's said he wants to work on the Red Bull game, so if the fruits of that labour are him scoring several hundreds, he's welcome to. This is left alone outside of stump by Dan Lawrence. 5th ball of the over. England 188 for 2.
I mean, I'm trying to think. It might have even been Mike Atherton who was saying last week that he felt that Bairstow was probably the 3rd best batsman in the team. Some people might disagree with that. He's had a lot of innings where things have gone really badly for him. I mean, but I don't think anyone could be upset that he got a really good knock under his belt.
I don't think I disagree with that. I mean, what, Root, Stokes and Bairstow? Is that
yeah, it probably is. I mean, yes, and that, maybe that's saying something about the lack of strength of the England team. Yeah, but
Roach will be in to finish his over, and this is outside off stump, and Lawrence rocks back and deflects this wide of gully. Is a nice shot as fielder runs down to collect that. 2 runs comfortably added to the total, 190 for 2 for 69 overs.
Alright, let's have a look. Kunal Talani is not Fred on again. I don't think he's on today.
No, Fred's not on today. I don't know if he's actually on for this test. I haven't actually looked at the full rotors for this test. We're just looking at most hundreds as captain for England. Joe Root, 14 from 63 matches.
Extending his lead over Alistair Cook.
Graham Gooch and Peter May. Well, David Gower is on that list. Wally Hammond is also on that list. He got 500 as a England captain at an average of 55. Strauss, Vaughan, Atherton, Cowdrey, Gower. Yes, pretty much who you'd expect,
reasonable
really.
Company, isn't it?
Yeah, reasonable. Yeah, definitely so. And of course, Joe Root's only 31, so he's got another 4 or 5 years, hasn't he? I'm sure he'll want to go to Australia
a young
again.
31 as well. So.
Yes.
And we're back to the round the wicket to the right-hander approach, and we're back to rocking back and pulling it away for a single.
Yeah, I mean, he's in that position, Root. He's always going to have to struggle. People say he's not one of the top-class batsmen of the game because he didn't get 100 in Australia. So I expect that he's going to hang around long enough to go back to Australia one more time. Yeah, absolutely. Virat Kohli had to sort of suffer, the criticism of not getting runs in England, but of course he has done now.
Yeah, now it's just everywhere else that he can't get runs, as touched on earlier. And Seals is a little fuller this time, still back of the length, and Lawrence shuffles across and defends this. And there is no run.
Yes, that's right. How long has he now gone without 100? Does anyone know off the top of the head?
It was 18 test matches, I think it was, but it was, what are we looking at? It was November 2019, I think.
Right, so we're 2 and a bit years,
Over 2 years now. Which is far too long for a man of his quality, and I'm sure, much like you were talking with Joe Root and the conversion rate, I'm sure they will come along much like buses in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
And this is short again from Jaden Seals, bounces harmlessly over Lawrence's head and barely carries to the wicketkeeper De Silva. 113 kilometres an hour that from Jaden Seals, so it's a deliberate slower ball. It's a wide as well. It's all going wrong.
It's such a poor execution of what seems like a boneheaded strategy on this pitch.
Even if you agreed with the strategy, you'd have to say that it's not being put into effect particularly well, and England are just loving it at the moment, really.
Yeah, quite happily, and I mean it's a carbon copy of a number of the of recent deliveries from Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph before him. As it's once again pulled gently into the leg side for a single. England just milking this. It's you see it often. You see that this tactic when things aren't going well, of just sticking a man or two men out on the sort of deep leg side boundary, square the wicket, and every now and then someone will just hook it straight into their hands. But England have not fallen into that trap and don't look like they're going to. But they continue employing it, and Joe Root very deliberately gets on top of this and knocks it out to John Campbell for yet another single.
There just isn't the pace in the pitch to really worry the batsman.
Or the bounce either, because Joe Root and Dan Lawrence are very comfortably getting on top of this and very deliberately keeping it down, and they're very happy just to milk singles at this stage. And I think yes, probably time to move away from this tactic now. All very well giving it a go, but flogging your dead balls to a certain extent. And it's the same thing again, really. This is getting a little tiresome explaining the same thing over and over again.
Like the middle overs of a one-day international when someone's just hitting it down to long run every other ball.
Yeah.
It's strange, isn't it? We're focusing on Phil Simmons, the West Indies coach. It'd be interesting to know what he thinks about this, whether he's a party to this particular strategy or.
He doesn't look too happy about it.
He doesn't. But he never does though. Phil Simmons does. He never looks very happy.
Last ball of the over then, and again it's short, and this is a fielded short at square leg, so there will be no run. As Root actually put a bit of welly into that one, but stopped at square leg. So that is the end of the over, and back to the socials.
Warren wants to know whether Bears Tennant has moved in yet. And
has he?
Mog registers surprise and says, "Oh my God, Heather."
It is me, Mog. It is. It's not a hologram. It is
the
actually
often
me.
replicated, never duplicated, once in a lifetime experience that is Nigel Henderson.
You were trying to think of my middle name there, weren't you?
No, I was going to. I was just going to call you Nigel F. Henderson.
Yes. There's a much bigger crowd in Barbados than there was in Antigua, it seems to me.
Yes, well, they relaxed the restrictions on the island ahead of the test, so capacity crowd possible for the Barbados.
But did I not read that you had to have all your jabs to be allowed in or something?
Most likely, that seems to be the case in most places. I think the British tourists are used to that. And the first ball over from Roach is defended by Dan Lawrence into the offside for Lolo. But yeah, certainly a large contingent of tourists in the crowd for this one. Everywhere you look, there's reddened skin. Currently looking at a man who looks particularly sunstrokey, just swaying from side to side and possibly not knowing where he is.
Do you know it's an official shade of julep? Englishman abroad.
Not Farrow and Ball. It seems a bit more
Englishman abroad.
Yeah, you really want that in your front room, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking for a new shade for my kitchen, so I'll look out for it. This is driven back down the ground, but collected by Kamal Roach. On the bounce in his follow through, and again there's no run.
I suppose you could call it gammon. Gammon? Do we go there? Do we go there? Is it a little bit gammon-like, or is it? I don't know. I'm trying to think of what other strawberry milkshake colour. I don't know which it's nearest, to be honest.
Innocent smoothie. Other smoothies are available. As, again, defended out into the offside by Dan Lawrence, just on a length from Kamal Roach in that corridor outside off stump. Dan Lawrence more than equal to it, with the ball doing very little at this stage. Just 9.5 overs to go until the new ball now. So
I missed the first session. There wasn't a lot of movement in the first session, though, was there? Even, I mean, nothing like we saw at Antigua in the air last week.
No, there was a little bit of nibble in the air, but yeah, it wasn't quite getting the movement we saw last week, and yeah, pretty much nothing off the pitch either. Roach again ploughing away at that line. He's bowling tight and making it difficult to score, which is probably the order of the day for West Indies at this stage. And Lawrence defends again.
Yeah, they needed someone with his experience to come in and just say, hang on guys, even if we're not getting wickets, we need to stem this flow of runs, really. With sort of 19 overs left today, England could get another 60 or 70, whereas West Indies would like to keep it down to about 230, 240.
Absolutely. And this is straight from Kamal Roach, but defended again by Dan Lawrence. No runs from the over so far. And yeah, I mean, when you have two seemingly frail batting lineups, although on the pitches we've seen so far, even those are looking fairly impenetrable. 20-30 runs at the end of the day can make a big difference.
Yeah, and they don't want to sort of. I mean, they were disciplined earlier on, and they bowled, well, given the conditions. But they're gonna, if they end up England 260 for 2 tonight, the West Indies are well behind the game, really.
Last ball of the over, Roach is in and put a bit more behind this one, aiming at the stumps, but blocked. I'll say he put a bit more behind this one. It was the slowest one of the over, as far as I can tell. So shows you what I know. He looked like he put the effort in, but it is a maiden. England 195 for 2 out.
Suter who says not a lot of movement either from the ball or the bat. It does seem to be one of these things where it gets easier the later in the day it gets. Probably the only exception will be about 10 overs with the new ball, I think.
Well, I suppose that's true. I mean, they can't really give Kamal Roach too much of a spell here, because they'll probably want him when we get to 80 overs, won't they? To use that new ball.
David Barrett says that the groaning sound that you can faintly hear in the background is Ollie Pope making drink. But it seems like we've got another change in the bowling.
We have indeed. It's a skip.
My spelling ain't strong. Can you tell me if I spelled your name all wrong? I wrote it down with a C before. Now is it 2 G's? I wanna be
Yes,
sure.
the Captain Brathwaite with his slow, drifty off spin, and the first ball of his over is full on leg side. Just flicks it away with his leg for a single.
Wait is hard to spell, it's true. Now I've got it right.
It's a long one, this one.
The jingle that never ended.
Time it takes for the ball to get from Brathwaite's hand to the batsman. And This is a bit shorter, and Dan Lawrence rocks back and punches this into the offside. They're looking for 2, and well, just
4.
Runs away for 4 in the end.
Yeah, 200 up, 200 for 2.
All timing that.
But I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm not sure what to call that delivery. The only thing it had going for it was well, yeah. The only thing it had going for it was reasonably straight, but it was so slow and short that Lawrence had time to get outside his leg stump and cut it away.
This is fuller and straighter, better from Brathwaite, but down at 70 kilometres an hour, it's pretty slow and just blocked back towards the goal.
And England's 50s are coming up with increasing rapidity now.
Yeah, at this rate we'll be scoring 50 in negative deliveries by tomorrow. As the 4th ball of the over is just patted into the leg side, but well fielded at mid wicket to save the run.
I think he's given up with this ball, Brathwaite. He's trying to get through the overs as quickly as possible to get to the hold of the new ball, really.
Yeah, it is very much that sort of dice rolling, get through things as quickly as you can. I've given up move. The 5th ball of the over is a dot ball.
I think this is almost as comfortable as you can be in Test cricket batting at the moment. Really, you've got one man with 100, one man with 50, and very little from the bowlers, really.
Yeah, it works on a Sunday afternoon, but I would back Test match cricketers to be able to handle the temptation of the slow, loopy off spinner. As the final ball of the over is bunted back to Craig Brathwaite on the bounce to end the over. 200 for 2 off 72.
Yeah, we'll do one more over. I think that's 3, and then there will be a change. Lawrence 59, Root 107. 18 overs remaining today. No, we will have a little bit of overtime probably. Again, probably go through to about 9:15, 9:20 on that basis. 120 runs off 165 balls. The England fans in great voice. The West Indies fans a little bit stunned, I would say, at the moment about how easy it's been for England in the last hour before tea and hour since tea, really. It's quite dispiriting for them. Maybe Kemar Roach can come up with something.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worse than Antigua or if it's just the fact that England didn't lose a bunch of wickets early on in this Test match as Joe Root defends this from Kemar Roach into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes on and if it ends up being a pitch like that and it doesn't begin to offer any turn as the game goes on, I feel like we're going to end up with a very similar result to what happened in Antigua. But I think there may be a little bit of spin there as this game moves on. There's been just a hint of it.
There's been a hint, hasn't there?
Yeah,
so far?
yeah.
And there's already signs of sort of some nasty rough stuff developing. Although not many left-handers in the West Indies lineup, so whether that will bother them too much remains to be seen.
So still only got 2 slips well spread. I mean, covering the ground of about 4 slips actually.
Yeah. Roach continues ploughing this line just outside of stump, and Root defends that under his eyes.
Root 107, 208. Lawrence 59 from 83. Yeah, just need a little bit of. They need someone to just give them a little bit of a boost, don't they? West Indies. Anderson Phillip is on as a substitute fielder. I'm not sure who it is.
Maybe he's the man to give them the boost, some encouragement. And this is angled in at the stumps by Kemar Roach. Root is back, defends this into the leg side, and the fielder comes round to cut it off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it's Permaul has gone off, is it? And looks like he's ready to come back on. But yes, it's well, it's all very resigned at the moment from the West Indies. You just feel like that they need something to happen to just get their energy levels up again.
Yes, unfortunately, they have to make something happen rather, or hope that England make a misstep as Root's forward and punching to mid off. But again, there is no run.
Yeah, that's right. They've got to make something happen. I mean, I suppose that they feel there's nothing in this pitch with the ball as old as it is, and they've just got to get through to that 80 over.
You've got to keep trying, haven't you? That's the thing. That's I suppose, what separates teams, captains and teams from each other is when things are drifting. Whether you can think of a way of just making things difficult for the batsman who roots forward again and driving into the leg side this time. Back straight to the close infielder. Again, there's no runs from the over so far.
Is that Matt Parkinson with a new set of gloves for somebody? It looks like it is.
It is probably his biggest involvement in the test so far.
Yeah, with this pitch the way it is, I think that it would be of interest to have seen what he could have done, but alas.
Final ball of the over approaches in. This is angled at off stump, and Root is back defending. And West Indies' spirits, I think, are sinking as fast as Hendo is in the camera.
Well, I'm
now down to about half of his head.
I'm sinking, and then I'm slinking off because that's me done for the day. Jacob is going to be taking over on ball by ball, and he's going to be joined by a couple of other renegades in the form of Jason and Max will be staying on, so I'll leave you in their capable hands.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hendo. Hello again, Max. Hello again, Jason. Lovely to see you both as we get deep into day one.
Yeah. How was your little well, it was a tea and a few half an hour slots break.
It was lovely. I've
refreshed.
Had a sandwich. There's still half of it left.
Wonderful. What sandwich have you gone for?
A classic in the Jaffa household.
Jaffa cakes?
Not Jaffa cakes, no. Either turkey or chicken, in this case it's turkey, with pickled beetroot.
Ooh,
it's a very nice sandwich. I would recommend to our listeners out there. Although, if you want a really weird sandwich recommendation, I have in my own creation. If you go to a particular chain of sandwich shop, which I can't name, but is in certain green and yellow colours and serves these sorts of sandwiches.
Sort of 8 different types of bread you can choose.
Yes.
Yeah.
If on the I don't know if hearty Italian is trademarked. The hearty Italian bread, you get chicken, tuna, and black olive for just £1 extra.
Okay.
It sounds like it shouldn't work, but everyone I've met said it shouldn't work, but it does.
Oh, it sounds like a sort of I guess a salad niçoise, but where the chicken came before the egg.
I suppose so. That's rather well put, actually. I never thought of it like that.
One other thing that doesn't sound like it should work, but does, is beetroot and horseradish soup. Have you ever tried that?
Can't say I have.
No. Broccoli and cheese is the soup of choice in our house.
Stilton, I hope.
No, cheddar. We have a collective hatred of Stilton.
Oh, do you?
Very nice, though.
To grow some hairs on your chest and get on the blue cheese.
We're wibbling through what is I think a drinks break and also a lovely Caribbean seascape. If only you could see it, listeners, with beautiful turquoise waters. And
is that the Golden Hind over there?
It's the Jolly Roger, I think, which is the...
Could possibly well be. The one coming around behind it is Jolly Roger about to prepare for boarding.
It's the one where make you walk the plank.
I think we're watching a hijacking in progress here, lads. Quickly, cut away, cut away!
Since he's gone now, I can say that O'Neill Harris says, I'm glad to hear Hendo's return. I know he's loving this. I'm heading over to football, much as Hendo is, I imagine. Thanks for the therapy, guys. And Dave Barrett says, Craig Brathwaite, that probably should be Craig Brathwaite, would be a third choice spinner for most teams in the Kent Village League.
I think he'd be a pretty decent second choice
career with 1,000 wickets, I expect.
Average better than me, at least. So we're back with England 200 for 2. Joe Root, another brilliant 100, his 8th in the last 14 months, taking his total tally to 25. He is on 107 not out. Dan Lawrence is on, I think, 54 not out. 1 wicket apiece for Jaden Seals and Veersamy Permaul, but no breakthroughs yet for the West Indies, and good acceleration from the English batsmen. Lawrence 59 from 83, Root 107 from a very patient 212, and Craig Brathwaite is on, as I assume he was just before I hopped on, to get his Kent County League spin going.
Yeah, he's flogging a dead ball, I think.
As we all have and all must do at some point. 5 off his solitary over so far, Brathwaite. He's never been the tidiest of spinners, but a bit like Joe Root, in a way, likes to come round the wicket and try and angle it across, find any little nibble or turn, straightening up he can. And
I think Joe Root would be slightly offended at the comparison there.
Probably. Craig Brathwaite does chuck a few pies kind of up outside
5 for 8, don't you know?
Yeah. As Dan Lawrence beats the fielder coming around from mid-wicket and will get a single. Yeah, Joe Root was in the all-rounder conversation for a hot moment there, wasn't he? After India and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, well, stats-wise, he's probably up there, isn't he?
He'd probably be third behind Holder himself and Shakib Al Hassan.
Brathwaite round the wicket to Root, who is reverse sweeping and very nicely played at his 2-0. There is a man out there, so I think they'll just get the 1. Yes, they will. The new ball is available, second new ball available in 6.4 overs, hence why Brathwaite is on.
Although, to be fair, there are a few new kids on the block in the all-rounder category, such as Carl Jamieson and Cameron Green.
Cameron Green. Yes.
Mitchell Stark was pumped up the all-rounder rankings after the Ashes. He wasn't. He was considered a useful lower-end batsman, but not
Pat
one
Cummins is the better.
An all-rounder. But Stark averaged something like 40 in the Ashes. It was ridiculous. As Lawrence clips him to leg side for no run.
Well, there was a stat, wasn't there? Was it since 2019 or something that Mitchell Stark actually averaged more than every England batsman except for Joe Root?
I think that is the case, as Brathwaite's in and that's defended down the pitch by Lawrence. I'm just checking my stats here on ESPN Cricinfo, but I'm pretty sure we might be able to call Joe Root an all-rounder.
Bowling average below his batting average.
Brathwaite is in again, and that's outside the leg stump, but there is a man at the sort of short square leg. Yes, he averages 49.35 with the bat and 45.75 with the ball.
That's daylight.
Yeah, I mean,
comfortably an all-rounder.
That's about the same distance between Ben Stokes' bowling and batting averages. As that's pushed across Lawrence by Brathwaite, and he guides it down towards third man very nicely. It's on a good run, but Kemar Roach will get round with his unstoppable speed and cut that one off. And that's the end of that over. England 204 for 2 at the end of the 74th. And I don't know who's on tweets. I think it's Jason, and we'll hand over to him.
Cheers. A couple of tweets about bowling and the pitch. Richie Dar says Veersamy Permaul is toothless. We need to take him to the dentist. And Mog says, let's not talk up Root making a ton if Lawrence has also made a 50. Must be easy out there.
Well, I mean,
Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence is a talented young player and is waiting for his breakthrough, and maybe this could be just the time for him, you know.
He's got luck on his side, I think, to pick the right pitch to be in the side in his
Absolutely.
battle of the youngsters
will
with
probably
Ollie Pope.
be cursing his luck, yeah. And I think there'll be a couple of guys sat who are in this team in the shape of Matthew Fisher and Sakib Mahmood who will be wondering whether this really was the test for them to make their collective debut.
I think they'd have preferred it at Headingley in June.
Yes.
Or possibly even April. As Holder returns to the attack, the West Indies resident giant at, I think, an ample 6'6", is he? Something like that.
Closer to 6'8", I think.
Oh good lord! The man with
fucking
the
tall, I think we can.
Yeah, I think that is the technical
settle
term. The man with, I believe, the highest release point in international cricket, Carl Jameson in second. That may be the other way round. As Holder in on Root's legs, but he clips into the leg side with good touch and timing, but it won't beat a diving Craig Brathwaite, who does very well there to cut that one off.
Captain leading by example.
Let's
Need some of his fellow fielders to follow the example.
Yeah, I mean, after 74 overs in the heat and the dirt, that is excellent commitment from Brathwaite. As Holder's in again to Root. Again straight, he's taking quite a straight line. That was on off stump, and Root defended it very nicely. 15.4 overs remaining in the day, and 5.4 of those can be taken until the new ball.
Yeah, just a waiting game, I think, now for New Zealand. Conceded New Zealand. We've lost the plot. West Indies. It's the talk of Carl Jameson, isn't it? But yeah, just concede as few runs as possible now, isn't it, for the next 5 overs.
Indeed it is, and that's probably why Holder is on, as he gets that full, and oh, that was the ball that dismissed Zach Sibley. I'm losing the plot now. Zach Crawley in the second innings of the last test. A perfect Yorker, which Root just manages to get the bat down on, and inside edge onto pad. Yeah, I often get Jason Holder and Carl Jameson confused. They're almost exactly alike in every way.
Tall bowlers, all-rounders. There's a J in there. What do you want?
Exactly. What else could there be? As that short dug in and Root pulls it, but there is a man, deep square leg, and he will recover it, and they'll get through for just the one.
Yeah, just very comfortable at the moment, isn't it? At risk of putting putting one on over him. But in a way, we sort of want something to happen, just so we've got something to talk about. So I won't feel too bad if I get someone out with that level of commentary.
I mean, we're really stretching to the ends of realistic conversational topics at this point.
Well, I mean, I enjoyed the sandwiches. I do like a sandwich.
Susie, who's got a couple of things to talk about that. He says, I like sticking black olives into my food things to stop the missus pinching some of my food.
Well, there you go. Yeah, black
That's
olives.
a very good plan. I do that with mushrooms.
Yeah. On the list of controversial foodstuffs. Unfortunately,
she's now started as a sort of Pavlovian reflex to like mushrooms, and so it's not really effective anymore. That's edged by Lawrence, a booming drive, but it dropped short of Alzari Joseph in the slips there. It just didn't carry.
It really should be carrying. Let's be honest.
He is quite deep.
It didn't. It wasn't. He didn't play it particularly softly. It was a drive. It was a pretty airy drive, in fact.
Thank God it's a 78th over. Is all I can say.
Yeah, that's a. Yes.
Hard hands from Lawrence and a big, thick edge, but somehow it just didn't carry. I mean, Joseph is quite deep there, especially on this pitch with a soft ball. I know it's set by the keeper,
not the quickest bowler.
He is very deep there, so that may have played a role as Lawrence walks across his stumps again, and this time out of the middle of the bat. And solid defence, 75 overs done, 205 for 2.
Yeah, Sudu qualifies, he says, especially on pizza, that he puts olives on. And
where do we stand on ham and pineapple? That's always
that's the Marmite moment for pizzas, isn't it?
I believe that there is nothing wrong with ham and pineapple on pizza, except for the fact that at the point that you put pineapple on it, it is no longer pizza. There's a ham and pineapple flatbread.
Okay.
I feel very strongly about it.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll definitely eat it.
If we can't even get a controversial rise out of Twitter over this, the most basic and age-old of controversial topics, I don't really know what we can do. I suppose all that's
ask them what the football score is.
Yeah, all that's left to do is say, this Joe Root lad's a bit of a crap bat, isn't he?
Well, yes, against Ireland and Bangladesh, he averages less than 30. It's pathetic. He's an inverse Sangakkara.
Setting aside then, isn't he? As speaking of letting the side down, here's Sammy for more.
Does anybody here remember Vera Sammy? He'll play again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
That was probably a little unfair of me on young Sammy, but he's not been in the best form at the moment. 18 overs, 1 for 56, removing Alex Lees for his 1 wicket, but Lees...
Well, when you've got half your team's wickets...
This is a good point. This is a good point. But not the economy and the control that Craig Brathwaite would have been asking for. And Craig Brathwaite has decided that he's definitely not the control he wants because he's brought himself on instead. It was going to be Pamal, and Brathwaite's brought himself back on. Root nudges into the offside, looks for a run, but
desperate to run himself out. Really is.
He loves a run out, does Joe Root, but he's been persuaded otherwise. That was cruel from Brathwaite. That one's pushed it across Joe Root, and he drives it back to Brathwaite. Got Pamal's hopes all up, and then said, actually, you know what, son, I can do a better job. Not like you're a specialist or anything. As Brathwaite loops up a big pie round the wicket, and Root forward, defensive, no run.
Or perhaps he's saving him for the new ball.
I don't think so. Something tells me, but stranger things have happened. As Root reverse sweeps, gets a good chunk of that one, and it will run away for a good one of these.
In the name of fun.
Lovely shot from Joe Root, reverse sweep.
Classic, which he brought out many a time in Sri Lanka. As that's defended into the leg side, and just one run as the wicketkeeper himself will go out and get it.
It's very confidently done from Joe Root, as evidenced by his average against spin. I think they flashed on the screen earlier, possibly when you were on.
It was indeed. He is, by the statistics, the top average from all England batsmen in history against spin. As that's another single for Lawrence to end the over. 211 for 2.
Nestor has sent us a picture on Twitter of, I think, it's Vicky McClure face on the top of Dan Lawrence's, Joe Root's head. Joe Root's body, sorry.
Okay.
We were talking about the similarities earlier. And EDM Larkins also sent us a picture which says, so you can see what 6'7", 6'9" look like. The guy in the baseball hat is 6'1", who is the one looking absolutely minuscule in between these two or three towering people.
I mean, it's once you get past about 6 foot, I think I'm 5'7".
I've got to say,
rounded up. So
I was in the tavern in 2016 when Middlesex won the county championship.
As Lawrence
after this.
walked right the way across his stumps, all 3 stumps on show there, and on about 6th stump line defends Holder.
And I don't normally feel short. I mean, I'm 5'10", 5'11", but I was standing between Ollie Rayner and Angus Fraser, and I did feel short then.
Yeah.
As Holder is in yet again, and Lawrence, that time the booming drive pays off, and he has beaten the fielders. I don't know if that will get all the way to the boundary. Oh, it has.
I think it has
Yes,
just
it has.
about made it.
It's gone.
Doesn't feel like anything has the legs to make it to the boundary at the moment, does it? With the state that this ball's in, but
Very nice shot from Lawrence. Good wristy drive out the middle of the bat, and it goes for 4. He moves to 67, creeping up, dare I say, on a maiden Test century.
Too early.
Not
Too
just-
early.
But you didn't hear it from me.
It's not just the ball that's fairly knackered. the outfield's fairly green and it will slow it up a lot. I'd imagine the outfield will speed up over the 2 or 3, 4 days to come.
And the second new ball is just 3.4 overs away, so if Lawrence wants to get to that maiden ton, he will have to negotiate that as well as he did the first new ball, although he did come in with it a little older than it will be now. Lawrence goes right the way across and plays into the leg side. Good lord, that was an extreme shot from Dan Lawrence. That was a rush of blood.
I think he needs to put that one away. That was asking for a little bit of trouble. Who was it in the Antigua test who got done like that from Jason Holder? Was it Joe Root?
I think it was Joe Root, and then even more famously, Marnus Labuschagne in the Ashes getting completely turned around by Stuart Broad. Lawrence, for those who didn't see it, Lawrence walked across as if to another set of stumps just outside his own and played a nice leg glance, but completely on the wrong line, as that's left alone with no extreme walking across by Dan Lawrence, just outside, off stump.
Just to make people aware, or those who have an interest, is that the lowest GPL entry is currently heaving into view at 225. So we are definitely in play for a potential GPL result today.
Excellent stuff. Unfortunately, it's closed. You can no longer get your bids in, but hopefully one of you will win some money. And that's another good drive from Lawrence, but that one straight to the fielder.
You mean you don't let people put bids in with just the one over left?
No, we don't do that, unfortunately. We feel that would take away some of the element of the sporting contest. As there's been a marked improvement throughout the day, the run rate in the first session 1.57 up to 3.07 in the second session, and now 4.43 from the 17 overs of this session. So,
and that's actually a slowdown very slightly from 5 and over at the start of this session.
Lawrence walks across, plays up to mid-on, no run. End of the over, 2.15 for 2.
And I think everyone's having their tea in social media land, because we seem to have a lull in the contributions from our listeners.
Yeah, or it's all been censored for one reason or another. On the subject of feeling short, I was playing a game of football a few weeks ago, and the opposition brought on a central midfielder who was he must have been like 6'5", 6'6", proper tall lad, and I was marking him hilariously, and just turned to him and said, "You're right up there." He turned over his shoulder and was like, "Who said that?"
Oh dear, oh dear.
This time the ref in stitches. He saw it all. It was good.
Barring a late intervention by Justice Craig Brathwaite, this time it will be Veerasamy Permaul, lest he get a stay of execution from his captain, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Do I dare play his jingle?
I mean, we've already jingled him technically, so I don't know.
Jingle Brathwaite.
That would be a good way to do it. Really get back at him as Permaul shoots a dart in towards Root's off stump, and Root forward nicely in defence.
Well, I'm not going to have a chance this over, am I? Because he's so quick between the balls.
Just rattles through him, does Veerasamy Permaul. He is quick that way. He only comes off 3 or 4 steps. As that one, there was a little bit of turn there.
There was a bit of turn there. Yes,
just straightened onto Root's pads, and he's managed to clip it defensively for no run. But there was just a little bit in that which Jack Leach will be licking his baldy chops at. As that one's in and swept by Root, swept fine. There is a sweeper for Root sweeping, and he will only yield a single for that one, but a good shot nonetheless, bringing Dan Lawrence on.
I do wonder actually, because Permaul had been off the pitch, hadn't he? So I wonder if he had to wait another over to be able to be brought back on by Brathwaite.
That might have been the case. They might have brought him on and then been told, sorry, can't do that yet. But he's on now, and that's all that matters to him, to Dan Lawrence, to Joe Root, and to Craig Brathwaite. And to us. We love Veerasamy Permaul in our own special ways. As he's in, wide on the crease, and Lawrence is bat out in front of pad, resolute in defence. very wide on the crease. There have been questions over his back foot getting very wide. I mean, we'll have a look at this one. No, it's all fine. Oh, as Lawrence square drive. Very wristy and pleasant, but only as far as point for no run.
You do
I
wonder
do seem
whether...
to recall in the first test there was a bit more back foot breaking the...
Yeah, maybe
Turning
someone
crease.
mentioned it to him as Lawrence just nurdles that into the leg side for a single to nick the strike. End of the over, as if by magic, Virasamy Pamal has whizzed through it. England 217 for 2.
You do wonder whether Pamal, if in the same way they have a race for the slowest batsman, if there's a race for the fastest slow bowler to get through and over. So him and Jadeja and Axar Patel were all right. Bowl 6 balls, go.
God, I wouldn't mind seeing that. That would keep you on your toes as a commentator, wouldn't it?
How about Embledinier? He walks in, but he only comes off about 3 steps.
Yeah, but you spend too long fetching the ball out of the crowd, so sort of takes the edge off.
Risky to say as an England fan after he did that demolition.
I know. Made us look like chumps. India showed us how he actually is.
Was that his debut? Where he tore Sibley and Crawley to shreds, spun them a web?
Yeah, I think it might have been, but we've seen since that it doesn't take too much to do that.
As Holder back to the attack into Lawrence, who clips off his hip, but there will be no run. There is a fielder there. 1.5 overs now remaining to the second new ball.
Just seeing the pitch map of West Indies bowlers since tea, and it's been well, basically everywhere. There's no consistent plan. It's just a bit of a scattergun.
As that's wide outside the off stump, left alone. I think Joshua De Silva may have got one on the end of the finger there. That looked a little painful as he fumbled that one.
That's not one you want at the end of the day as a wicketkeeper. Just closing in on the final half an hour of play, and you get one that just bounces through on the half volley just in front of you. It's a long way down after 6 or 7 hours of keeping.
Yeah, well, Ben Folkes famously tore his hamstring slipping over, and you imagine wicketkeepers are quite tight in the hamstring with all that squatting. As Lawrence walks across, it really doesn't look good from Lawrence. Actually, he's played very well, but like his head's falling over.
It's
going
asking for
towards
trouble,
the
isn't
ball,
it?
and the
It's
only thing
opening
is,
up possibilities for him to be out where there really should not be any.
but the only thing is, if he falls over that ball, playing across himself, it's miles outside the line because he's walked about 5 steps over.
But there's also no real tangible benefit to it, is there? He's not scoring runs doing this.
Well, I mean, he likes to play through the leg side with that strong bottom hand grip, and that's just putting him into that alignment. But that is through the offside, on the up, square drive, and a single to get off strike.
Perhaps all a bit of pedology, just trying to make the bowler guess with his lines, moving across the stumps for some, not for others. But at this stage, I just don't think the English batsmen need to be trying anything too clever, really, because it's just been so simple for them in the last 10-15 overs or so. There's a couple of balls left, and then I imagine we'll be due a change in the commentary box to see us through the new ball.
Will be.
You should be. I should hear the thundering sound of the bear moving towards me.
Rumbling and the rumbling.
And I'll be off for the day, I think.
As will I, as that's defended by Root. Yes, I believe on my probably very out-of-date rota we'll be handing over to the Bear, Colin and Tony, but who knows, really?
Who indeed.
On YouTube, here he is. He's coming literally as I speak. I shall vacate to the other chair.
Fantastic. I'm not supposed to be on yet, am I? Ooh.
Not quite yet, Tony, Your Holiness, as that's defended off the back foot by Root, and now divine intervention may occur as we hand over to the Bishop, the Bear, and
Colin.
Well, bless you, children.
Thank you.
May you go in pieces.
See you later, everyone.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Okay.
Thank you,
Catch
Jason.
you later. Right, so here's me commentating. We have
It is.
potentially an hour, 13, 12 overs left in the day, maybe only 11 now. That's 11 overs left in the day. We got an hour. Jason's trying to destroy the studio. It's alright, Jason, don't worry about it. It's only a pair of headphones. It's cool. England have scooted along, 218 for 2. It's pretty good going, isn't it, boys?
God, this is flat.
Well, it's flat now, and that's the joy of winning the toss, Colin. If you're going to get the best conditions and you can survive any early juice, days 1 and 2 should be easiest. With West Indies will hope it will go day 3, and all of us, well, are hoping that something starts to happen.
England may not have gone as fast as they wanted, but when they lost that early wicket this morning, I think they'll have bitten your hand off for this. They'll have bitten your hand off for just 1 wicket down. 2 wickets down, I beg your
there's
pardon.
only 2 wickets
But
down.
still, they would have bitten you. Still, you're bitten your hand off. For
Oh,
that.
absolutely. I mean, they've got batters to come as well. And this one is floated up on a leg stump, and it's clipped into the leg side by Lawrence, who's on 69. His highest Test score, I think, is 80 or something. Come on, Tone. I know you got your little pages of stats. Dan
yes,
Lawrence.
I do.
Well, exactly. That's why I'm
Dan
asking
Lawrence.
you. Yeah, highest Test score, 80 something, isn't it?
81 versus New Zealand at Headingley in 2021, but New Zealand still won that by 8 wickets. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yeah, that'll do fine. That was attempted to clip into the leg side. by
Just like
Lawrence,
that.
And came with a pad into the leg side, and there's no run.
Quite excited, but I'm going to tell you why in a minute. But I'm not going to tell you now. I'll wait until possibly.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to say as well. Attempt to work it into the leg side by Lawrence, and he can't do anything. It was either pad or leading edge. Must have been leading edge, but just harmlessly back down the track, and there's no run.
I thought you were going to tell off Tony for saying just like that without doing the accent.
Just like that. Again, so no, sod off. They're trying to appeal.
Hands before wicket.
LBW sliding down leg side. May have even hit him outside the line. Yeah, it's pitched outside leg, and it's not turned. It's going well down there. You can see his leg stump. Not worth really appealing. 58. He's going to need 3 and over, isn't he, for more? Defended back down the track, and there's no run. Maybe that's not so bad. Not a lot in the wicket. But new ball available in 1 ball. And Lawrence is going to face that last ball. He whips that sweetly into the leg side. To the man behind square. It's Kemar Roach, who may well be coming in now to take the second new ball. Now Tony's going to announce something, aren't you, Tony?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say I'm very excited because we have been finalising the details of our partnership with Windrush Bay. Absolutely authentic and quintessentially Caribbean flavoured snacks and drinks to your door. And they put together for us 2 types of amazing hamper: the century hamper, the half century hamper. The century hamper, you get 2 kinds of rum, Clermont Blanc and Chairman's Reserve. You get Piton and Carib beers, you get Shirley biscuits, you get a range of different mouth-watering flavours and a whole range of other snacks and plenty more. There's also a half-century hamper where you get quite a lot of that, not as much, but still still pretty much the same. You can get that as a Gorilla listener for 10% discount. All you got to do is use the code WBGC. That's WBGC. If you're a Gorilla Patreon, you get, I've got to tell you, that's a bigger than 10% discount. Quite a bit bigger too. But you need to become a Gorilla Patreon to do that. Patreon will, our wonderful Patreon subscribers will get a mail tomorrow with all of the details in. And there's still a fantastic 10% discount on those 2 hampers.
That's a replay, don't worry.
Thank Lord for that. The last thing I want to be doing is pushing amazing hampers and England lose a wicket. That's going to put people right off them.
This isn't a replay. That's nicely met by Lawrence. They haven't actually taken a new ball. They don't have a couple of looseners for Seals, who's into his 14th over. Give him a little jingle. Sounds like this.
Oh well, wherever you are, Still Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Still Jaden wants you for dead.
Second ball of his new spell is driven square on the offside. Maybe shaped in a bit. Maybe they're going to look for maybe some reverse swing with this old ball. See if it doesn't. If not, take the new ball. I haven't taken it quite yet. Can't imagine it's too far away. There's Roach. He has a little chat with his skipper. He's probably saying, just get the new ball out now, please.
He's probably saying, what's going wrong?
Yeah,
they fell over for 77 last time I was here. Well,
yeah.
How come that's not happened again? I got 5 wickets for 17 last time.
Yeah, and England batted first as well, didn't they? Did they get put in though in that innings? I can't remember whether they got put in.
That's a very good question. I will try. That's a good question.
I presume if they won a toss, they'd have decided to bat. That's driven out to the deep set cover by Rooty, and there ain't no run. Second century in a row for Joe Root. Starting 2022 like he started 2021, really. If this is a double, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Certainly for him.
Big Daddy.
Close to that 10,000.
Get ahead of yourself.
Says the man who quoted 400 earlier.
Well, right now I'm feeling okay about that.
That's beautifully driven by Root, but Seals gets his big paw down and stops it before it goes past him. What you were saying? England get 4. England should get 400 from here. Christ, if they don't, they'll throw it away. Really, with the batting they got to come, and the fact that these two are still here, if these two survive the new ball, they'll be 260 with 20-30 overs of new ball done. Lawrence will be in a ton. Root will be on his way to a big daddy ton, and then you've got Stokes, Bairstow, Wokes, and Folks behind them. They should be out.
Well, if the West Indies can get their game together.
Nicely blocked into the offside. Ooh, no, I don't think they went for a run. I think they thought about a run, but it was sweetly timed by Root into the offside, and I think they turned back. It would have been close if it had been direct hit, but it wasn't. They don't flap.
By the way,
Lawrence was halfway down the track.
Yeah, he was.
And it was a good throw from, I think, the skipper off balance, throwing it against where he was. It would have got him, but the throw was quite wide. Lawrence would have been about a yard out.
Last time, in that 381 run win, the West Indies won the toss, you're right, but they batted first.
Oh,
yeah,
that's chopped into the ground. Is that when England were all out for 77?
Yeah, West Indies batted first, made 289. I mean, nothing special, but not bad. England then fell over for that 77. 5 for 17 for Roach. West Indies went on to make 415 for 6 declared, so they were already a country mile in front. And England did a little bit better, 246, but Roston Chase sends in his gun barrel straight balls, and England found 8 ways to get out.
Well, now this is interesting. They're not going to take the new ball. Pomordi's going to continue at the other end. Now, do they just think they're too tired and it's pointless? We're going to wait till tomorrow, but that's another 9 overs with the old ball. Do they just want to get through to the end of play? I don't know. This is weird.
The only thought I can think is light, but it looks pretty bright out there.
Looks pretty bright out there. The sun's still high in the sky.
That's the only other reason I can think of.
And this is quite weird. I'm quite surprised by this.
Well, just about those hampers as well, I'll also say, if you watch our social media feed tomorrow, there'll be all the details and where and how and links and everything you want.
Excellent. That's cut by Lawrence, but hits it straight to Holder, shakes his head. Can't believe he's hit it there. He's in the 70s now, 71, 113 deliveries, so he's going along at a clip, and the ball's gone past Pomor. The ball looks absolutely shagged, it has to be said.
Well, and it's the third ball, remember?
Yeah,
didn't they change it twice to get here?
Yeah, true. Defended back down the track by Lawrence. No run. Now England might just decide to shut up shop and go for tomorrow as well, especially if they're not going to take the new ball. Might as well be there tomorrow morning when a new ball does come along. Attempted clip by Lawrence, but hits it straight back to the bowler. No run. Partnership 140 off 222 balls. It's pretty good.
Can't recall the batsman having any troubles with the spin bowling to suggest keeping them on.
No, not at all. That's the thing, isn't it? Defended into the leg side by Lawrence, and there's no run. And as I said, you win the toss, you got to bat big. I mean,
when was the last time England declared in the first innings?
Probably India the same time that they last time, over 300 previous to the last test. Hit back down the ground, there's no run. You don't declare unless you get 300, and England spent a year without getting 300 in the first innings, so they haven't declared, I'd say, for a year. They've declared in second innings, they've had better second innings, as that's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Certainly in some of those, well, we actually haven't won a lot for last year either, have we? So that's probably not.
Quickly do some catch-up tweets.
We've had a pretty crap year. Yeah, go on.
Go for it.
Katie is saying, I remember Norcross commentating on an over in the county championships, which he timed at under a minute for all 6 balls. Sadly, I can't remember the bowler. Maybe Sussex.
Yeah.
Well, that narrows it down a bit. May have been a bowler for Sussex. Wouldn't have been Jofra Archer. Wouldn't have been Ollie Robinson.
Although Jofra Archer doesn't have a very long run up, does he?
No, but he wouldn't have got through an over in a minute.
No, he certainly wouldn't have got an over in a minute.
Although he has bowled. He has actually bowled a few overs and leg breaks, hasn't he? As Jofra.
He bowled left arm spin, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yes, and being a right armer, that was the weird thing about it. He could bowl left arm spin.
Now, Morg is asking, is it the bishop and the bear, or the bear and the bishop?
Well, I think you'll find that one's been
bear
answered.
And the bishop. Got to say, the dancing girls are quite fly. As that's clipped into the leg side to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Have you noticed how he quickly changed the subject?
Yeah.
So I couldn't correct him.
Well,
I think
no,
you'll find the correction's been put in writing though. You'll see, Colin.
I'm sorry to say that, but the dancing girls are quite enticing. Roach is warming up.
It was a strange warm-up. That was more yoga.
Well, yeah. Old man's warm-up. He's 33, knows his stuff. And Lawrence is...
So that's not really old, but okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Played into the leg side and there's no run. You know, I remember playing in my 30s and being stiff after bowling 18 overs. Maybe I'm not as fit as Kemal Roach, that's true.
The good thing about Lawrence, I've got to say, as well, I mean, Joe Root, you expect it, and he's delivered. But Lawrence has moved along. He's been stylish, and that's a decent lick. He's been moving along at 72 off 120.
He's never really let himself down as an England batter, has he? When he's been in the side, he's played for the side.
A rocky spell in India, didn't he? Where
well, no worse than anyone else.
But then who didn't?
Yeah, exactly. And at least he scored a 50 in India. I seem to remember when everyone else completely fell over. Got himself out stupidly in the end. That's defended back down the track and there's no one. But then everyone else did in India as well, because basically we were really crap. As soon as they decided to make the pitches Bunsen burners, we were stuffed.
Yeah, it was like a character building tour. Right, lads, this is what it feels like to be humiliated on someone else's pitch.
In fact, we had a few of those. We had another one over this winter in Australia. The only place we do travel well to is Australia. I mean, sorry, South Africa, weirdly.
Yeah.
Seals in again, and Lawrence is right behind that, defends it up to a very short cover. There's the skipper, and there's no run.
I think
would you say Seals has been the pick of the bowlers? I mean, 1 for 24 off 14 overs. He's only been going at 1.5. He's got a key wicket, and he's been very hard to get away all day. I mean, but they've used him reasonably sparingly. That's the word I was looking for. But I would say, so far, unless someone suddenly rattles 3 quick wickets away, I'd probably put him as the pick of the West Indies bowlers so far.
Possibly. That's defended back to Root, and then Seals petulantly picks up the ball, throws down the middle stump, which comes out the ground. And Dan Lawrence was just sounding in his crease, going, "What are you doing?" But it's 5 dot balls. Yeah, Pamal, I mean, he's got that wicket, but he's not looked particularly threatening, has he? There seems to be a little bit of turn there.
Well, also, who I can't remember who it was, but they were guilty of playing across a straight one, I think, rather
Yeah,
than
yeah,
a ball
yeah,
that
He didn't
did a
he-
whole hell of a lot.
No, he got
Crawley, wasn't it?
He gave it away.
No, sorry, it was
Lees.
Alex Lees. Yeah, it was Alex Lees.
He kind of gave it away. I mean, it was there as well. I mean, it was reasonably short, and he was on the back foot. He was just trying to work it in the leg side and missed it. And it was going on to hit middle stump. There's no question about that. Oh, edged! Dropped! Oh dear, oh
no.
dear, oh dear! Jason Holder at second slip, and
That's not Holder.
there's
It's
not
Ozari
a
Joseph.
Is it Ozari Joseph? Oh, it is Ozari Joseph, sorry. I'm aligned, poor Holder. That should have been taken. I mean, there isn't many slips. It was driven out hard by Dan Lawrence. It was shoulder height and to the right of over his right shoulder. It's the kind of thing that you really should be picking up. Expletives from SEALs, much like the ones that the Bear would use if we weren't on commercial radio in the Caribbean.
So you are.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? I mean, if that would have been some bonus wicket with the old ball and the new ball to come.
Exactly. And maybe they're looking for that. Anyway, it's 4. I'm going to give it a jingle.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Follow that up with a new ball being taken straight away.
Yes, precisely. At the new man with, not long to go before the end of the day's play. You don't really want to make a mistake. You want to be there in the morning. Adds a little bit of pressure too. 225 for 2. I think we're getting in the realms of GPL as well, boys and girls.
I did say, don't forget, he was my pick of the day, and he nearly got the wicket again. He got the second wicket for himself.
On the back foot route. Tries to force it way on your side. Upset that you couldn't hit the gap. Lowest score in the GPL is 225. So if it were to stop now, D Worlds will win. And it's onwards and upwards from there to 287. So everyone's kind of in the game with
76 English pounds, was it? Did it stop at lunchtime? Do I recall you saying?
13, about 76 pounds. That's right. Yeah. Driven out.
That was about 350 Caribbean dollars, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, it was a lot, wasn't it? Yeah. Makes it sound a lot nicer. So you can win 350 Eastern Caribbean dollars. And that's.
I'm going to double check my exchange rate there.
On the back foot, pushed out to the point, and there's no run. That's about right. It's about 5. Vernon was saying it's about 5 to the pound. But I remember when I went out to St Lucia, it was kind of interchangeable. You could use dollars or Eastern Caribbean. Some people only wanted Eastern Caribbean. Most people were quite happy to take American dollars. Pamal down the track. Ooh, turning to right and work it into the leg side. Big, thick leading edge by Lawrence. Went back to Pamal.
He's getting skittish here, isn't he?
Getting a bit skittish.
It's like not the right time of day to be skittishing.
Just chill out and get to the end of the day's play. Maybe he wants to get his highest test score before the end of the play, but he's only got to get 6 runs and get to 82.
I would certainly be in his ear right now.
Yeah, I think Root probably will at the end of this over. He drives it back down the track and there's no run. Yeah, that leading edge bounced just before it got to Pamal. It's
actually 270 Eastern Caribbean dollars. Nonetheless, it's not to be sneezed at.
All you need is a PayPal account. We'll pay it to you in whatever denomination you like, except rubles. That's driven and fielded by the bowler. His own bowling and ends that over. 6 overs remaining. Wow, we are going to finish before 9:30. There's going to be a bit of overspill, but not too much.
Back on Twitter to catch up. AD Bryan says Norcross must have been furious considering the loss of anecdote opportunities.
Well,
and as soon as I come on, there's more mentions of 80s films.
80s films. Now, the screen keeps telling us the second new ball is available, and the West Indies are not taking it. So I'm assuming
maybe want it fresh bowlers in the morning.
Yeah, I think.
Don't forget it's the third ball, so it's not super old. I mean, I know they're supposed to match.
Well, no, they are supposed to.
Third iteration of the first
ball. But it could be worse, it could be worse. That's the thing. Maybe they don't think it's that bad. It looks knackered. That's defended by Root. Sways his hit. I mean, it's quite tiring being in the field all day, isn't it? It wears on the body. You ache all over.
Well, there's 2 schools of thought, aren't there? I mean, one is any quick bowler would want it in their hands as early as possible, and you get 2 tilts of it, one tonight and one in the morning.
Yeah.
And the other one might just be Brathwaite thinking, well, do you know what? They've worn out some shoe leather today, and they're completely cream crackered.
Well, yeah, cut nicely by Root on top of the bounce, out towards deep point, mackerel point, and he'll get himself a single. The other thing is they might think exactly that. They might want the new ball relatively. They might go at say 85 onwards, so 86, 87. So they get 2 or 3 overs tonight, 4 maybe with the new ball when it is as good as new first thing in the morning. So they get 2 bites of cherry by going slightly later in the day.
I mean, it must be, twice the umpires have agreed it's not gone through those handcuffs.
Yeah.
So it's not weathering well.
It's forced by Dan Lawrence out to backward point again. There's no run. I thought the rule was it's not supposed to go through one but go through the other, isn't it? And then it's kind of okay.
Yeah, one it should go through, but if it doesn't.
If it doesn't, I thought you were going to finish the sentence there.
Yeah, I was waiting to say if it doesn't go through.
Not great
the other
radio
one,
if you
fine.
just stop a sentence midway and
but then
stop.
that doesn't make sense. So I was trying to think.
Flashed at by Roots, essaying a big drive, and he misses it and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. The ball doesn't look great, I have to say.
There was something to do with how it goes through as well.
Yeah,
they can put a little bit of force into it, but not
too much.
Yeah,
it's Lawrence again, isn't it? He's like I say,
it's Root.
Oh no, that was Rooty that time, wasn't it? Lawrence has twice been careless and could have cost him his wicket. Probably the mentality now is, over my dead body, am I not going to be there tomorrow morning?
It should be. It doesn't look it though. Root facing up, Seals in. He defends that one into the offside. Says no to Dan Lawrence. There's no run.
But maybe those last 2 scores, the ones he got in Antigua, the 20 and the 37, they both smack a little bit of the Vinceness.
Yeah, but I think in that second innings he was trying to push England towards a declaration.
He would have been on that. Yeah,
that was a very selfless innings,
Yeah, it was. It was indeed.
He's got a test average of 30 already. He's only played 5-6 tests. It's defended in the offside, and there's no run. A couple of big scores can really, the fewer tests you played, you get a couple of early big scores after that. Quickly shoot your average up 10, 15.
Jason Holder was bowling a particularly good spell that when he got him in the first innings too, from my recollection.
Yes. I think Johnny Bairstow's first innings scored it, sort of dug us out, wasn't it, with Stokes, Wokes and Folks?
Yes, he did. He did. I'm going to give you that code again very quickly. It's WBGC. If you want details, you go to windrushbay.com. Just look at hampers. But if you wait until tomorrow, then you'll get all the information in our various tweets, and we'll give you much more information. But there is some fantastic stuff in those hampers. There really is.
There you go. They want 5 overs tonight. I think if they go to full 10 overs tonight, you only get 20 overs out of new ball. I'd rather try and get something tonight, and then have a decent spell with it in the morning. Jason Holder is warming up. Seals has gone off. He's on the bench. That's it. That's probably his work though for the day done, isn't it? Stick on a sub fielder and get on with it. Right, we'll give the bowler a jingle.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or 2.
Immediately, there seems to be a little bit of swing with that.
Yeah, a little bit of tail in there.
Yeah, it'll come through quicker. It's harder. He's gone for 38 in his 16 overs. It's only 124 Ks, but looked good. Of course, it is this.
New balls, please.
Holder comes in for his second ball of his new spell, and again there's a little bit of shape, a little bit of bounce, and it's played nicely into the offside by Lawrence, but for no run.
Does he really need to be playing at balls like that though? That's
Not really, but your eyes in, I think you less chance to make mistakes. It's not particularly quick, it's only mid 120s, isn't it?
By and large, he likes playing England, of course, doesn't he? Holder.
Yeah.
Got that 202 in that game we were talking about, 2019, that pulled West Indies, comfortably clear of anything.
Well, it'll be
England were gonna
interesting.
able to throw at 'em.
I mean, this will be interesting again. Holder in once more, this time left alone by Lawrence, who's keeping us no run. I bet both of them will settle to get through the close of play. West Indies in that last game were always kind of chasing a bit to stay in the game and give themselves. They had one opportunity where they were ahead when they got that 60-run lead in the first innings, and for the rest of the game they were kind of either keeping themselves in, getting themselves to a state of parity. They were never ahead of the game, and they're going to be in a similar situation again today. Are they going to crack at some point? I mean, we say both batting lineups are quite fragile. That's driven nicely by Lawrence, but up to mid-on, there's no run.
He's also got his best bowling against England as well. Got that at the Rose Bowl
Last year.
Was it
last year or 2 years ago? Can't remember.
No, two years ago. What did he get? 6 for 40. Yeah, 6 for 42.
That was in the first test, wasn't it? When they win
2020.
They went
yeah.
1-0 up, and we came back and won the next two, didn't we?
Was that where England dropped Broad?
Yes, it was, and he wasn't very happy.
Wound him up like a
exactly.
coiled spring.
Holder in again, left alone once more by Lawrence, through to the keeper.
They'd never do that again.
Well, they did though, didn't they?
They've done it constantly.
Several times.
I'll tell you who you got: Crawley, Pope, Stokes, Butler, Archer, and Wood in that Southampton sixfer.
Yeah.
He's a superb cricketer, and of course a man of Barbados, is he not? So he's on his home ground.
And he's
Probably
in now.
waiting.
Last ball with a new ball is full and nicely driven. It's too full by Holder, right in the arc. And when you've been out there for 134 balls, you drive at them. You don't just let them through. It's an opportunity, and it's been hit into the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Really nice shot, sweetly timed. He's equalled his top score, Tone. He's on 81.
Well, you're telling everybody, not just me. But
yeah,
yes,
I know.
you're absolutely right. But with style.
Yes, very nice shot.
That was the shot of a man who's feeling reasonably good about his game. Although, interestingly enough, thin dividing lines and all that. He's going for the drive like that. When they come off, they look magnificent. Equally, I'm not sure with the new ball. Holder would be that upset with enticing him into the drive, because that's what really got him into trouble.
But then but that's my point. If you face 134 balls, you don't let a long, wide half volley go. I don't think. Even against a new ball.
You'd have to get some big seaming off the pitch to take an edge at that point.
Exactly. New bowl at the other end is obviously.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
And his first ball is in at the pads of Rooty, who clips it out to deep mid wickets, and he'll get himself a single. 3.5 overs remaining.
This is where I reckon Lawrence might fall over, literally, if he keeps on doing that walking over phase. Roach might just tail one back in towards his leg stump rather than.
I'm sure that'll be the plan.
We're also going to have a change at the end of this over. I can see Al is still poised, ready to pounce like a tiger.
Well, Jace has gone, so the rotor I have him on, but he's not. That's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. However, having said that, there is only 3 overs left after this, isn't it? Oh, he's still here.
Yeah. I'll duck out. I will duck out. No, I can't. I will duck out at this point, at the end of this over. Al, it could be a big 3 overs, Al. I think you should come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, we could just stay on, can't we? It's only 3 overs. I'll just take us through the end. Sod it.
All right. Okay.
Left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. And
Al
I mean, if Al wants to come on.
Al can come on for me, Al. Go for it. I think live across the Caribbean, on Platinum.
97.1.
They need a bit of that Wirral accent. They're probably fed up with me.
Tone's had enough. He's going.
No, well, I think they will have had enough of me.
Watford aren't playing tonight, are they? Shit!
No, they need someone from the Wirral. That's what they're saying out there.
Well, in fact, actually, Christ, what day is it today? Wednesday. I want Al, get on. I want to know what's going on in Liverpool game. I forgot we're playing Arsenal tonight, aren't we? That's defended by Dan Lawrence up to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 balls left in this, and then 3 overs to go. And when you come on, I might just go and make myself a rum. A nice Windrush Bay Ray and Nephew's rum and Sprite with a bit of ice in the fridge.
It's the chairman's reserve. That's the one I've got my eye
Well,
on.
I think our Windrush Bay needs to send us a sample of each of the rums that are being offered to our listeners and patrons, as that's delivered by Roach and defended up to mid-off, and there is no run.
How do you become a patron?
Well, you go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket or search for Gorilla Cricket, and it'll have an offer. And if you become a patron, we now offer things that it's useful if you're a patron that no one else gets.
Extra merchandise, access to the archive.
Yeah, access to the archive if you become a patron at $5, which gives you over 1,000 jingles, previous matches, exactly.
Get a shout out. It's on the show.
Yeah, that's delivered, and keep saying delivered. It's bold and clipped up to mid-on. He's a little deep set by Lawrence, and there's no run. And if you $10 patron after 3 months, you'll get yourself a Gorilla mug. And of course, every week the Bear and the Bishop comes out, which is in a nice pub.
Called the Bishop and the Bear, indeed. Now I'm going to go. Goodbye.
Okay, bye. And that's only patrons get that content. It's once a week. All right, Al.
You're right, Chief.
What's going on in the Arsenal game?
Half-time 0-0.
Well, at least
Am I
we're not
going to
losing.
still be on, or is Jason coming back on?
Apparently, good
you
start
stay
by
there, Carl.
Liverpool.
You're right,
Arsenal have come back into it. But Salah's on the bench, and there's 45 minutes to go, so no stress, no strain, no doubt.
Well, that's true. We're going to finish early, so I'll be able to switch over and watch the end of it here.
Yep.
And tell the wife that we actually finished at 9:30 and I didn't get home till 10, which is sweet.
Oh, controversial.
Holder is in. Oh, now there's a good appeal for LBW.
Inside
Was there an inside edge
It's outside
there?
the line above something.
Umpire says no. Again, it's Root. Will they appeal? He looks at his bat, so maybe he got an inside edge too. Scrabble team. Yeah, I think it was an inside edge. Big appeal by Holder, but no dice. Actually, do you want to commentate these last 3 overs?
Do you want me to?
It's up to you. You're down to commentate. Go on,
I can if you want me to. Do you want to alternate? Or are you going to go and grab yourself a drink?
I'm going to go and grab myself a drink. You just
All right.
tell people what
Holder coming in just outside the off stump and let through to the keeper by Root. Colin, they've certainly got their eye in these pair.
Yeah, I think some unfortunate drops have led to this is verging on a decent total what they're going to be getting here.
Yeah.
I now feel a bit silly for mocking Tony for saying 400 earlier.
Well, it does seem that this pitch is going to be roughly similar to the one we saw in the first test. So
Yeah, it looks flat.
it looks as a pancake that is seeming out of the hand, sort of swinging away straight out of the hand of Holder. We've got too wide and too full to tempt Root into a shot, so that'll go through to the Silver behind the stumps. And there's just 2.5 overs left in the day. And with all that early promise with the Crawley wicket, England have slowly but surely asserted themselves on top.
Is it weird to say that it now seems like it was a good thing that Lee's got out?
Well, I think we've got to deal with Lees with a fair bit of patience as Holder comes in slightly wider of the stump. Full length delivery, Root just pushes the ball to point, and there'll be no run. I think Lees can feel, reasonably happy that he certainly managed to put bat on ball. 2 quick dismissals in his first test is never a good thing. And during the Ashes, we would have begged for a third.
Yeah, like he did his job well of seeing off the majority of the ball, but he never accelerated, which is always
That'll come, I think, as that's pushed to point, and there's a lovely quick single taken by Root. He's on 119 now, and the total 234 for 2.
Well, that's just not Messages' first pick out for the day. Next up is D Wells on 237 and 242.
GPL watch.
GPL
What's the pot?
237, 242.
£76 if they win.
You can buy a lot of Smarties for £76.
You can.
Other sweets are available.
Yeah.
Yes. But mostly Smarties.
Yeah.
Last ball of this over, wide of the crease comes Holder, and that begins to shape away from Lawrence, but he whips it away from outside off stump through to square leg. He'll take a single. He's on 82, which, according to their statistics, is his highest test score. Is that
yes, it is. Yeah, 81 was his highest score previously against New Zealand. A couple of 50s against India, and some probably a 70. Maybe a couple of 50s against Sri Lanka as well. I'm going to try and find out what his highest first class score is.
I think it's his best test inning.
He's batted really nicely.
Yeah.
He's batted at a really good pace as well.
No, I love the fact that he's been the driving force behind the acceleration in the last session.
Yep. There you go. 81, 73, 50 against India, 73 against Sri Lanka, 50 against India, New Zealand 81 not out, and 46 against India as well. So, you know, he's had a good start.
Roach in, full ball just outside the off stump. Lawrence defends to mid on. There'll be no run.
What do you think his second? What do you think his second name is?
Dan's.
Yeah.
What's it? Can you give me an initial?
W.
W.
Yeah.
Wilfred.
That's immediately what I went to.
William.
Yes. How boring is that?
Yeah. Batting, tests, 9 matches, 17 innings, 2 non-outs, runs 411, 81, 82 now his highest score.
Roach wide of the crease, and that is pushed forward and defended by Lawrence. No runs, it just dribbles to point.
The Adelaide Barmies are saying, morning everyone from the sticky, sweaty Adelaide. Pretty happy waking up to this. Huzzah.
Yeah. What other types of Adelaide are there apart from sticky and sweaty?
Wet, very wet.
He's
had 93 first class matches, and he scored 11 first class tons, 25 first class 50s.
That is a wide one, which really could have been left alone by Lawrence at this late stage of the day, but he's tried to crash it through cover. But cover is quite short and able to put a stop on things. West Indies maybe letting themselves down, well, very much letting themselves down with drop catches, but also some easy runs through fielders that I saw. Campbell especially being
Campbell's he's had quite a bad day. His highest score in first class cricket is 161.
I reckon he can best that tomorrow, as long as he stays in. That is too wide by Kemar Roach, and that would have definitely been a one-day wide. Certainly in the first test in Antigua, that might have been pulled wide as well. But through to the keeper, and no run. Just 8 balls left in the day. 235 for 2. Then we've got the next person's on 236.
No, next person's 237.
237. So
237 is the next score.
Yeah.
And followed by 242.
Right. Okay. So there are lucky numbers.
Well,
for the GPL, as that is tucked away from behind square on the leg side by Lawrence, but taking that from just outside off stump, maybe an indication of just how placid the pitch is. 236 is the total, 1 away from our potential GPL winning score. Lawrence 83.
The thing is, Al, I'm like the bank. I don't like losing.
But it's not your money, so you're not losing. It's everybody's money that's gone into this.
It's true. But it helps swell the coffers of Guerrilla Cricket, and we don't have much. Become patrons, play GPL, don't win, and everything will be fine.
Welcome to Bear Casinos, as that is slightly back of the length. Root tries to put the ball,
It's never sounded more corporate before.
Stopped at third slip. 1 over remaining. 236 is your total. Colin, is there anyone still with us on the World of Super?
Oh, there is, but we've missed out so much. But I'll go onto YouTube, so I haven't been on there for quite a while. Fed Up saying, "Okay, I'm back, full of veg curry and red wine. What's happening, girls and boys?"
Full veg curry. What full veg goes into a full veg curry?
No, he's full of veg curry.
Full of veg curry. Sorry, I thought you said full veg curry.
Or like full cheese.
Yeah. What? I mean, apart from
tomatoes, obviously.
Apart from cheese single slices,
potato.
what are the cheeses on?
You get lots of potato curries.
Last over of the day by Jason Holder, wide outside the off stump. This first ball seems away, and there'll be no shot.
Well, a full veg curry would probably be tomatoes, onions.
But that's a fruit, isn't it? Tomato.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, you'd have tomatoes there.
That's
full veg and a fruit curry.
That's the definition of the difference between knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah.
Knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad.
Yeah, very true.
Very true. That is a fuller length delivery just outside the off stump. And Lawrence defensively pushes forward as we remain on 2-3-6.
Right, basically D Wells wants a single or a 6.
What are the chances of a very lucky all-run fine?
Well, that would leave the bank as winner. A maiden would also leave the bank as a winner, but a single, which is quite likely, that'll stray on the leg side and one will get hit for a single. A 4 would do them no good.
4 balls left in the day. Holder in, driven beautifully by Lawrence in front of square, and there is no fielder within the vicinity, and that's 4 runs.
Well, a 4 doesn't do them any good. We move on to 240. So D Wells at 237 is out. D Wells is still in at 242. Messi Jez has 243. 3 singles or 3 balls.
This is like going to the Coliseum and rooting for the light.
Well, Quack Mel's now in with a 6 at 246.
3 balls left in the day. Holder in, and that is again a drivable ball, and that is beautifully driven straight down the ground by Lawrence, and that's consecutive 4s.
Which does actually take D Wells and Messi Jez out of the equation. Now Quack Mel is favourite. 246. Ombre Nuevo on 247. A 2 or a 4, a 2 or a 3. And how many balls left? 2 balls left in the day.
There's 2 balls left. Yeah. Well, Lawrence is dealing in boundaries, and he is. Look, I mean, he must not want the session to end. He is having a ball out there.
He is indeed. Another 4 would take both of those guys out, wouldn't it? 248. No one on
Carnage
248.
in the GPL. Is that is again
He's
drivable, and he's
That was
out.
uppish. Yeah, just wait to say.
He's out, hoisted by his own petard. He's driven uppishly at a ball outside the off stump, and it's been caught at short point, and Lawrence must want the ground now to swallow him whole. Out for an amazing 91 off 150 balls, and I am assuming that will be that for the day. But what a momentum swinger and killer of a wicket that is.
Well, I guess off the last ball of the day, it matters less so. And I'm saying this to a degree because A, no one else has to come in. You don't have to send a ninth watchman in. Tomorrow morning, whilst we're 1 wicket down on the scorecard, we still got 7 left and we're at 244. It's not the worst. I mean, yes, for Lawrence, it's the worst outcome, and I'd rather he was still there. In terms of the fact that it ends the day, nothing else has to happen. Tomorrow, Stokes will start. Stokes is a really good batsman. I'm not really fussed about that. And with 244 on the board, and him and Root at the crease who've batted together plenty of times before. I feel sorry for Lawrence, and as you say, he hoisted on his own petard. But it's not the end of the world. He was out for the last ball of the day.
Maybe so. Joe Root takes the applause and plaudits of the crowd in the England squad. He remains unbeaten. I think 118, is his total. And amazingly, there, with a score of 244...
No one wins the GPL. The bank
wins.
wins.
No one wins the GPL.
That's the main thing he's actually happy about.
It's me against the world, peeps. But tomorrow, the pot rises, therefore, to starts at £76. It gets
£76 English pounds.
That's exactly. You can win by the end of the day. I'm very good. I usually send it out as soon as play finishes. So if you win that tomorrow, you'll get sent the money. I imagine there are a couple of players who, when the GPL gets in, they pile in. Experienced gamblers, I'd say. They have a big chunk. They put like 20 entries in. There's one guy I'm thinking of. You know who I am. You know who I'm thinking of if you're listening. When it gets there.
I was going to just go through the card.
Go for it.
Zach Crawley was the first to go. A lovely seaming ball by Seals, caught behind by De Silva without scoring. Lee's scratched, I think, is probably the best way to 30.
Yeah, he did. I think he was nervous. He got 2 single-figure scores in the last one. I think he did all right. He lasted the session.
Wasn't fluent, but was okay.
He got a night watchman's 30.
LBW took them all, and that had us at 80 for 2. I had England at 80 for 2. Then a delightful third wicket stand between Joe Root and Dan Lawrence. Ended with the very last ball of the day, with Lawrence driving uppishly to Brathwaite off Holder for 91. Joe Root remains unbeaten on 119. With your 4 extras, that takes you to 244 for 3. A slightly bitter taste in the mouth, but as Bear says, tomorrow we start afresh, and tomorrow Joe Root is in on 119, and we assume Ben Stokes will be the new batsman in.
Yeah, and England have to be looking at 400 minimum.
I think so. I think you've got to be patient.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily going to be like a really high scoring day, but 244 is reasonable total on this pitch.
Yeah, it's easier to push on though, isn't it? I mean, if you get yourself set and in tomorrow morning, it's quickly going to dawn on West Indies that they are 244 runs down, and if they don't get an early wicket, you've got Root and Stokes at 244 and looking for a big score ahead of you, and you can quickly get into a bit of a panic and a tailspin, and it could quickly get out of control for the Windies, which would be good for England. They want a couple of quick wickets in the morning, ideally Root plus one other in the first hour.
You looked at the close of play shots from the camera, and you've seen all the West Indies guys, mostly with their shoes off and things like that, lying down, absolutely knackered.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you get a little bit psychological in this. Would you have preferred to see the guys kind of not race off, but go off quite excited, go off celebrating, go off thinking they've achieved something, and then coming back out to do their stretches, rather than basically be in front of the English dressing room looking like dejected and broken bodies? Well,
yeah, but again, it's another 18 hours before they come out again, or 12 hours or whatever. I just think England are ahead in the game, and if they can make it count, it's no matter, even on flat wickets, 400 can be quite daunting, especially with a fragile batting lineup. Both of these sides have got potentially fragile batting lineups.
I'm trying to remember which commentator said the best way to reckon who's had the better of the day is by adding 20 runs and 2 wickets. And
I'd still take England.
I'd still take England, yeah.
Well,
you're probably right.
260 odd for 5.
It is day 1.
Yep.
And so plenty of time, plenty of ebbs and flows, as we saw with the first step. Bear, what time is everything resuming tomorrow?
Same time as today. 1:50 we'll be on air. Kick-off is at 2, and we'll be going through till roughly the same time. I mean, this is the first time I can remember a match finishing within overspill time. I can't remember the last time I finished reasonably on time without weather affecting play.
I think that's because England didn't do any bowling.
Yeah. So I guess we cut now. We're off. That's it.
I think we are.
Good to have you both here. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, folks.
Exactly.
All right.
You have a good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets.
control the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro,